507. He Lu's face was livid. The treasure cave immortal realm Qi refinement warriors led by the old woman, Fan Weiran, and the vassal cultivators all had complicated expressions. Logically speaking, this was a rare and huge show. However, they were afraid that after watching the show, they would also become a part of it. As for the Qi refinement warriors on Yi Yu's side, they all looked indignant, but none of them dared to make a sound. The two groups of cultivators hated Song Yunhu to the core. What bullsh***? T Dragon Palace's mountain water array. Was he trying to cut through tofu with a knife and mud with a sword? The Lord of the Lake Yin Ho did not say a word. He stood on the spot and looked down at the ground. This was very chewy. The rich family had their yellow mud wall smashed and they still had to shout a few times. Their own Dragon Palace's array was broken, and they had lost a lot of immortal money, but this Hu Jun didn't want to fart? Didn't they say that Song Yunhu was the leader of the Silver Screen Nation? Within the country, the gods of the 5 mountains on the mountain and the generals and ministers at the foot of the mountain were all very respectful to Song Yunhu. Even when the Lord of the Lake Yin Ho swaggered in a domineering emperor robe, no one cared about it. Therefore the lower one's cultivation level was, the more hot-tempered they were. It was not that no one wanted to stand out and reprimand the young sword immortal who was surrounded. These young cultivators who wanted to stand out were still hoping to earn a favor from immortal he and the people in Huangliangqing. However, before they could say anything, they had already sent messages to the experienced cultivators around them, their seniors in their sect, or their friends in the Taoist world using the Heart Lake ripples. In the end, those who kindly reminded them were also afraid of being implicated by the boorish people around them. Since a sword immortal swordsmanship could even withstand the heavenly tribulation, it was not strange that a casual sword flash could accidentally kill a few people. Fan Weiran no longer had a sneer on her face. She looked a little dull. The Lord of Huangyu City, Yi Yu, turned his head and looked at the white-robed sword immortal who broke 2 arrays with 1 sword. He asked, "Sword immortal, must you fight to the death?" The white-robed sword immortal just casually threw the scabbard in his hand to the ground and inserted it into the ground. He took out the folding fan on his waist. He did not look at Yi Yu or He Lu. He gently tapped his palm with the folding fan with a smile. His eyes wandered, starting from a white-haired old man sitting cross-legged on his right, from the upper seat to the lower seats near the entrance of the Dragon Palace. I heard that a certain immortal master from the Dream Liang Peak had a novel idea. Actually invited a Jianghu master to eat feces in a dung bucket of dung. Who is it? Stand up and let me admire you. Who is? Stand. Race. On the side of the treasure cave, a young man and woman with swords on their backs looked at each other. Wasn't this sword immortal in front of him the green-robed man wearing a bamboo hat who was eating pastries and porridge at a roadside stall outside the city in the early morning? His clothes had changed. His expression had changed. But his face was definitely the same. The woman smiled bitterly. Her junior brother jinxed it. The old man with the monkey on his shoulder at the entrance of the city was the culprit who stole the immortal's treasure. Now, this young wanderer had turned into a sword immortal who had appeared out of nowhere. Chen Pingan's gaze finally stopped on a group of Qi cultivators in the middle. A man who was closest to the entrance of the palace shrunk his neck back. There was no need to answer a question. The answer would be revealed. Most of the cultivators on the mountain sought peace and did not want to be involved in the quarrels of others. Back then, at the entrance of the city god temple, when they asked who was the head of the Yin Yang agency, their colleagues in the city god temple acted in unison. They did not hesitate at all. It was the same now. Qin Pingan raised his hand. A black fog of souls that was originally the size of a fist had been reduced to the size of a date pit by the aura Qi. He rotated it gently with a finger. Wisps of aura Qi wrapped around it and crushed it like a millstone. Qin Pingan smiled and asked, "This wild cultivator whose name I forgot to ask, said that the immortal master of the Dream Liang Peak is the real mastermind. I know that you may not have the brains and guts to do so. So, is it City Lord Yi or Little Immortal Master He?" The 4 Qi cultivators of the Dream Liang Peak gritted their teeth in anger. However, their sitting postures were still as stable as rocks. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I'm just curious about one thing. Be it Yi Yu of Huangliang City who plans before acting or He Lu who is full of schemes, did they help you pay for this matter? If they didn't, then Huangliang City isn't very kind." He Lu stood up slowly. Her expression returned to normal. She said loudly, "I'll take responsibility for my own actions. Don't yell about He Lu came first. All the grudges in Attendant City will end with me, He Lu." If I He-Lu die, it's natural that Sword Immortal is more skillful. I He-Lu will have no regrets. What do you think, Sword Immortal? Yu smiled slightly. If he didn't gamble like this, everyone at Songyun Lake's banquet today would be in a state of disunity and discord. On paper, the three forces that were roughly equivalent to an immortal would automatically dissipate into a mob. Fan Weiran was a little surprised. He raised his gaze. This was the first time that the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm's old ancestor thought highly of this young man from Huangliang City. In the past, he only thought that He-Lu was a cultivator who didn't lose to his little Yen. She was smart and knew how to conduct herself. He didn't expect that she could be so calm in the face of death. It was not easy. A person who had a calm face despite having a thunderstorm in his chest could be a general. This must be referring to this young man. A cultivator with such great aptitude and temperament would have a bright future as long as he didn't die prematurely. Yu is so lucky to have such a helper. The old woman thought to herself. Could it be that after the banquet at Songyun Lake's Dragon Palace, she would simply agree to little Yan's marriage with him? In any case, He-Lu was an outsider. She was destined to be unable to inherit Yu's Huangliang City. She might even be able to rely on little Yen to lure her into the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm. If she did this, not only would she be able to anger Yu to death, she would also be able to help her sect improve further. Once this pair of Golden Boy and Jade Girl that everyone envied became immortal Dao companions, both of them would ascend to the Golden Core Realm. The Huangliang City that was lacking in manpower would only be supported by Yu. She believed that as long as the conditions were suitable, more than half of the mountains of the dozens of countries would be the territory of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm. She believed that with this young man's foresight and breadth of mind, he would be able to settle this score clearly. Yu, as long as this person's words are slightly inappropriate, he will incite public anger. Let's not waste the opportunity that He-Lu worked so hard to obtain. Therefore, Fan Weiran immediately told Yu telepathically. Today both of us will cast aside our former enmity and cooperate sincerely. Let's not hide anymore. The situation is critical. We can't have our own thoughts. Yu also agreed decisively. I thought you were going to say that it's better to be lenient whenever possible. However, from this, it can be seen that the true mastermind of Attendant City's many schemes is indeed you, He-Lu. Qin Pingan said with a smile, since Immortal Master he is so responsible, I respect you as a man. Alright, I'll stop until you, He-Lu. If you can't take the sword away, I'll only take your head today in Blue Cloud Lake's Dragon Palace. He-Lu was stunned. Ignoring the others, even Fan Weiran felt a sense of relief. The Sword Immortal's reply had truly caught him off guard. However, if he were to really fight today, he would stop when it was appropriate. Even if he killed a few more people, as long as it did not involve the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm too much, why wouldn't Fan Weiran do it? The secret agreement with Yu and Huangliang City would be nullified. Yu's expression changed slightly. Qin Pingan pointed his folding fan at the Sword Immortal that was stabbed into the ground. Immortal Master there's no need to stand on ceremony. Just take the sword. After you die, many cultivators will be indebted to you. You'll die a worthy death. He-Lu could no longer keep a straight face. She shifted her gaze slightly and looked at her master, Yu, who was sitting by the side. A beautiful woman walked out from the bead curtain at the side door of the grand hall. She said angrily, "You bastard. You're so rude and unreasonable. Why do you have to use your power to bully others? So what if you're a sword immortal that everyone is afraid of? How can a cultivator be so ruthless as you?" As the bead curtain was lifted and lowered, there was a crisp sound that resembled the sound of beads rolling on a plate. Marquis of the Lake was infuriated. He did not even turn his head as he waved his sleeve. Scram. He smacked the dragoness with his sleeve, causing the bead curtain to shatter. With a loud bang, she had likely slammed into the wall of the side room. From the sound of it, there was no second sound. It meant that the graceful body did not land on the ground and had likely sunk into the wall. Marquis of the Blue Cloud Lake's move was not considered light. It was very powerful. Qin Pingan looked at Marquis of the Lake dressed in a colorful purple robe and smiled. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings. What a good place. Marquis of the Lake bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. Sword Immortal, you've graced my humble abode with your presence. Your presence brings light to my humble abode. Qin Pingan tapped twice with the folding fan in his hand and said with a smile, Shaoxi Canal's main water deity temple. Last time, you and I warmed up on the Blue Cloud Lake and had a small fight. Another time, the Dragon Palace gathered heroes from all over and sparred with me from Attendant City. Another time. As the old saying goes, things should not be done more than 3 times. With this dragoness who speaks out for justice, this is already the 4th time. What should we do? Marquis of the Lake did not straighten his back. He only raised his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "Sword Immortal, what do you say? Blue Cloud Lake's Dragon Palace will do as you say." The white-clothed Sword Immortal did not comment and said considerately, "Marquis of the Lake, don't be in a hurry. Let's wait for little Immortal he to pull out his sword first. If he pulls out his sword, wouldn't you be dumbfounded again? If you put down these words that will chill the hearts of your allies now, it will implicate your Dragon Palace and reduce the amount of money you earn." Marquis of the Lake looked pitiful and said with a bitter smile, "Sword Immortal is humorous." Chen Pingon pointed his folding fan at the white-haired old man sitting beside He Lu. "It's time for you to come out and remedy the crisis. If you don't say something to calm the hearts of the people and turn the tide, it will be too late." Yi Yu sighed softly. The old man who had just received the city lord's secret words did not know whether to sit or stand for a moment. In the end, he could only lose most of his spirit and braced himself to stand up. "Then let me, an old man with half a foot in the ground, be bold enough to say a few words to the Sword Immortal?" However, in the Dragon Palace's main hall, the Sword Immortal softly said the word pity. It seemed that his expression was somewhat unsatisfied. The Sword Immortal's actions and words were indeed unreasonable. Yan Qing turned her head because the cute and naive girl Chui was secretly pulling her sleeve. Yan Qing quietly stretched out a finger, indicating that the girl who had always spoken without restraint in the sect should not make a sound. The girl smiled knowingly and nodded gently. She communicated with Yan Qing using the ripples in her heart. "Senior Yan, he is cultivating his mind. It's so strange. Even I can only see it vaguely. It's like a woodcutter sharpening his knife before chopping wood. But I can vaguely see that he dislikes the fact that there are too few of us. The grindstone is not big enough. I can vaguely see the outline of a city. He is probably thinking about the numerous people in Escort City. Anyway, that's what he means. This guy is really cunning." Previously, on the Tsangyun Lake, he deliberately used a few stupid snakes to temper his body. Now he's doing it again. Alas, Martial Ant Yen, you know that I used to admire the kind of Sword Immortal that the second ancestor often talked about. Now, I don't dare to admire him anymore. So scary. Yan Qing only felt that it was inconceivable and became more and more haggard. This was a chaotic state of mind that she had never experienced since she started cultivating. The Immortal Heart Sutra that the sect used to hide one's potential was useless. The meditation of her own martial arts was also useless. The white-robed Sword Immortal suddenly muttered to himself, seemingly somewhat helpless. "All right, since you said it's okay, then it's okay." This person's appearance was actually far from revealing, but he was a Sword Immortal with boundless killing power. At this moment, everyone in the Dragon Palace's main hall was a little jittery and suspicious. They felt that the white-robed immortal in front of them had a profound meaning behind his words and actions. This young Sword Immortal was indeed a Sword Immortal. Qin Pingon turned his head and said to the white-haired old man who had already prepared his words, "It's best to shut up." A faint green sword beam suddenly appeared. The old man's expression changed drastically. He stomped his foot and shook his sleeves. His entire body turned into a palm-sized origami kite and began to flee in all directions. The flying sword chased after him like a shadow. The snow-white origami kite's escape route was rather particular. Once, when it attempted to fly out of the main hall's entrance, the flying sword pierced a hole in its wing. It began to move around the banquet tables, using the Qi refinement warriors who were swaying left and right as well as the cups and wine cups on the tables as obstacles to obstruct the flying sword. It was like a nimble bird circling around the flowers, constantly threading a needle. It was dangerous after dangerous, scaring the Qi refinement warriors so much that their faces turned pale. However, they did not dare to curse in front of Huang Liangqing and Yi Yu. They felt extremely aggrieved and resentful that this old fart was not dead. Qin Pingon looked at He Lu. "This is the last time I'm reminding you to retrieve your sword." He Lu remained silent. Only the veins on her hand that was holding the bamboo flute bulged. Yi Yu slowly stood up and asked with a pleasant expression, "Although the Sword Immortal is safe and sound, we have not truly committed a grave mistake and committed a capital offense. However, during this period of time, the Sword Immortal's peaceful cultivation has indeed been disturbed by us. Then, can you allow our Huang Liangqing city to take the lead and allow me, Yi Yu, to personally step forward and help the Sword Immortal make up for it?" The young Sword Immortal smiled and nodded. "Of course. Lord City God of Attendant City has a good saying. There is nothing in the world that cannot be discussed properly." He extended his hand and grabbed the sword in his hand. He casually swiped the sword horizontally. Speak. Name your price. The sword immortal's actions were too unexpected. He drew his sword as fast as lightning. When he flicked his wrist and casually threw the sword back into its scabbard, the crowd did not understand the meaning behind his action. The city lord of Huangyu City, who had always been known for being cultured, refined, and magnanimous on the Dozen Kingdoms mountain, suddenly exploded in anger. How dare you kill in front of us? Everyone raised their heads in unison. Their gazes finally stopped on the handsome youth who had extended his hand to cover his neck. The immortal's bamboo flute in his hand had already fallen to the ground. It sounded like pearls and jade shattering, incessantly clinking. Yilu staggered back a few steps. Blood was already seeping through the gaps between her fingers. The young immortal's face was already covered in tears. One of his hands was tightly covering his neck while the other extended towards Yiyu. He sobbed and trembled. Father, save me. Save me. Fan Weiran was horrified. Then she felt like she had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. It was burning with pain. She was so angry that her white hair almost stood on end. She directly flicked away the golden crown bestowed by the immortal. What a good Yilu. What a good Yiyu. They were also the most outstanding geniuses on the 10 Countries mountain. Yilu was such an exquisite person. She had only died in the Dragon Palace of Cangyun Lake in a foreign country because she lacked some luck. However, this fairy Yanqing clearly had the chance to clear her name. Why was her brain so muddled? Then how did this pair of golden boy and jade girl, who had almost become an immortal couple, end up together in the first place? Or could it be that the roots of love were so deep that Yanqing drew her sword in a fit of anger when she saw her lover die? It's just that we're not looking down on you, Yanqing, for you to draw your sword on a genuine sword immortal. You're just asking for humiliation. Just as Yanqing was accumulating power with her sword and the young sword immortal was looking at her at the critical moment, a strange phenomenon appeared. Near Yi Jie's seat in the middle, a table filled with delicacies and fine wine exploded. The Qi refinement warriors on both sides were sent flying, crashing into a large group of people. A muscular figure that emitted golden light broke through the table without any warning. He took a step on the ground, causing the entire dragon palace to tremble. Then he punched out, sending the white-robed sword immortal flying. The wall of the main hall was smashed through on the spot. Not only that, the sound of walls breaking could be heard. That punch. Was it really something that a Qi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms of Dreamliang Peak could deliver? Fan Weiran and Yi Jie quickly exchanged glances. They could see the shock and panic in each other's eyes. This person had concealed himself so deeply. He was definitely not a pawn of either side. He might be the true accomplice of the monkey-rearing elder and the fox demon empress of Silver Screen Country. If they were not prepared for this sneak attack, even the 2 golden core cultivators would not be able to withstand it. They would definitely be severely injured on the spot. That ordinary-looking man had actually shattered his entire arm after throwing out this punch that contained his entire life's worth of fist intent. His arm drooped down dejectedly, but the man's heroic spirit overflowed, and he looked at all the cultivators in the palace as if they were chickens and dogs. He laughed heartily and said, "This trump card of mine was supposed to be given to that old thief Xiaozhen when I had the chance. Who would have thought that a hothead who likes to play dumb would snatch it from me first?" The man looked through the walls that were like doors that had been opened. He looked into the distance where dust was flying everywhere. "I already said that you, a sword immortal, are unreasonable. You have the physique of a golden body realm cultivator." "What now? Golden body?" Even if a real golden body realm cultivator were to receive this punch of mine, his organs would be pulverized and he would die on the spot. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and glanced at the sheathed sword on the ground. Bullsh *T sword immortal. What a joke. I've tolerated you for half a day. You killed a sea-viewing cultivator with a single strike. Do you really think that you're invincible? The corner of Lord of the Lake Yinho's mouth curled up. Then the smile grew wider and wider. Finally, his entire face was filled with a smile. Fan Weiran also smiled. Only Yiyu felt relieved. However, when he glanced at the headless corpse on the other side of the wall, his mood was gloomy. He still could not smile at all. Fortunately, this young man who hid his identity was a sea-viewing cultivator after all. He had already retracted his soul into a few Qi residences. However, with such a good Xiantian body and the so-called golden branch and jade leaf aptitude of that immortal, where would they find him in the future? How would he ascend to the golden core realm in the future? Or even surpass the master and surpass him? Would he be able to bring the entire Huangming city to the peak of the mountain? The other three Qi cultivators of Dream Liang Peak all swallowed their saliva. How did this trash of a junior brother who could not even be beaten with a few sticks suddenly become a top-notch master whose fist was like a thunderclap? Yan Qing stood rooted to the ground in a daze. In the main hall, even though they knew that this legendary golden body great master was an enemy and not a friend, they still started to cheer loudly. Everyone slammed the table and cheered. There were even people who directly picked up the wine jug and drank to their heart's content. They raised their thumbs at the pure martial artist. There were even people who started to praise the Dream Liang Kingdom for not only having a flourishing literary talent, but also having a flourishing martial talent. It was really time for their Dream Liang Kingdom to become an overlord. They should have already annexed the surrounding countries. Yan Qing stood in the bustling and festive main hall. Her heart was empty. Fan Weiran laughed until his body leaned back. This old woman also imitated that vulgar cultivator and raised her head to give Yan Qing a thumbs up. Little Yan, you've done a great deed. Good girl, when we return to the treasure cave, I'll definitely reward you with that treasure from the ancestral hall. I'd like to see who dares to be unconvinced. She was the first to sense that something was wrong. It was that little girl Cui who blinked her eyes. However, at this moment she did not even dare to activate the ripples in her heart, much less make any small movements. The delicate and naive girl began to sit upright and still, like a wooden puppet. Then, it was that martial artist who had secretly climbed to the golden body realm step by step in the kingdom of Dream Liang. When this man's expression turned serious, Yi Yu and Fan Weiran also realized that things were not good. The Lord of the Lake Yin Ho, who had originally wanted to get to know this warrior, also retracted the smile on his face bit by bit. He hurriedly held his breath and focused. A white-robed sword immortal walked out of the doors, and finally appeared in the main hall. The Qi refinement warrior who was sitting in the middle of Fan Weiran's side had already scrambled to open a path for the sword immortal and the golden body realm master. The sword immortal patted his shoulder and shook his snow-white sleeves. He said with a smile, "Previously on the ferry someone said that the golden core realm Qi refinement warriors here are all made of paper." That person slowly walked towards the martial artist of the kingdom of Dream Liang. There were no signs of his internal organs being crushed. As he walked, he laughed and said, "Now, I see that this golden body realm martial artist of yours is not much better. You must be made of mud, the kind that hasn't dried yet. Is that why you broke one of your arms? Does it hurt?" That man said in a deep voice, "You are actually a distant travel realm martial artist. Am I right? You are not a sword immortal at all, am I right? Before you punch, give me a clear explanation." That person placed one hand on his abdomen and the other hand on his forehead. He said with a helpless expression, "Big brother, don't be like this. Really, you have told so many jokes in the Dragon Palace today. I was lucky to not be crushed to death by the heavenly tribulation in Escort City. In the end, I am going to die of laughter here because of you." The Lord of the Lake sighed and sat on the steps. He hugged his head with both hands. "Fine, I have resigned to my fate. Fight, fight, do whatever you want. Tear down the Dragon Palace. If I Yin Ho frown, I will have the same surname as that sword immortal in the future." Some of the young cultivators wanted to laugh but did not dare to. The white-robed sword immortal turned his head to look at Fan Weiran and Yin Ho. "I have the physique of a golden body realm martial artist. Are you the ones who spread the news? Do you know that because of you, many of my plans fell through because of you?" The man took a deep breath and smiled. He did not back down at all. He took a step back with his right foot and raised his remaining arm. He assumed a posture of complete fist intent. "I don't care if you are a martial artist of the same realm as me or a flying sword immortal. I will have a taste of it." Chen Pingon glanced at the other three Dream Liang Peak cultivators. He retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "Looks like your Dream Liang kingdom has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Interesting. Thanks." The man took a step forward and his fist aura flowed out like a flood. The entire palace shook and almost all the tables jumped up high. Just when everyone thought that it was going to be another battle to the death, the man leaned back as fast as lightning and crashed into the wall behind him that hadn't opened yet. After the wall shattered with a bang, it was as if the immortal supernatural power that could shrink mountains and rivers into a square inch had disappeared in an instant. As expected of a golden body realm martial artist that had not been seen in 200 years. His movement technique was indeed unpredictable. It was impossible to guard against. Only the white-robed sword immortal in the main hall had also disappeared. Then, on the other side of the newly opened wall, the legendary golden body realm martial artist walked back step by step. Only a large sleeve and a palm were exposed from the man's chest. Not only did it block the path of this martial arts grandmaster, it also determined life and death. The sword Immortal directly used his left hand to pierce through the man's chest and back. The white-robed sword Immortal raised his right hand and pressed on the man's head. He gently pushed. He lightly flew out and landed in the center of the main hall. The white-robed sword Immortal shook his sleeve. A string of scarlet blood splashed out from the ground beside him. And in the sky above the main hall, the origami kite was still frantically fleeing, avoiding the dark green sword light behind its butt. Qin Pingan smiled. Haven't played enough? The dark green flying sword suddenly accelerated. The origami kite was reduced to fine powder. The badly mutilated white-haired old man fell heavily on the floor of the main hall. The flying sword leisurely flew back to its master's side. Like a little bird, it slowly rotated and was extremely docile. Qin Pingan glanced at the girl in the emerald green dress. The latter grinned. Qin Pingan also smiled and said, "He Lu of Huangliang City, Yanqing of the Treasure Cave Wonderland and Marquis of Lake Junin of Cangyun Lake. None of these three told you that it's best to directly place the battlefield in the attendant city. Maybe I'm the most restrained and you guys are the safest. It's hard to say if you can kill me, but at least you have a better chance of escaping." Marquis of Lake Junin loosened his hand and raised his head. "Sword Immortal, I did mention this and He Lu also agreed. He also thought of a lot of chain links such as using various spells to force the people to swarm up and rush into the haunted house. But in the end, both sides felt that if they were too close to the attendant city, they would easily alarm you, the great sword Immortal who can take people's heads from 1,000 steps away. No one wanted to be the first to court death. The lives of the cultivators of Huangliang City and the Treasure Cave Wonderland were precious. If they didn't take the lead, the rest of the vassal mountains weren't all fools. Who would be willing to do something like earning money but not spending it? After a lot of arguments they had to give up. Sword Immortal, I've said what I should and shouldn't say. Next, kill at will. My dragon palace, the 1,000-year foundation, is fine. After today, as long as the sword Immortal is merciful and I'm lucky to survive, Cangyun Lake will definitely repair the attendant city's fate of mountains and rivers as atonement. After hearing the beginning of the sentence, Yanqing's face turned pale and her body trembled. If her Dao heart was unstable, the spiritual qi in her qi residence would be unstable. The hand holding the sword was even more unstable. Qin Pingan put 2 fingers together and waved gently. The city lord of Huangliang City deliberately remained motionless. Yu allowed the long sword to penetrate his chest and nailed him to the wall. Only a foot away from Fan Weiran's glabella, there was a green flying sword with a trembling sword tip hovering in the air. The old woman also remained motionless. All of you are the smartest. Each of you is better than the other at judging the situation. I really admire all of you for this. I have absolutely no intention of mocking and ridiculing you. Qin Pingan sighed and walked forward slowly with his hands behind his back. Then he caught a glimpse of a flagon and grabbed it with one hand and a cup with the other. He poured himself a cup of wine and took a sip. Then he said with a big smile, "If there are a few more He Lus here or the people in Attendant City who see this, they will definitely scold me for being unforgiving. The people will be angry and the opinions of the masses will distort the truth. Why should I kill people indiscriminately? They have only met a few times and we didn't really fight to the death and didn't even lose an arm, a leg or a few buckets of blood. What reason do I have to judge people's good and evil and decide their life and death? Why do I have to be so aggressive and kill people? Such a heartless bodhisattva must be jackals of the same tribe as the people I killed." His words made all the Qi refinement warriors feel a chill down their spines. What did the great sword Immortal mean by his words? He wasn't done yet. Qin Pingan looked at the old woman sitting at the head of the table. "You're lucky that you don't have a good son like He Lu, so we can discuss this." Then he turned to glance at Yi Yu. "City Lord Yi, it's hard to say." The lashes of the girl in the emerald green dress fluttered. She sat still like the old monk and did not move. Her body did not move and her heart did not move. She just relied on the strange supernatural power that seemed to be bestowed by the ancestors to steal a glance. Qin Pingan suddenly stopped in his tracks. He seemed to have lost the demeanor of a sword immortal in an instant. He looked tired and his eyes dimmed. Just like the long sword that pierced through Yi Yu's body on the wall, the golden light was not visible. He looked around and poured another cup of wine. He threw the wine pot back to its original spot and gently poured the wine in front of him. It was as if he was toasting someone at the grave. He muttered to himself, "But those people of Attendant City who devoutly burned incense and kowtowed to the Xingwang Temple after the heavenly tribulation were just going with the flow. They were the real weaklings. Most of them, especially those who chose to remain silent, would never know what happened in their entire lives. So they worshipped Lord Xingwang wrongly. They worshipped the fire god temple wrongly. My attitude towards them is the same as some of you cultivators. You keep your cultivation clean, you ignore the mortal world, and you hate the mortal world. There's no such thing as liking them or not. There's no such thing as right or wrong. There are thousands of paths beneath your feet. What do you think, Lord Fire God of Attendant City? In the end, you didn't even scold me on the roof of the ancestral temple. Instead, you crashed into the heavenly tribulation of the cloud sea and caused your golden body to shatter into two? I really couldn't say anything back then. Otherwise, I would have scolded you and sent you back to the ancestral temple with a punch. It's just a small heavenly tribulation. Would I die? I just almost died. I'm a cultivator after all. What's there to be afraid of when I'm half dead? Before this, I had calculated many things. You and I met too late and didn't have the time to tell you. Of course, I wouldn't have said anything if I had met you earlier. The human heart is full of ghosts. Who would dare to believe you? As he spoke, a thud sounded from Fan Weiran's glabella. His head seemed to have been struck by a heavy blow as he leaned back. Yi Yu, on the other hand, remained unharmed. He was only nailed to the wall. However, the old woman was definitely not truly dead because her face and body instantly withered. But there was an unusual ripple of chi within the dragon palace that disappeared in a flash. The young sword immortal seemed a little helpless as he crushed the wine cup in his hand. There was no other way. The clear jade light talisman had been destroyed long ago. Otherwise, the immortal technique that allowed one's own spirit to dissipate like mist and conceal a golden core at the same time was unpredictable. As long as the talisman of the Cloud Palace of the Chongshen Bureau appeared and instantly enveloped a radius of several miles, the old Grandmaster of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm would most likely not be able to escape. As for him, he could no longer draw talismans after the battle. Moreover, the few talisman of the true alchemy works that he was proficient in could not deal with such a situation. Therefore, it had always been easy to win against the cultivators on the mountain but difficult to kill. Especially chi refinement warriors who had ascended to the Golden Core realm, who did not have a few life-saving methods. On this point, pure martial artists were much more straightforward. In a fight, the loser would usually die. However, it did not matter. The golden crown on the old woman's head was still there. Perhaps she could not bring it away, or perhaps she would leave obvious traces if she fled with it. The old woman was too wary of his flying sword. Chen Pingon took out his folding fan and twirled it with 2 fingers. Opening and closing it slowly, he smiled. What? You believe everything I say? Would you believe me if I said that I'm a Realm 6 martial artist and not a sword cultivator? Chen Pingon looked at one of the Dream Liang Peak cultivators. Why don't you tell us? That person knelt down immediately and shouted at the top of his lungs, I'll believe everything you say, Sword Immortal. Chen Pingon turned around and looked at the young man and woman with swords on their backs. What a coincidence. We meet again. Immortal Masters, did you gain anything from your trip to the city? The young man fell to the ground on his buttocks. The young woman said softly, Sword Immortal, we did not gain anything. Chen Pingon smiled and asked, that old man with the monkey on his shoulder did not miss the 2 of you in the chaotic battle? The young female cultivator said bitterly, the moment we saw him, we fled far away. Chen Pingon nodded. That's how it should be. In the future, tell your junior brother to have a better temper. When he goes down the mountain to train and roam the pugilistic world, tell him to see more and speak less. For the first time, the young female cultivator was not happy at all to be greeted politely by this young sword immortal with an unpredictable temperament. She only felt that everything was over. Without a doubt, she and her junior brother were going to suffer. He Lu, a golden body realm martial artist from the Dream Liang Kingdom. Fan Weiran, the old consecrator of Huangliang City, Immortal Crane, and City Lord Yishen were either dead or injured. Which one of them had a good ending after chatting with this sword immortal? Chen Pingon rubbed his glabella and frowned slightly. Then he relaxed and smiled at the 2, it's fate that brought us together. Leave first. The junior brother who was paralyzed on the ground got up and ran towards the entrance of the hall. His senior sister could not stop him in time. She felt that there would be a bloody scene of a head being cut off by a flying sword. She did not expect that not only did the junior brother run far away, he even shouted anxiously, Senior sister, hurry up. The young female cultivator saw the white-robed sword immortal with a smile that was as warm as the spring breeze and as deep as the abyss. She hesitated for a moment and bowed. Thank you, sword immortal, for your kindness. She trembled as she circulated her spirit energy and slowly rushed out of the messy hall of the Dragon Palace. Chen Pingon went straight ahead and walked up the stairs. The Lord of the Lake Yin-Ho was sitting there. As for the flying sword, it was still lingering around the white-robed Sword Immortal. Sword Immortal, do whatever you want. I won't move a finger or have any crooked thoughts today. Qin Pingan did not sit on the emperor-like dragon throne. He only stretched out his finger and tapped it as if he was inspecting the goods. Qin Pingan turned around and held onto the dragon throne's handle. He faced everyone in the hall. I'm a blind person who can't distinguish between good and bad people. I'll treat it as if you're half good and half bad. In tonight's banquet, half will die and the other half will live. You're either best friends or mortal enemies who can't wait to kill each other. Anyway, you're all familiar with each other's family background. Let's talk about who did what evil deeds. The more shocking the better. If you don't have what others have, doesn't that mean you're a good person and have a chance to live? Silence reigned in the hall. The white-robed Sword Immortal laughed again. I'll add one more thing. The fights and schemes on the mountain don't count. Tonight we'll only talk about what happened at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, a young and crisp voice sounded. Sword Immortal, it's still daytime. You shouldn't say, tonight. Qin Pingan looked at the person who spoke. It was the young girl in the emerald green dress. Looking at the seating arrangement, she was a disciple who was highly regarded in the Treasure Cave Wonderland. Qin Pingan laughed. Thank you for the reminder. I saw that the Dragon Palace's hall was brightly lit and mistook it for night. Yu suddenly said, so this Sword Immortal's sword isn't some magic treasure. I see. But that's right. Qin Pingan waved his hand. I know you Golden Core Immortals have endless means. Get lost. Yu laughed out loud and walked forward. He allowed the sword to pierce through his body and stay on the wall. Yu sighed. I never expected our Huangliang city to be reduced to such a state. The son who had the greatest chance of inheriting the family business is dead. The chief consecrator is dead. I Yu have also damaged my great Tao foundation. I have no hope of taking that step forward in my life. Sword Immortal, what do you want me to do so that you won't pursue us to Huangliang City and eliminate us? Qin Pingan smiled. Very simple. There's no need to set up a bewildering array here. Since I can't shatter your golden core, you should quickly find your backer. After the heavenly tribulation, he appeared in the sky above Attendant City. If I'm not wrong, you have some relationship with him. That person's realm is very high and he has harmed me greatly. Once he comes, we can settle our old and new debts together. However, if he can summon the mastermind behind the person who successfully snatched the treasure to deal with a junior like me, even if you have a lot of face, I can only run away. Our Lord who has a canal lord under him. Her temple has an excellent plaque that says, Green waters flow forever. Yu said helplessly, since the Sword Immortal has revealed the secrets of the heavens, does that mean you won't let me take Helu's soul away? Qin Pingan smiled and said, I was going to ask you to take away the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls of the little immortal master He, so that your escape technique would be exposed. Even if I said that before, would you dare to do it? I don't think you would. Yu nodded. Indeed I wouldn't. Then as the Sword Immortal said, Green waters flow forever. The city lord of Huangliang City crushed the jade tablet on his waist. His figure disappeared into thin air. Qin Pingan turned his head to look at the roof, as if his gaze had already gone to the distant surface of Tsangyun Lake. The effect of this jade tablet was even more exaggerated than a golden square-inch talisman. Qin Pingan rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He had a splitting headache. The sword on the wall flashed with golden light and pierced into a key acupuncture point on Helu's headless body. Then a burst of black smoke gushed out from Helu's body, instantly turning into 10 wisps, trying to escape in different directions. However, the white-clothed Sword Immortal waved his sleeve and smashed them all into the wall, turning them into ashes that rustled down. When he raised his head, his expression had already softened. You can begin to reason with the facts. You must cherish it. I believe that in your previous life of cultivation, there weren't many times when you could rely on reason to save your lives. The white-clothed Sword Immortal grabbed at the air, the scabbard flew back to him, and the sword returned to its sheath in midair. He sat on the dragon throne, the sword across his knees. Yan Qing faced the white-clothed Sword Immortal sitting high up and said in a deep voice, You're really scary like this. Qin Pingan smiled and said, Not to mention you, I'm even scared of myself. The girl in the emerald green dress hurriedly grabbed Yan Qing's wrist, her face full of anxiety. There were some tears in her eyes and she said telepathically, Marshal Ant Yen, really don't say any more. He has already tried to kill you twice before, really? Plus this time he said that he won't do it more than 3 times. This sword immortal's words are shrouded in clouds and mist, no one can understand and guess, but his general intention can't fool me. Marshal Ant Yen, I beg you, okay? In the sect, only you and second grandmaster are sincere to me, I don't want you to die. Qin Pingan's elbow rested on the armrest of the dragon throne, his body tilted as he sat lazily. If you don't say it, I'll just casually kill. Thus, someone began to expose the other Qi refinement warrior. It was a cave-dwelling realm cultivator from the enemy sect. The sect's foundation was not deep, and the cultivator's realm was not high, but he had done a lot of bad things. It was carefully selected by the person who spoke. Life and death were on the line. If they did not use their brains, would they have to go to the legendary Hades Hall to cry out for injustice? The Dragon Palace of Tsangyun Lake was still brightly lit, and it was difficult to distinguish between day and night. However, the scene on the lake was already a crescent moon, and the willow branches were curved. It was quiet and serene. In Attendant City, the lights had already been extinguished and the lanterns had been taken down. Every family closed their doors and did not dare to increase the light at night, causing trouble. The blue waves separated, and a young sword immortal in white with a sword on his back walked out. Beside him was the Lord of Tsangyun Lake, who had eaten a calming pill. As for the inside of the Dragon Palace, after so long of clamor, more than half of them died in the end, not half as agreed. None of the people who were lucky enough to survive felt that this sword immortal had a bad temper. They had already survived, but they were still not satisfied? A sparkling and translucent porcelain bottle appeared in Qin Pingan's hand. Inside the bottle, there were ripples of dark green water. This bottle contained the essence of water. Not only was it rare and valuable, it was also a timely rain for him. Qin Pingan smiled and said, Lord of Lake, do you think your luck is good or bad? Lord of Lake, who was no longer wearing the colorful purple robe, smiled and said, I'm not thinking about that at all. In the future, I, Lord of Tsangyun Lake, will definitely protect this land. I won't dare to speak carelessly for too long. I will obediently follow the Sword Immortal's instructions and protect the waters of Tsangyun Lake. 100 years of good weather without any natural disasters. As for man-made disasters, I will still follow the Sword Immortal's instructions and let it be. Speak carelessly? That's a good saying among you water gods. Qin Pingan smiled and said, there's also that matter. Don't forget. Lord of Lake Yinho lowered his head and cupped his fists and said, I will definitely remember it. Sword Immortal, don't worry. If it doesn't work, when the Sword Immortal returns from his travels and passes by Tsangyun Lake, he can just slash me to death. The white-clothed Sword Immortal flew away on his sword. Lord of Tsangyun Lake, who had lost his dragon robe and dragon throne, didn't straighten his back for a long time. He waited until the young Sword Immortal was more than 100 miles away before he let out a long sigh. He didn't expect that as long as he survived, he would feel great happiness. The Great Tao was unpredictable. Why did it feel like the Sword Immortal was a city god who was clear about rewards and punishments in the main hall of his dragon palace? It was strange. This was probably a true Sword Immortal in the legends. The two female cultivators came out of the water and came to the surface of the lake. Lord of Lake Yinho saw that beautiful face again and felt that it was hot to the eyes. It was all because of this group of Treasure Cave Immortal Realm cultivators that caused this disaster. Lord of Lake Yinho snorted coldly and left through the water. The little girl in the emerald green dress complained, that Sword Immortal is so greedy. After getting old ancestor Fan's immortal golden crown, he didn't even let go of the crown on Marshal Ant Yan's head. That's fine, but he still has the nerve to ask if there's any money. Sure enough, I was right not to admire Sword Immortals. This kind of Sword Immortal who plucks feathers from geese doesn't have the slightest demeanor of a Sword Immortal. It turned out that Yen Qing no longer had a golden crown on her head. She held the girl's hand and looked into the distance with a dazed expression. Then she smiled and said, yes, why does little Chui admire this kind of person? The girl hugged Yen Qing's arm and shook it gently. She asked cutely, Marshal Ant Yen, why don't we return to the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm with the sect? The world outside is so dangerous. Yen Qing suddenly smiled and said, little Chui, let's not return to the sect first. Let's go to Jianghu? The girl thought for a moment and smiled brightly. Okay, I've long wanted to secretly drink wine. When the birds and beasts of Tsangyun Lake's Dragon Palace dispersed, the white-robed immortal entered the city on his sword, but he didn't go directly to the haunted house. Instead, he put his sword behind his back and landed in a dark alley. He bent down and picked up a small piece of money. He held the money in one hand and patted his forehead with the folding fan in the other. He looked sad and seemed to be ashamed. He muttered, You picked up money with such dirty hands? I made such a big fortune in the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the lake. It can't be. Forget it, forget it. That's right. It's a waste not to pick it up. Don't worry, I haven't been a good cultivator for so many years. I earn money, I cultivate, I practice boxing. Whoever does badly is my son or grandson. It's difficult to kill a nascent soul cultivator and reach the heavens. When have I ever lost to myself? Alright, I've lost and it was quite miserable. But in the end, isn't it because I'm powerful? Perhaps only Jiang Shangzhen or Chongshen Bureau's Yang Ningxing would be able to understand these words. Waving his sleeves, the white-robed sword immortal leisurely walked back to the haunted house. Occasionally, the door gods that passed by the door gave birth to a little spiritual light, but they all instantly retreated and hid. With a tap of his toes, he flipped over the wall and landed in the courtyard. After Qin Pingan landed, he squinted his eyes. Du Yu jumped in shock as though he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He immediately opened his hands, revealing the military armor pill that could buy many deity-bearing armor. Although his teeth were chattering, he still poured out his grievances. Senior, there was a guy who called himself Zhou Fei and then called himself Jiang Shangzhen. He said that he was Senior's good brother and snatched the child away. I used the body immobilizing technique on him and he could not move at all. He also said that the orphan had the talent to cultivate, and he brought him back to the Aquarius continent. He told Senior not to worry and just relax and travel in the north. Qin Pingan nodded his head. He took the sword immortal and waved his hand. The sword and the sheath were nailed into a pillar. He then sat on the bamboo chair and fastened the blade nurturing gourd. The 15th flying sword happily flew in. Qin Pingan leaned back and said slowly, I know. This golden crow armor pill, you can keep it. It should be yours. You don't have to be courteous with that guy. Anyway, he has money and money will burn his hands. Du was overjoyed. After holding it in for a long time, he still could not maintain his smile. Finally, he could sit on the stool peacefully and carefully observe the priceless military armor pill. Qin Pingan glanced at him and smiled. I won't stay here for a long time. When the time comes, you will go out of the city with me and then we will go our separate ways. But I have to tell you in advance that in the future, your life and death, fortune and misfortune, I can only say that you will not die. I have already told Lord Songyun Lake that after this trip to the north, I will return to the south in the future. For you, it can be regarded as a protective talisman, but it is still not a life-saving talisman. If I'm not wrong, the mastermind behind this plan in Escort City is not one great cultivator, but two. Fortunately, one of them is very likely to be related to the country of Mengliang. He has already succeeded. To kill me, there is a reason, but it may not be too persistent. Of course, the best situation is that they don't target me and I don't die in the north. That protective talisman will always be effective. After all, I am not your ancestor. Next, do you have to pray for yourself? After placing the incense sticks on the ground, he smiled and said, I can't let you do as you wish. I'll just close my eyes and fall asleep. I still want you to come back and worry with me. The next time we meet after scolding me, don't forget to buy me a drink. Du did not know why the senior said that. Could the god of the fire god temple who was dead come back to life? Even if the temple was rebuilt, the local government reshaped the clay statue, and did not remove the mountain and river record for the imperial court of the Silver Screen Kingdom. How many incense sticks and how many pious prayers of the people in Attendant City would be needed to reshape the golden body? The two left Attendant City together. After walking for a few days through the mountains and rivers, one day that senior who originally no longer wore the bamboo hat and green robes once again took out the bamboo hat and mountain walking staff, carrying that cumbersome large bamboo chest on his back. However, he still wore a snow-white robe. Qin Pingan handed Du two pieces of paper. One is called the Yang Lantern Lifting Talisman, the other is called the Barrier Breaking Talisman. In the future, when you roam the Jianghu, whether you do good or evil is your own business. But if you encounter some unnecessary things that you can do but not do, such as being a warm-hearted Jianghu swordsman, or being a chi cultivator who slays demons and evils for the people, you can use these two talismans. Otherwise, don't be greedy. Even if you learn how to draw talismans, you can still treat them as two pieces of waste paper. Can you do it? Think carefully and decide whether to take them or not. If you take them, remember to destroy them after reading them. If you don't take them, just leave. It doesn't matter. Du took the two pieces of paper without hesitation. Senior, don't worry. Like what you said, life, death, fortune and misfortune are all self-inflicted. I took these two pieces of paper today. In the future, when I learn the immortal talisman that you imparted to me, as long as it's not a situation where death is certain and I have the ambition, Will definitely do it. The man smiled and patted Du Yu's shoulder. That's pretty good. Du Yu's eyes were brimming with tears. He looked at the figure of the senior gradually disappearing into the distance. Du Yu suddenly asked, Senior, since you're a sword immortal, why don't you travel on your sword? The man just held his bamboo hat, waved his hand and continued walking. 508. Huai Huang country was a small country in the north, a barren land. Everyone in the court was poor, to the extent that the king could not send officials to worship the 5 mountain deities on time. Therefore, there was the saying that the officials of the 2 departments of rights and civil affairs did not go up the mountain. Perhaps it was because the imperial court did not respect the 5 mountain deities enough. In addition, the local ancestral temples were sparse and the incense was not abundant. Demons often caused mischief in the countryside of Huai Huang country. Therefore, there were often enlightened masters and eminent monks from other countries who traveled the mountains and rivers to save the people from disaster. It was just that these experts who were quite good at eating had never been able to enter the doors of Huai Huang country's true influential officials. Later on, they simply bypassed the capital to avoid being rebuffed. At the border pass between this Huai Huang country and the Silver Screen country in the south, a white-clothed scholar wearing a bamboo hat handed in a customs clearance document and entered the border city. After strolling around, he sat on a bamboo chest under a market's overpass, nibbling on the scallion pancake he had just bought. He was with the local people and a few traveling merchants who did not do much business, listening to the storyteller narrate some strange stories. The storyteller was old, 70 years old, but unexpectedly he was full of vigor. When he opened his mouth, his voice could shake the heavens. His spittle was flying everywhere. He said that an extremely ferocious great demon had previously appeared in Buyao Prefecture. It entrenched itself on the mountaintop. Once night fell, it would transform into black smoke and sneak into the prefecture city, specializing in abducting young virgins. The authorities simply could not stop it. In the end, an old enlightened master who was invited by the prefectural governor to set up an altar and perform a ritual, summoning a thunder technique. In the middle of the night, when there were few stars, there was suddenly a torrential downpour and thunder. The great demon was hiding on the mountaintop where the miasma overflowed. With a bang, a bolt of lightning struck deep into the mountain. Afterwards, a bold woodcutter followed the commotion into the mountain to take a look. It was actually a large snake as thick as a well that had been struck to death by the bolt of lightning. It was just a pity for those virgins. In the valley, skeletons were everywhere. The listeners all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hair stood on end and a chill ran down their spines. The traveling scholar wearing a snow-white long robe was also startled like the others. Ding, ding, dong, dong. A listener took the lead and tipped the storyteller. Behind him, the others took out their wallets one after another and threw some copper coins into the big white bowl. The storyteller glanced at the harvest in the bowl and stroked his beard with a smile. It was enough to buy 2 pots of wine. In the end, the storyteller went on to say that there were also demons causing trouble in Yuhu County. They were lawless. Unfortunately, the governor of this county was a miser. He had no connections and was unwilling to hire enlightened masters or immortal masters to come down from the mountains to subdue the demons. The people of Yuhu County were really pitiful. They were harassed until they were in a complete mess. Fortunately, although the demons were unscrupulous, their cultivation was not high. They were far inferior to the snake demon of Buyao County that was killed by the heavenly thunder. Otherwise, it would have been a tragedy. What the people liked was liveliness. There was a man who asked about the origins of the demons in Yuhu County. Heaven knows if there was a shallow puddle on the road that would cause people to sprain their ankles. So even if he was really hungry, he forced himself to swallow his saliva and refused with a smile. No need, no need. I appreciate this young master's kindness, but I still have to hurry on my way to pass the border and go to the Yinping Kingdom to make a living. The inns in the city charge money like they're slaughtering pigs. Sleeping on the streets will cause trouble. It's better to pass the border and sleep in the wilderness regardless of heaven or earth. Qin Pingan said regretfully, All right, then I won't keep old mister. I'll just treat it as saving a pot of Baishan Lu's fly whisk wine. The old man's eyes lit up. The wine bug in his stomach began to rebel. He immediately changed his expression and looked up at the sky. He laughed and said, Looking at the sky, it's still early. There's no need to rush. Let the Kong Fong brothers from the Yinping Kingdom wait for a while. Since young master is so generous, I won't refuse. Let's go to Baishan Lu. I haven't tasted the fly whisk wine yet. Thanks to young master, I'll have a good pot of it. Qin Pingan nodded and smiled. Old Mister won't call your disciple along? The old man was resentful. He turned his head and waved his hand, calling the guy who first threw the money into the bowl to his side. He said in a low voice, "Young master has good eyes." When they arrived at the largest restaurant in the city, the three of them were led to the second floor by the attentive waiter. Chen Pingan ordered a table of dishes and 3 pots of fly whisk wine. The old man waited until the 3 pots of wine were served before he silently took the pot of fly whisk wine that the scholar had placed beside his disciple. He silently placed it in front of him and smiled. "I forgot to tell young master that my disciple doesn't know how to drink. Young master has spent a lot of money." Chen Pingan suddenly said, "Then I'll ask the waiter to take away the extra fly whisk wine. It's 2 taels of silver." The old man hurriedly wrapped his arms around the 2 pots of wine. "Young master, don't be like this. How can you take away good wine when it's already on the table? Isn't that the same as asking a beauty to take off her clothes and get on the bed before leaving? You're ruining the mood. How can you do this?" Chen Pingan opened the mud seal and poured himself a bowl of wine. He asked with a smile, "Old mister, don't tell me you're from the Mengliang kingdom?" The old man shook his head and said, "I'm from the westernmost Qingjing kingdom. I've been a storyteller since the age of 26. I've visited more than half of the dozens of kingdoms. I've been to the Mengliang kingdom once. It's a paradise that's hard to come by in the mortal world. I'm thinking of choosing the Mengliang kingdom as my retirement place. After all, I no longer have any relatives in my hometown and have nothing to worry about. If my disciple works hard and earns real money after I close my eyes, I can be buried in my hometown." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Then just drink." Chen Pingan could only tell that the storyteller before him was a third realm Qi refinement warrior. However, this meant that the old man before him was either a wandering cultivator of the lower 5 realms, or his cultivation base was far higher than Yi Yu and Fan Weiran, the 2 paper-thin Jindan cultivators. In the territories of the dozens of kingdoms, other than the 2 masterminds behind the scenes, Yi Yu and Fan Weiran were already worthy of the title of peak cultivators. One day the spiritual energy at the border of the dozens of kingdoms was rippling like spring thunder. Chen Pingan sensed it and immediately flew into the sky on his sword. He saw an extremely long golden line suddenly appear on the ground and then burn to ashes. Was the Lord of the Lake Yin Ho reasonable? However, he knew how to find out the rules of others and grasp Chen Pingan's way of doing things. Therefore on Sangyun Lake, dark clouds covered the area. Chen Pingan did not dare to kill him. He was afraid that the lake, 3 rivers and 2 canals would flood and bring disaster to countless innocent people. Within the Dragon Palace he was no less deserving of death than Yi Jiao and Fan Weiran. However, he took the initiative to promise that he would be willing to protect the people in the area in the future, repair the fate of the mountains and rivers, and make up for his mistakes. Therefore the white-clothed sword immortal's fist and sword did not land on his head. Then the storyteller and his disciple wolfed down the food. Chen Pingan only slowly drank the wine in his bowl and did not move his chopsticks. The storyteller burped and said with a smile, "Young master, you didn't even move your chopsticks and only drank. Are you not hungry at all?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Indeed, I'm not hungry. Besides, I think this meal should belong to old mister." The old man said helplessly, "Young master's words are like a bald donkey talking about Zen. It's confusing." Chen Pingan asked, "Old mister, when will you pass and go to the Silver Screen Nation?" The old man smiled and said, "I'm leaving now. I've eaten and drunk my fill. By the way, I've learned some fortune-telling. Since young master has treated me to such a meal, why don't I read your fortune for you?" "Don't worry, young master, I won't take any money." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, old mister." The old man took out a few copper coins from his sleeve and casually threw them on the table. He stroked his beard and remained silent. Chen Pingan smiled and did not say anything. The old man gently moved the copper coins on the table with his fingers and frowned. "Young master is kind and is a person with great fortune. However, you must be careful. A blessed person will not land in a place without fortune. The old saying is never empty words. Those who listen should not make sweeping remarks. I think young master can go anywhere in your journey north to Huaihuang country. The only place you can't go is Mount Buhuan, which is over 100 miles away. To young master, that is a place without fortune. There might not be much danger there, but if you really encounter evil spirits blocking your path, new problems will arise. It won't be good in the end." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "All right, I'll listen to old mister and take a detour around Mount Buhuan." The old man raised his head and smiled. "Young master, do you really believe it?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Old Mr. says old words, how can I not believe it? Anyway, I'm traveling Huai Huang country. It's nothing to take a detour." The old man stood up and sighed in admiration. "Then I won't disturb young master any longer. I'll leave first and quickly come out of seclusion." Xia Zhen's pavilion was instantly reduced to dust. Yi Yu, Fan Weiran, and the second ancestor of the treasure cave immortal realm were all forced out. They hovered in the air with panicked looks on their faces. The old man turned a blind eye to it. "In any case, you and I are allies. I concealed my identity in the country of Dream Liang. Although I did have some ulterior motives in the beginning, the experience of the mortal world did indeed benefit my Dao heart. Thus, I was able to suppress you in every aspect and always earn more than you. Do you really think it was just a scheme? No. I was the one who grasped the opportunity to reach the nascent soul unification stage before you, Xia Zhen. If Jiang Shangzhen was really that person's good friend, why would he purposely leave behind any future troubles? He must have foreseen further than you and I. He calculated that today would happen. Aren't you afraid? I am afraid because this is an open scheme. I am willing to step into the trap and ruin your plans. I will establish my own sect in the future and take action to conquer more than 10 countries. To you, Xia Zhen, this is naturally a scheme. One scheme after another, and every time, it will be for naught. I even suspect that this flying messenger sword that I intercepted was purposely left for me by Jiang Shangzhen." Xia Zhen retracted his aura and smiled. "You ruined my plans and even messed up my state of mind. You old bastard, you really have a good plan." The old man sighed. "Xia Zhen, truth and falsehood, good and bad. Regardless of my original intentions, I will not purposely stop you from absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, I have already taken one step ahead. No, it should be 2 steps ahead. Therefore, when I break through to the upper 5 realms in the future, I will give you another choice. Do you want to escape from this place and continue to be a nomadic wild cultivator, or do you want to become my sect's chief consecrator? Then you and I will no longer have to fight over this land and the great Tao. If we can share both honor and disgrace and be related to each other, wouldn't it be a good story for the North Continent since we are both spurned wild cultivators?" Xia Zhen remained silent. He raised his head and stared at the old man standing at the peak of the mountain. In the end, Xia Zhen smiled and asked, "Did you have such a big appetite from the beginning to rope me in to become your sect's consecrator?" The old man shook his head and said, "Under the upper 5 realms, even if you are the so-called Earth Immortal, everyone will still go with the flow. After I obtained the merit rare treasure, my state of mind is now perfect, so I have such a vision. Therefore, after Jiang Shangzhen injured you, he did not have the thought of beating a drowning dog. Otherwise, since I intercepted the flying sword, how could I watch you stay in this Mount Bun without leaving? Exchanging injury for injury, eliminating the root of the problem. Which wild cultivator would not do that?" Xia Zhen's hands pressed down on the slumbering horn-green snake, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Then, have you ever thought that I have more than one flying messenger sword? The one you intercepted was just a smokescreen? Did I purposely let you catch it? Why don't you calculate that when Jiang Shangzhen returned from the south and appeared at Mount Bun with me, did I calculate that he and the sword immortal of the north would appear together?" The old man sighed. "That's all I have to say. If you want to gamble, then so be it. You, Xia Zhen, have already gambled until your eyes are red. There's no point in saying anything more." Xia Zhen grinned. "Yes, I have already gambled until my eyes are red. If you continue to stand here and talk, then don't blame me for slowing down your refinement of the sword pill even if I have to risk getting injured again." The old man waved his hand. "Forget it." However, if a new sword immortal entered the Jade Unpolished realm, he would have to fight a few rounds with other sword immortals. If he died, it would naturally be because of his bad luck. If he dared to stand out and take on the title of sword immortal, then so be it. However, if he didn't die, he would be qualified to stand tall in the North Continent. Xia Zhen gritted his teeth and faced the mountain path. He bowed and said, "Greetings, great sword immortal Li, greetings, Senior Jiang." Jiang Shangzhen smiled mischievously. "Oh, now you know to call me Senior." The woman frowned and said, "If you weren't tactful enough to send a flying sword message to inform me, you would already be dead. You wild cultivator, don't you know etiquette? Change the order." Xia Zhen's head almost exploded on the spot. He said in a trembling voice, "Greetings, Senior Jiang. Greetings, great sword immortal Li." Jiang Shangzhen patted the sword immortal's arm. "Don't be like this. Don't you know what kind of person Jiang Lang is? I've never minded such empty formalities." The woman snorted and said, "I'll deal with you later." I didn't agree to go to the book slip lake to help you show off your power. Jiang Shangzhen's expression was calm. He bent down and lifted a corner of the swaddling clothes. He smiled gently and said, "Little girl, your new mother is angry. Grow up quickly and learn how to speak. Then you can help your father." The woman's lips curled up, but she suppressed it. Poor Xia Zhen was about to go crazy. Jiang Shangzhen turned his head and looked at Xia Zhen. "You're just like me back then. You can fight and run, which is rare and commendable. That's why I spared you half of your life. I thought that as long as I met Sister Chang, you would be a little more peaceful when we head south together, and I wouldn't be too calculative with you. Unfortunately, you're half as good at running as I was back then, but your brain is a mess. That Mengliang country state preceptor told you so many honest things, and he spoke as if you were his own son, but you didn't even listen to a single word he said. I, Jiang Shangzhen, have seen many people in your North Continent who begged for death and helped me fulfill their wishes. However, it's really rare to see someone like you who begged for death in such a way." Xia Zhen said in a low voice, "Senior Jiang, please give me one more chance. This is the last time." Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "That great sword immortal in the north was really lured over by you. However, we were of one mind and fought against the enemy together. It wasn't easy for us to beat them back. Near the great blasphemy river in the middle, there was a huge riverbed and a huge hole. Now there should be a huge lake. Don't you think it was fun? It must have been hard on him. A sword immortal had to be so stubborn as to hide his identity in order to kill me. Fortunately, Sister Chang was familiar with his sword intent. Otherwise I, Jiang Shangzhen, would not have kept an arm or a leg. In your North Continent, that sword immortal should have killed himself by smashing his head against the tofu block. Xia Zhen, you really don't know when to stop. Take it that I'm scared of you, alright? Master Xia Zhen, I beg you. Will you hit me?" Xia Zhen didn't hesitate anymore. There was no way he could be kind. There was a loud bang. Hundreds and thousands of Xia Zhens appeared from his real body. They either rode the wind, ran, or burrowed into the ground. As long as he could escape, he could live. This kind of mystic technique had a huge price. Even if it made him more injured, it was still better than being killed by 2 Upper 5 Realms cultivators. Jiang Shangzhen said in surprise, "It wasn't like this last time. Good fellow, you're really worthy of being an immortal in the eyes of these ants. You scared me to death." The female sword immortal beside Jiang Shangzhen twitched the corner of her mouth. She pressed her palm against the hilt of her sword. After a soft hum, the sword was still sheathed. Snow-white sword chi rolled over from all directions on Mount Bun. Some were straight, some were winding, and some were floating. In an instant, the world fell silent. Jiang Shangzhen stretched out his hand and grabbed a golden core and a small person the size of a grain of rice. He kept them in his heaven and earth microcosm. Then he grabbed the dispirited horned green snake on the ground and kept it in his sleeve. He said in annoyance, "So annoying. I have to earn money and get treasures again." The female sword immortal glared at him. Jiang Shangzhen looked at the infant in her arms and softly called out the name he had just given her. He smiled and said, "It's fine, it's fine. I'll give it to this little girl as her dowry." Li Kai looked at the 3 people who were an eyesore and asked impatiently, "What do these 3 frogs at the bottom of the well say?" Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the 3 of them. The 3 of them were already kneeling in the air. Xia Zhen was an immortal at the peak of the mountain in their hearts. He died in the blink of an eye? Jiang Shangzhen's movements were gentle. He patted the woman's sleeve and said, "Why don't we just let it go? In front of our daughter." As he spoke, a willow leaf instantly passed through Yi Yu and Fan Weiran's foreheads and finally entered Jiang Shangzhen's body. He smiled and said, "Anyway, the little girl is sleeping. She can't see." The corpses of the 2 golden core cultivators fell to the foot of Mount Bun. Jiang Shangzhen did not even look at them. Was it worth it for me, Jiang Shangzhen, to bend over and help them with their tattered belongings? Hindering me from earning big bucks? Only the last treasure cave Immortal Realm's 2nd Grandmaster was left. She was a Dragon Gate cultivator who looked like a woman. Her body was still trembling and she lay on the ground. The 2 of them began to travel south. Li Kai was used to this and was not surprised at all. If not for this man with a glib tongue beside her back then, she would have died long ago at the Golden Core bottleneck. Jiang Shangzhen had lost half his life that time. This was one of the few loss-making deals that Jiang Shangzhen had made during his trip to the North Continent. However, she still did not know why he had done so. It was true that he had liked her back then, but it was just like how he liked other beautiful women. Perhaps he liked her a little more, but there was no reason for him to risk his life for her. All these years she had always wanted to know the answer. She had even specially made a trip to the Tongyi continent. However, she did not meet Jiang Shangzhen at that time. The old sect master of the Jade Gui sect, Sun Yuan, said that Jiang Shangzhen had gone to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land and would not be returning for the time being. Only those who were light sleepers were so scared that they trembled, causing her to giggle. Qin Pingan saw that the ghost did not really enter the house to harm people, so he pretended that he did not see anything. He lay on the eaves and crossed his legs. He took out a folding fan and gently waved it in the wind. The most frightening thing was that the vanes were stretched out, and the two ends could not be seen clearly. Once it reached the blue sky and the yellow spring, there would be past and future lives, and the height front and back would be uncertain. The most frightening thing was that the branches on the vanes would intertwine, and countless thin veins would branch out. Good and evil would be blurred and intertwined, creating a mess. Especially when the veins were stretched out, it would be nothing more than a matter of fact. The further one looked, the more difficult it would be to see. Just like the ghost who scared people and disturbed people, it was not wrong for any cultivator to kill her. It was also reasonable to accumulate good karma. However, if one looked a little further, the ordinary people around Yuhu County knew that there were ghosts between heaven and earth. In the future, when they wanted to do evil, wouldn't they have to consider the saying that good and evil would be repaid, and that the world was reincarnated? The ghost wandered at night. As long as she did not really harm people, how would one judge whether she was right or wrong? Or why did she hang herself to death? What kind of injustice did she suffer to be able to persist and become a ghost? Qin Pingan closed his eyes and slept all the way until dawn. Nowadays, cultivation was everywhere. Therefore, it did not matter how he traveled or how fast he traveled. Early in the morning, when Qin Pingan left the city, he saw a group of 4 people casually taking down a notice from the government. It seemed like they were going to find trouble with the ghosts who stole the temple. Qin Pingan was a little puzzled. The 4 people were 2 women and 2 men. Their clothes were not bright. They were not pretending to be poor, but they were really not rich. The oldest was a middle-aged man with the cultivation of a second-realm martial artist. The young man should be his disciple, and could barely be considered a pure martial artist. As for the 2 women, they looked like sisters. They were also chi cultivators who had just embarked on the path of cultivation. The spiritual energy in their chi dwellings was so thin that it was almost negligible. If the great cultivator of Dream Liang who disguised himself as a storyteller was able to make Qin Pingan see through his cultivation of a second-realm chi cultivator, it was actually due to the atmosphere that caused him to be wary. The 4 men and women in front of him were really shallow in their cultivation. It was probably not difficult to deal with the white-clothed female ghost who was floating in the city. However, the temple outside the city was obviously full of ghosts. Moreover, they dared to occupy a temple that was originally quite popular with incense offerings and expelled all the monks. The 4 of them should be very difficult to deal with. If they were not careful and did not have any trump cards to protect their lives, they might even be wrapped up like dumplings in the temple. Qin Pingan thought for a moment and decided not to leave the city. He listened to the whispers of the 4 people, who thought that no one could hear them, about how they would first go to the shops in the city to buy more yellow paper to draw more talismans and grind the gold ingot into gold powder. A young girl, whose cheeks were red from the cold, even said that it would be best to ask for a deposit from the government. Then, through the official documents of the county chief, they could go to the city god temple and the civil and martial temple to borrow a few incense items. This way their chances of success would be greater, and their trip to Jinduo temple would be more secure. The youth grumbled and asked why they did not subdue the fox spirits and rabbit spirits. The 2 rewards from the government and the rich family would definitely be easier to earn and the risk would not be great. The slender, middle-aged woman softly explained to the youth that once the ghosts of Jinduo temple knew of their whereabouts, they would only be more vigilant and it would be even harder to succeed. Qin Pingan listened to the tone of their conversation. They were very serious and did not seem relaxed at all. It was not like the heroic spirit of the man who took down the notice. Qin Pingan left the city and went to Jinduo temple that was 30 li away from the city. Then he stopped at a roadside pavilion about 7 or 8 li away from Jinduo temple. He rested there and waited. Outside the pavilion was the gurgling stream by the mountain. He waited until noon before he saw the figures of the 4 people. Qin Pingan did not wait for them to come closer and began to walk towards Jinduo temple. He carried the bamboo box on his back and held the mountain walking staff in his hand. He slowed down his pace like a weak scholar walking with difficulty. The 4 of them quickly caught up with the white-robed scholar. When they brushed past each other, the man in the lead held a large incense tube in his hand. He glanced at the person and quickly retracted his gaze. The seemingly simple and honest young man grinned, and the scholar smiled back at him. The young man smiled even harder. Even though he had already turned his head away, he did not immediately close his mouth. The older woman frowned but did not speak. Her younger sister wanted to speak, but she grabbed her sleeve and signaled for her sister not to be nosy. The young girl dropped the subject. However, after the girl with two naturally blushed cheeks walked a few steps, she could not help but turn her head and ask with a smile, "You scholar, are you going to Jinduo Temple to burn incense? Don't you know that all the people in Yuhu County are not going? Are you going to be the first to burn incense?" The scholar wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a deep breath. He smiled and said, "I just came to Yuhu County. I have a friend who is familiar with the monks of Jinduo Temple. He said that he can stay there and study. It's peaceful and doesn't cost any money." The young girl was about to speak when her sister pinched her arm. The pain caused her face to scrunch up. She turned her head and whispered, "Sister, it's broad daylight. There won't be any ghosts from the temple nearby to spy on us. If this scholar follows us to Jinduo Temple and we fight with the ghosts, should we save him or not? Wouldn't that be harder? Anyway, if we don't save him, even if we kill the demons and earn money, my conscience won't be able to live with it." She turned her head and said to her sister, who was eager to try, "Cheer up. Don't let your guard down. The otherworldly creatures have endless tricks. If this Jinduo Temple is really a trap to lure the enemy, we won't be able to bear the consequences." The girl's eyes sparkled. "Sister, don't worry." When they arrived at the gate of Jinduo Temple, the girl, whose cheeks were red, jumped on the wall. There were many bones on the ground in front of the main hall. They should be the monks and pilgrims who had died. She quickly threw a yellow paper talisman written with expensive gold powder and stuck it on the lintel of the main hall. The talisman didn't burn at all. After a while, she turned her head and said, "There are no ghosts in the front hall. Uncle Song, you can rest assured and stick the talisman on the gate. After you enter, you just need to scatter rice around the wall." After that, the two sisters began to move like a hare and a falcon like a falcon. They were the first to enter the temple. They pasted ordinary yellow paper talismans on top of the walls and pillars. Only some important places like the main hall's doors and horizontal boards were pasted with those rare and precious talismans that were ground into cinnabar ink. Outside the temple, the master and disciple casually threw away the incense sticks and took out their bags. They took out heavy cotton bags filled with aged glutinous rice and a few leather water bags filled with black dog blood. They began to set up the array from the front hall with great familiarity. When they reached the end of the vast temple, the four of them were safe and sound. There was only a side hall with a closed door. The girl said that the evil aura was very strong, so they worked together to stick dozens of yellow paper talisman on the doors, windows, and the roof. The young girl put the talisman on the roof herself. Then the girl started to remove the tiles one by one, letting the sunlight shine into the side hall. Screams came from inside, and the black fog was burned into ashes by the sunlight. The four of them finally landed at the door of the side hall. They looked at each other and smiled. The young girl was holding a demon binding rope that she had bought with her family's money. 40 snowballs were spent on it. Her sister was even weirder. She was mumbling something. Then she squatted on the ground and took out an embroidered bag. After she opened the knot, the old copper coins of various shapes rolled and scattered. As for the master and disciple, they were bare-handed. However, the man had a circle of darts on his waist. They were engraved in talisman seal script. Obviously, they were not weapons of the martial arts world. The girl and the man looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that the evil spirits in the temple were not as powerful as they had expected. They were also afraid of the sun. If they were not wrong, there were not dozens of evil spirits gathered in Jinduo Temple. It was just that the people of Yuhu County were too afraid and spread false rumors. That was why they had the chance to earn big money. They were really lucky. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were lucky. Previously, they had bargained with the stingy magistrate at the prefectural government office. They had coaxed, lied, and scared the magistrate to promise them 5,000 taels of silver. If it was only this amount of silver, it would not be worth it even if they went through untold hardships to suppress the ghosts in Jinduo Temple. It would not be worth it if there were casualties. However, other than the reward from the prefectural government office, there was also a large income. It was another sum of silver promised by the prefectural government. It was 30,000 taels of silver that the rich pilgrims in the city were willing to chip in. In this way, it was worth the risk to go to Jinduo Temple. They did not expect to pick up such a great treasure. The man was overjoyed. He looked around and was satisfied. As long as they dealt with the ghosts in the side hall, they could return home and ask for the 35,000 taels of silver from the prefectural government office. According to the 370 split, the master and disciple should have a little more than 10,000 taels of silver. Today was indeed an auspicious day to slay demons. Next, the two sides began to make their move. When the girl's copper coins circled the side hall, they stood upright. When the girl put two fingers together and silently recited the incantation, they instantly burrowed into the ground. The girl's face paled slightly as she looked at her sister. The young woman nodded and said softly to the man, "My sister and I will go to the roof first and test the strength of the ghosts. If they are forced out, you must immediately make a move. Don't let them escape underground. If they can't come out, you might as well tear down this side hall while the sun is still shining brightly. My sister's copper coins can form a prison underground, but they won't be able to last long. When the time comes, you must act quickly." The man nodded and only reminded, "Don't worry." The two sisters once again went to the roof of the side hall and threw in some yellow paper talisman. Occasionally they would throw in a piece of precious talisman with a golden seal pattern. The youth also took out a bronze mirror. The mirror was slanted and shone towards the windows of the side hall. A young scholar wearing white clothes and carrying a bamboo chest was actually sitting on the roof not far away. However, he had a ghost hatchet palace's secret steel-carrying talisman stuck to his body. With the four people's cultivation, they naturally could not see him. What followed next was a soul-stirring battle. Black smoke billowed into the sky. Even if the talisman swarmed over and the young girl used the demon-binding rope to hit the black smoke until it scattered in all directions, the youth used the bronze mirror to burn it and the man's dart to pierce through it. The black smoke seemed to have escaped from the prison of the side hall and continued to wreak havoc. When the black smoke scattered by the demon-binding rope, the talisman, and the bronze mirror floated away, it actually turned into a ghost labyrinth. The four people were trapped in it. Even if the young girl did her best to control the talisman, she could only turn them into slender fire dragons. She was unable to break through the black smoke that covered the sky and let the sunlight pass through. The four people were immediately surrounded by danger. The sisters, master, and disciple all had their backs to each other and were already injured. In order to save the mirror-holding youth, the young girl was hit in the back by a black smoke. She spat out blood but still struggled to get up. She continued to take out a stack of yellow paper talisman that she had drawn stroke by stroke. She formed hand seals and threw out talisman, finally turning it into a talisman fire dragon. She did not hesitate to exhaust her own spiritual energy to protect the four people. The white-robed scholar frowned and patted his forehead, helplessly saying, "You dare to come to Jinduo Temple to subdue demons with such little ability? I have already helped you kill 80 to 90% of the monsters." He smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. The black smoke, which was no longer suppressed by some kind of restriction, suddenly stagnated and fell to the ground, turning into a vicious ghost that was more than 10 feet tall. With the addition of being exposed to the sun, it was finally killed by the four people in a dangerous situation. The young girl bent over and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and nose. She smiled brightly and said, "Sister, I didn't hold you back this time, right?" The young girl who had survived the disaster quickly walked to her sister's side with red eyes. She supported her sister who was already unable to stand steadily and glared at her. "Why are you trying to be a hero? Don't talk so much and take care of yourself." The youth looked at the broken ancient mirror in his hand and then glanced at his master who was panting like an ox. The latter was stunned for a moment and then saw the fierce look in the youth's eyes. He hesitated for a moment and then nodded lightly. The man looked around and laughed loudly. "Miss Xining, Quan girl, now that the sky and earth are clear, it is obvious that all the demons have been eliminated. Why don't we rest in the temple for a day and then go to the county capital tomorrow?" The young girl frowned. Although Jinduo Temple has indeed lost its evil spirit, it has been occupied by evil ghosts for a long time. If there is a fish that escapes the net, my sister and I have already used up our talisman and are unable to fight anymore. It is better to quickly return to the county capital. The youth shook his head and said, "Sister Xining, if we go early, the county capital's governor will definitely misunderstand that it is too easy for us to subdue the demons. If we really encounter a shameless one, 5,000 taels of silver is fine. We can most likely take the black paper and white paper, but it is hard to say whether the governor will be black-hearted and keep the 30,000 taels of silver. As for us, not only can we not leave today, we have to tear down more of the temple's walls so that we can get the full reward later. Furthermore, we have to deliberately tell the governor that 1 or 2 ferocious ghosts have escaped from this place. After we get the reward, we have to add another 5,000 taels in order to completely eradicate the evil." The young girl rolled her eyes. She quickly covered her mouth and turned her head. She vomited blood again. It was a bit embarrassing. The young girl thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. Then it is like this. We will return to the county capital tomorrow. We will first stay in the temple for a night. It just so happens that my sister needs a good rest. At this moment, a flustered white-clothed scholar ran over from the side path of the front hall. Why are there so many white bones on the ground in the front hall of the temple? Why can't I see a single monk? Could it be that there really are demons causing trouble? The young girl was very annoyed with him now. But when she saw that he was still alive and kicking, she felt somewhat relieved. After that, the master and disciple went to collect the remaining talisman and put the aged glutinous rice back into the bag. They could still use it in the future. The young girl chose a secluded room in the temple that was used by rich pilgrims to copy scriptures. He sat on the steps and asked in return, "What do you think?" The young girl suddenly said, "Don't eat me yet. I'll go see my sister first." The scholar nodded. "Okay." The young girl wanted to glare at him, but when she thought about how he might be the ghost king of Jinduo Temple, she quickly went to see her sister and helped her out of the room. The young girl smiled bitterly and did not say anything. She was resigned to her fate. She had seen everything that had happened outside clearly. The young girl looked at the pile of flesh on the ground. Her expression was complicated and her eyes were dim. How could it be like this? She didn't die at the hands of the ghost, but she almost died at the hands of the master and disciple who had traveled with her through most of Huang country. They usually seemed to be quite nice. When they walked out of the room, the scholar in white had already stood up and walked towards the courtyard. He turned his head and said to the young girl, "Later on, your sister will definitely tell you in an even more confident tone that there are always so many bad people in the world. Young girl, you don't need to feel disappointed. Things in the world aren't always right. No matter how many times you've seen and encountered over and over again one after another, I hope you remember that you're always right." The scholar took out a bamboo hat and put it on his head. "Look, good people will be rewarded and evil people will be punished. At least tonight it's true." After the scholar walked out of the courtyard, he suddenly leaned back and smiled brilliantly. "Young girl, you're extremely beautiful. In the future you'll definitely be able to find your ideal husband." The young girl didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She wiped the tears from her face. Annoying. The young girl suddenly thought of that golden light. Her eyes sparkled. "You're actually a sword immortal, aren't you?" The scholar slowly stood up and smiled. "I'm a swordsman who's become stupid from studying." After that, the scholar transformed into a white rainbow. He rose from the ground and headed north. Qin Pingan drank the deep stream of Mirror Mountain from the blade-strengthening gourd and sat by the lake with his back against the bamboo box. He saw a woman wearing a hedgerow who left the group alone and squatted by the lake, wanting to wash her face with water. She raised one hand, and there was a string of snow-white bells on her wrist. When she lifted a corner of the hedgerow, Qin Pingan had already retracted his gaze and looked at the supposedly bottomless mute lake. It was said that this small lake had not dried up for thousands of years. No matter how many years of drought there was, the lake level would not drop 1 foot. No matter how many torrential rain there was, the lake level would not rise 1 inch. When a ripple appeared in the center of the lake, there was first a small black dot that poked its head out and then quickly disappeared into the water. The woman still seemed to be oblivious to it. She just carefully tidied her forehead and hair. Every time she raised her hand or wrist, a bell would ring softly, but it was drowned out by the noise of the people drinking and making merry by the lake. A huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the lake silently, and then a strange fish that was dozens of feet long suddenly jumped out. Its body was as black as ink, and it suddenly opened its mouth at the woman in the hedgerow. Its teeth were as sharp as knives on the battlefield. Qin Pingan sat cross-legged and did not move. He held his chin with one hand and looked at the woman and the fish. 8 people appeared at the same time in 8 different directions of Mute Lake. Each of them held a compass and smashed it into the sand. Then they stood still and formed hand seals with their fingers. Their feet moved with the star steps. In an instant, the silver line shot toward the center of the lake like a rope. When the silver line converged at the center of the lake, a silver 8 trigrams formation appeared on the surface of the lake. It was so bright that it could compete with the moonlight. The 8 people should be from the same sect, so they cooperated well. They each reached out and grabbed a silver line from the compass on the ground. Then they put 2 fingers together and pointed at the center of the lake. Like fishermen fishing with a net, 8 more silver lines flew out and created a cage. Then the 8 people began to spin in circles. adding arcs of fences to the talisman formation cage. As for the safety of the woman who was confronting the fish monster alone, the 8 people were not worried at all. When the fish monster opened its bloody mouth and smashed the compass on the ground, it had already realized that something was wrong. It quickly closed its mouth, but its huge inertia made it still rush toward the woman who suddenly stood up. In the end, instead of retreating, the woman took a step forward. She leaped high and punched the fish monster into the 8 trigrams formation on the lake. When the huge body touched the Gen trigram in the middle of the 8 trigrams formation, a small hill fell from the top of the fish monster's head. The pitiful fish monster was flung toward the Gen trigram. Immediately, lightning flashed and sizzled. The fish monster jumped and slid, falling into the Li trigram. Then there was a raging fire. It was so miserable. Then the fish monster tasted the ice cones that poked out of the lake like a forest of spears and halberds. In the end, it changed into the appearance of a black-clothed little girl who kept running, wailing and wiping her tears. She dodged the fire dragons and the ice cones. Occasionally she would be hit by a bolt of lightning that made her twitch a few times and roll her eyes. These scenes caused Chen Pingon to be slightly unable to bear to watch, and he moved his gaze away slightly and even closed one of his eyes. He had seen many fiendish demons that caused harm. The woman shook her head apologetically. "I can't sell this demon to Mr. Jean." The young sword cultivator frowned. "I'll pay double the price. My master's wife just happens to be lacking a maid." The woman hesitated for a moment and still shook her head. "Sorry, I can't comply. This item was promised by the sect to implicate the imperial tutor's residence. I can't make the decision tonight." The wife of the Jinwu Palace master had a violent temperament. Her natal item was a ghost-beating whip that was said to be made from the green bamboo of the green immortal mountain. Her favorite hobby was to whip and kill mates. Apart from one person who was lucky enough to become an old nanny, the rest were all dead. Moreover, their corpses would be thrown into the thunderclouds at the top of the Jinwu Palace, unable to reincarnate. However, the Jinwu Palace was definitely not a demonic sect. They spared no effort in killing demons and devils when they went down the mountain. Moreover, they always liked to pick troublesome Ghost King demons. However, the palace master of the Jinwu Palace, a dignified Jindan sword cultivator, was most afraid of the wife of the daughter of Mountain Lord Diyu. As a result, all of the female cultivators and maids of the Jinwu Palace didn't dare to say anything to the palace master. Otherwise, this transaction was not completely off the table. The sect and implicated the imperial tutor presumably wouldn't mind doing a favor to the powerful Jinwu Palace. The young sword cultivator raised his eyebrows. "You won't listen to reason. Do you only listen when I use my sword? You're just a little auntie from the Qingqing estate, a 6th realm martial artist and some talisman skills. Do you believe that I won't pick off your ugly face and buy that little demon?" The young sword cultivator sneered and added, "Don't worry, I'll still buy it. However, from now on I, Jinlu, will remember your Qingqing residence." The woman sighed inwardly. She couldn't implicate the entire sect because of her. The cultivators of the Jinwu Palace were always clear about their likes and dislikes. They were also temperamental. Once they became unreasonable, they were extremely difficult to deal with. She turned her head to look at the little water monster who was holding her head with both hands. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, a weak scholar who had already taken off his bamboo hat and placed it on a book box in the silent lake, dressed in white and holding a folding fan, slowly stood up and said with a smile, "If this counts as being reasonable, then I think it's better to be unreasonable from the start. We can just force a deal. Anyway, whoever is more capable is the boss. There's no need to take off your pants and fart and shit." The black-clothed little girl's ears trembled slightly. She raised her head and said doubtfully, "It's not right to take off your pants and fart. Our Yellow Wind Valley is windy and cold at night. Lu Jing'er will feel cold, but what can we do about shit? Why don't we take off our pants?" The white-clothed scholar slapped his head with his folding fan and suddenly realized, "That's right." The little girl beamed with joy. She floated in the air and sat cross-legged. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. Scholars are all rash. But when she thought of the string of bells that she had given out of goodwill as traveling expenses, the black-clothed little girl started to sniffle and wrinkle her little face. It's all a lie and act. Back then, that fellow had even said that his greatest interest in this life was not to be an official, but to write a popular novel about monsters. When the time came, he would definitely write an article about her. Moreover, it would definitely be extremely long and colorful. At that time he had even come up with a name for it. It would be called the Mute Lake Monster. At that time she had looked forward to it so much that she was about to drool. She had even specially reminded him to portray himself as more vicious and more powerful. The scholar agreed without hesitation. Now that she had seen the string of bells, why was she not able to see the article that she had been eagerly waiting for over 100 years? Even if the word count was a little less, it didn't matter. The young sword cultivator bent forward and stared at the dog-like white-clothed scholar. He laughed and said, "Oh, you're singing the same tune as this little demon. Are you two putting on a double act here?" The scholar in a snow-white robe that was still covered in dust held a folding fan in his hand. He cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Jean of the Golden Crow Palace, please be merciful." Another sword light pierced through the air and hovered beside Jean Lu. It was a middle-aged female cultivator with a graceful figure. Her hair was pinned with a golden hairpin. She glanced at the scene above the lake and said with a smile, "That's enough. During this experience, we failed to kill that ancestor Yellow Wind under the nose of Junior Granduncle. I know you're in a bad mood right now, but Junior Granduncle is still waiting for you over there. It's not good to wait for too long." Jean Lu nodded and stretched out his finger. He pointed and said, "Qingqing Mansion, right? I'll remember it. Just wait for me to visit you soon." Then he pointed at the white-clothed scholar who was secretly wiping the sweat on his forehead. After meeting Jean Li's gaze, the scholar immediately stopped and deliberately opened his folding fan to gently fan himself. Jean Lu said with a smile, "I know you're also a cultivator and you're actually wearing a Taoist robe. If you're a son, don't pretend to be a grandson in front of me. Do you dare to tell me your name and sect?" That person said with a smile, "My name is Qin and my name is Good Person." Jean Li's face was gloomy. He said to the middle-aged woman beside him, "Senior sister, I can't stand this. Let me use one sword strike, just one sword strike." The female cultivator from Golden Crow Palace reminded him softly, "Junior Granduncle might be watching us." Jean Lu snorted at the white-clothed scholar, "Hurry up and burn incense and pray that you don't fall into my hands in the future." The two sword cultivators from Golden Crow Palace suddenly flew up and flew away on their swords, leaving behind two extremely long sword lights. The 8 immortal masters from Qingqing Mansion who had already gathered around the woman with the hedgerow saw the two sword lights disappear and were relieved. However, when they thought of Jean Li's visit, they all smiled bitterly. Especially the woman with the hedgerow, her heart was heavy. However, the 9 of them looked at the white-clothed scholar who was vigorously wiping his forehead and felt grateful. If this person didn't step forward and divert the attention of young Master Jean from Golden Crow Palace, the 9 of them would be in even more trouble. Firstly, the Imperial Tutor's residence offered a very high price for this demon. Secondly, now that you've offended Golden Crow Palace's Jean Lu, it's not appropriate for you to accept this hot potato. Although our Qingqing residence isn't as strong as Golden Crow Palace, the dispute caused by this mute lake monster is still reasonable. We won't be too afraid of Golden Crow Palace. Chen Pingon kept his folding fan and hung it on his waist. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I've been traveling all the way to the north to earn money. Immortal Master Mao just named the price. Furthermore, I'm a wild cultivator whose whereabouts are uncertain. If Golden Crow Palace wants to get angry, they have to find me first. Therefore, as long as Immortal Master Mao is willing to sell, I'll buy it." The black-clothed young lady said angrily, "I'm not selling it to you. How can a scholar be evil? I might as well follow that sister to Qingqing residence and be neighbors with a river god. Who knows, I might even be able to cheat some food." Qin Pingon turned his head and laughed. "Aren't you afraid of the sword light of Golden Crow Palace's Sword Immortal? Once that great Sword Immortal Jean knows of your whereabouts, you'll be a thief for 1,000 days. How can you be on guard for 1,000 days? Can a big water monster like you endure living in fear every day?" The young lady frowned and started to think hard. Whether she was thinking hard or not, it could be seen from how hard she frowned. Qin Pingon looked at the group of immortal masters from Qingqing residence and laughed. "Name the price." The young lady looked at the sect elder and the latter nodded slightly. Mao Qilu still asked softly, "Young Master Qin, are you really not afraid of Golden Crow Palace?" Qin Pingon nodded, "I'll just hide from them." Mao Qilu was a little embarrassed, but Imperial Tutor Residence is offering 1 grain of grain rain money to buy this little fish monster. Actually, it wouldn't be sold at such a high price normally, but it's related to that river granny deity position, so... The young lady said angrily, "What? Only 1 grain? Isn't it 100 grains? I'm so angry." The scholar in white, "Hurry up and give this little girl with soft fists 100 grains of grain rain money. If you blink, you won't be considered a hero." Chen Pingan was too lazy to bother with this little water monster who had water in her head. He handed over 1 grain of grain rain money. Mao Qiulu was surprised and said helplessly, "Young Master Chen, you're really buying it?" At this moment, a haggard old monk floated over and stood at the top of the slope. Behind him were a dozen monks with wooden expressions. There was a huge difference in age, both young and old. Buddhist prayer beads hung in front of everyone. They were made of ordinary materials, but the strings were flowing with golden light and were extremely eye-catching in the night. After the old monk stood still, he said in a deep voice, "The sword immortals of Golden Crow Palace are already far away. This ancestor Yellow Wind is seriously injured and has gone berserk. Instead of hiding at the roots of the mountain to recuperate, he wants to eat people. My martial uncle is already confronting him a dozen miles away. He won't be trapped for long. Follow me and quickly leave the boundary of Yellow Wind Valley." Chen Pingan gently tossed the grain rain money to the fenced woman and smiled, "After the transaction, we can all run away." Mao Qiulu gritted her teeth and caught the grain rain money. She held it in her palm. It was indeed a grain rain money. The little water monster hurriedly shouted, "Don't forget about that string of bells. You can also buy it with 1 grain rain money." Chen Pingan still ignored her. The young lady's cheeks puffed up. The scholar was too annoying. The fenced woman smiled and took off the string of bells on her wrist. She handed it to the scholar in white, who she could not tell was a chi cultivator. Her sex elder waved his hand and used the entire lake as the talisman formation of the 8 trigrams. It immediately gathered together and detained the young lady who was twitching in the silver talisman's net to the shore. The rest of the immortal masters of Greenchime Mansion also returned to their compasses. Mao Qiulu smiled, "Let's remove the talisman formation. Mr. Chin, you must watch carefully. Don't let her escape into the lake." Chen Pingan smiled and nodded, "Of course." The glow of the talisman formation dissipated instantly. Chen Pingan took a step forward and grabbed the young lady by the back of her collar. He lifted her up high. She hung in the air with a straight face and her arms crossed over her chest. On the other side of the mountain, the escorts of the Jianghu and the passing merchants had quickly packed up their belongings. They began to hurry on their way under the escort of the monks. The group of immortal masters of Greenchime Mansion did not speak at all. They walked into the group on their own accord. It was obvious that they wanted to help the monks of Baoxiang Kingdom to leave together. Chen Pingan shouted loudly, "That escort!" A young escort who rode a horse to the top of the mountain turned his head to look. He saw that the white-robed scholar, in addition to carrying the young lady, also had a wine pot in his hand. He then threw the pot of wine high up into the air. The young escort only needed to sit on the horse's back to catch the wine pot with his hand. The young man kept the wine pot and smiled. He clasped his fists in thanks. It was a chance encounter in the Jianghu. There was no need for pleasantries. "Don't ask for my name." Mao Qiulu turned her head and asked, "Mr. Chin? You're not leaving together?" Then the woman heard an unexpected reason. She heard the man laugh generously, "I'll run in another direction. You have more people. Ancestor Yellow Wind will definitely find you first." Mao Qiulu was so angry that she could not say a word. She turned her back to the man and raised her arm high. She stuck out her thumb and slowly pointed it downwards. However, the man still had the nerve to say, "I'll visit your Greenchime Mansion when I have the chance." After the woman withdrew her hand gesture, she turned a deaf ear and left in big strides. The young lady who was being carried by the man shook her head and gloated, "Scholar, you can't tell. She used to have a good impression of you. Now she doesn't have any." Her collar loosened and she landed on the ground. The white-robed scholar smiled and said, "I didn't know that you have experience in the Jianghu." The young lady in black put her hands behind her back and stared at the string of bells in the man's hand with her eyes wide open. Chen Pingan threw the bells to her and then put on his bamboo hat. He bent down and carried the big bamboo box on his back. The little girl was stunned on the spot. Then she turned around in a circle. There really wasn't anything strange. She stretched her neck. Her small face and faint eyebrows were all frowned together, indicating that her brain was now a mess. She asked, "What? You don't care about me anymore? You really don't think of a big water monster as a big water monster, right?" Chen Pingan pushed her forehead. "Get lost." The young lady said angrily, "Ma ma ma." She suddenly opened her mouth and her small face cracked open, revealing sharp teeth. She opened her mouth wide and didn't close it. "Are you scared?" Chen Pingan carried the bamboo box and walked slowly to the hillside. He said, "I'm scared to death." Not far to the north of the hillside the noise was getting louder. The young lady in black hesitated for a moment and then threw the string of bells into the lake. She pinched her chin and frowned as she thought about something. She watched the white-robed scholar walk up the hillside. She snorted and turned around to walk to the green lake. She suddenly stopped and turned her head. She saw that the man was already standing at the top of the hillside. He didn't stop walking and just walked away. The young lady scratched her head and felt that something was wrong. She jumped and fell into the water. She turned into a fish monster and chased after the string of bells. She shook her head and tail and swam to the bottom of the lake. On the other side of the hillside, when the white-robed man walked a few miles, he stopped and took off his bamboo hat and bamboo box. He saw an old monk bathed in blood sitting on the spot and silently chanting sutras. There was a monk's staff stuck in the yellow sand beside him. Its copper rings were colliding with each other. The old monk's blood was like gold. As the old monk entered meditation and chanted sutras, golden lotuses bloomed in the surrounding area. There was a yellow tornado around the old monk. A yellow robe could be vaguely seen hiding in it. The golden lotuses withered as they were attacked by the yellow sand tornado. Although the old monk's eyes were closed, he still waved his sleeves. The old monk could only vaguely sense that there was an outsider behind him. He was anxious and said in a low voice, "Go. Hold on to the monk's staff. It will help you get away from here. Don't look back." The monk's staff flew out diagonally towards the white-robed scholar. It then hovered beside him. The monk's staff interlocked as if it was very anxious. It urged the scholar to quickly grab it and escape from this dangerous place. In order to divert his attention to control the monk's staff to leave the ground to save someone, the old monk had already shown a flaw. The yellow sand tornado became more aggressive. There were not many golden lotuses left in the area. Just as the old monk was about to be completely engulfed by the yellow sand and his golden body was completely worn down, a gentle voice sounded in his ears, "Master, just meditate and recite the Dharma. I'm very grateful to be able to listen to some of it." Then the young man took a step forward and said at the same time, "Follow me to subdue the demon." The bamboo box opened by itself and a golden demon binding rope flew out. It followed the snow-white figure like a golden flood dragon and charged forward together. The demon binding rope entered the yellow sand tornado and trapped the yellow-robed scholar. The white-robed scholar punched like thunder. However, the fist aura was like a rainbow and had a shocking momentum. The scholar walked casually but with a casual wave of his sleeve, the entire tornado would be split into two. The old monk slowly opened his eyes and smiled. He put his palms together and lowered his head. However, he was not chanting sutras. Instead, he murmured, "Majestic virtue, calm your heart and see clearly. It's a pity there's no tea. Otherwise I would be seated." The white-robed scholar and the tornado fought until they were far away. The old monk slowly got up and turned to walk to the bamboo box. He took back the monk's staff with the bronze ring that was already silent. The old monk chanted and left with large strides. On this day in the night, a white-robed scholar walked slowly with a box on his back and a staff in hand. There was a little girl in black hanging on his leg. Her hands were tightly wrapped around his ankle. Therefore, with every step he took, he had to drag the little girl who was like a sticky candy with him. Chin Pingon did not lower his head. "Are you going to pester me like this?" The little girl who was still wrapped in a bundle nodded. "There are so many treasures from the bottom of the lake in my bundle. There is more than 1 grain rain money. I have already said that I will give them all to you. However, you have to help me find a scholar who knows how to write a story. Help me write a story where I am very fierce and especially frightening." Chin Pingon helplessly said, "If you continue to be like this, I will not be polite to you anymore." The little girl smeared a handful of tears and snot on that person's leg. She choked, "I beg you. Just take me with you to travel the Jianghu. You are so capable. Even Elder Yellow Sand was killed by you. If I follow you, I will not have to worry about eating and drinking. I must find that scholar to write my story. I want my name to go down in history. Every family will know that I am a big water monster from Mute Lake." Chin Pingon stopped walking. He lowered his head and asked, "Still not letting go?" The little girl in black would not let go even if she was beaten to death. She shook her head and used her face to wipe off the snot on that person's snow-white robe. Then she raised her head and said with a frown, "I won't let go." Chin Pingon lifted his foot. "Go." The little girl was thrown directly into that small green lake. She continuously rolled in the air and was thrown in an extremely long arc. A moment later, Chin Pingon turned his head to look. There was a follower following from a distance. When she saw him turn his head, she immediately stopped and began to look up at the moon. Chin Pingon sighed, If you follow me you might die." The little girl ran forward eagerly, but when she saw the scholar in white frown, she hurriedly stopped and said in a muffled voice, "Who won't die? Anyway, we're all going to die. I'm not afraid of this. I just want everyone to know about me. If they know, then I'll die." Chin Pingon continued forward. She then followed behind him. During this time she squatted on the ground and stared blankly at the ground. She tilted her head and then suddenly opened her mouth with sharp teeth and swallowed a lizard. After standing up, the little girl with a bag on her back beamed with joy. "Delicious!" But she suddenly realized that the person had turned his head. Her face immediately tensed up. Her gaze wandered, but her cheeks could not help but move. He could walk like that for an entire night, seemingly sleeping but not really sleeping. Anyway, as long as she felt sleepy, she would fall asleep and sleep soundly. When she opened her eyes early in the morning, she would often see him walking in circles over there. There were also times when he wasn't too serious. There was once when he passed by a waterside pavilion outside the county town. It was a gathering of scholars and poets. During a rainstorm, everyone was in the pavilion watching the rain as if they were watching a waterfall. Everyone was in high spirits. Then, with a whoosh, that person disappeared. She didn't know how he did it, but there was no rain near the waterside pavilion. The scholars in the pavilion were all dumbfounded. She hid in the water and held her belly as she watched. Every once in a while, by the stream, he would pat his wine gourd and take out a small and exquisite flying sword to shave his beard. He turned his head and smiled at her once. She couldn't smile at all. That was the flying sword of an immortal. He also once helped farmers plant rice in the fields. At that time he took off his bamboo hat and bookcase and went to work in the fields. He seemed to be especially happy. At first, the villagers were afraid that this scholar was fooling around and would be more of a hindrance. They didn't expect that he would really get the hang of it. He was more familiar with it than they were. After he finished working, the villagers wanted to invite him to eat, but he left with a smile. It was just that these trivial matters weren't very impressive. It didn't make her feel satisfied at all. After following him for so long, she didn't make a name for herself. No one knew that she was a mute lake monster. He would only introduce her as Zhou and nothing else after that. It was only this one time that she felt a little bit of admiration for him. On a large river, a ship that went against the current crashed into a small boat that couldn't dodge in time. Then a man in white flew over on his sword and landed on the small boat. He stretched out one hand to support the ship and held a wine pot in the other. He raised his head and drank. Later, the two of them sat together on a tall building in the bustling capital of the mortal world. They looked down at the night scenery. The lights were brilliant like the resplendent galaxy. He finally said something that sounded a little bookish. He said that there was a galaxy above his head and below his feet, and that there was silent beauty in the heavens and under the earth. She saw that he was drinking, so she urged him to say more. He then said that when the moonlight entered the tall building, it would come if it was annoying. If it was loving, it would also go. She felt a little sad. It was just a strange sadness that was the size of a grain of rice. Actually, it wasn't that she missed her hometown. She didn't miss it at all along the way. It was just that when she turned her head and looked at the side of that person's face, it seemed that he remembered some people he missed and sad things. Maybe. Who knew? She was just a big water monster that secretly watched people come and go year after year. She wasn't really human. Thinking about it, she also felt a little sad. That person turned his head. The mountain walking stick was placed across his knees. He hugged the wine pot, but reached out and gently rubbed her head. At that moment, she felt that he might really be called Shinhaoren. 5:10. Along the way they passed by the kingdom of Peach Branch but didn't visit the Qing Qing Manor. The girl in black was a bit unhappy, but after passing by the legendary Golden Crow Palace, her mood improved again. The girl's mood was like the clouds in the sky. On this day, at a small immortal fairy that was full of new things, they could finally take the fairy to the Spring Dew Garden. The journey was so smooth that it was exhausting. The girl in black stood in the big bamboo chest with her eyes wide open. She almost stared until her eyes were sore. Unfortunately, the two sides had agreed beforehand that when they arrived at the place where the cultivators gathered, she had to obediently stand in the chest and be a little mute. There was actually nothing in the big bamboo chest, only a broken sword that she had never seen him unsheath. She secretly kicked it a few times, but every time she wanted to squat down and unsheath it to take a look, that person would open his mouth and tell her not to do so. He even threatened her, saying that the sword had tolerated her for a long time and that if she continued to push her luck, he wouldn't care anymore. This made her sullen for a long time. At this moment she raised a hand and hesitated for a long time, but still hit the back of that guy's head with a chestnut. Then she began to hold the bamboo chest with both hands and deliberately dozed off, the type that was snoring. The scholar didn't care at first. He was busy bargaining with the shopkeeper in a shop to buy a set of ancient steel rubbings. Later the girl thought it was quite fun. She rolled up her sleeves and hit the chestnuts. After the scholar in white walked out of the shop, he spent 10 pieces of snow to buy the set of 32 steel rubbings. Without turning his head he asked, "Still not done?" The girl in black's arm froze in the air. Then, with a gentle movement, she patted the scholar's shoulder. "Okay, now you're spotless. You look more like a scholar now. Surname Chin, I really don't want to criticize you, but you're really a blockhead who doesn't understand romance at all. Alas, you stopped that ship on the river. There were so many noble women and girls looking at you as if they wanted to eat you. Why did you board the ship to drink tea and wine? It's not like they really eat you." Chin Pingan changed the topic and said, "You hit me 16 times. I'll record it in the account book. 1 piece of snow for each hit is money." The little girl crossed her arms in front of her chest and stood on her tiptoes in the middle of the bookcase. She sneered and said, "It's just a small amount of money. It's nothing." Chin Pingan boarded the ferry with her. Carrying a little spirit on his back was still a little eye-catching. However, most of the gazes were filled with contempt and mockery. Outside, cultivators who could use a mountain lord as a mount to cross mountains and rivers, or ride a flood dragon into the sea and overturn rivers and seas, were true heroes and true immortals. Chin Pingan thought it was pretty good. During the Guyu season, it was often sunny during the day and rainy at night. The rain gave birth to hundreds of valleys, and everything in the world was clean and bright. In fact, it was suitable for walking and enjoying the scenery along the way. It was just that Chin Pingan still hoped to be able to catch up with the tail end of the spring dew garden gathering. His own packing house could not always idle around. The little girl in black was still unwilling to give up. "It's also good to go to the ship and drink some tea. I saw it clearly when I was on the shore. There were 2 young women in gorgeous dresses. Their looks were really not bad. It's a good thing to have a beautiful woman." Chin Pingan laughed softly and said, "If you were a man, I reckon that after staying at the Mute Lake for a long time, you would sooner or later be tempted and cause trouble." The little girl didn't find it strange. She took out a handful of snow coins from the small bag. After thinking for a while, she took out a small coin from the bag. During this process, the inside of the bag jingled. In addition to the immortal coins, it was also filled with a mess of small objects. Just like the string of snow-white bells that she had given to someone in the past, they were all treasures that she had painstakingly accumulated over the years. Then she put the bag back into the bag and casually placed it on the table. When she went out, she reminded him, "You have to be more experienced in Jianghu. Don't let a thief steal our belongings. Otherwise you'll have to eat the northwest wind." Chin Pingan laughed, "Oh, you're so generous today. You're even willing to pay for it yourself." When she reached the door, the little girl in black raised her eyebrows. She turned her head and said, "If you continue to talk about me in a roundabout way, we'll have to split the money for buying the newspaper." As expected, the man immediately shut up. The little girl in black sighed and said like an old man, "How can those fairies on the mountain like you when you're in Jianghu?" Chin Pingan didn't stop walking. He laughed and said, "Old rules. No fooling around. Come back immediately after you buy the newspaper." After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the little girl pushed open the door and swaggered back. She slammed the stack of gazettes on the table. Then, when the person walked with his back facing her, she quickly grimaced. Then her mouth moved slightly and she swallowed. When the person turned around to walk, she immediately crossed her arms and sat upright on the chair. Chin Pingan stopped his stance and took out his folding fan. He sat at the table and glanced at her. "Did you buy it too expensive?" She sneered, "Am I that kind of idiot? There are so many precious newspapers on the mountain. The original price was 2 small coins, but I only spent 1 small coin. Who am I? I'm the big water monster of Mute Lake. I've seen businessmen who do business. When I haggle, I can make the other party cut their flesh with a knife. It's so heart-wrenching." Chin Pingan felt a little helpless. He flipped through the court bulletins. Some of them were from the year before. According to the normal market price, the total price would indeed be a small sum of money. However, court bulletins were like seasonal vegetables and fruits. They were often expired and invalid. There were so many court bulletins, but they were actually not worth half a small sum of money. These were nothing. Business was business. As long as both parties were willing, there was no business in the world that only one could profit. But some things, since it wasn't business, shouldn't be so easy to negotiate. The little girl in front of him was actually very good. She was indeed one-track-minded and silly. But there were some things on her that couldn't be bought with money. Just like the young escort whose lips were cracked and bleeding, sitting on the back of the horse and handing over the water sack. Even if Chin Pingan didn't take it, it could still quench his thirst. The little girl was bullied badly outside. She seemed to think that it was something outside. She staggered back to the door and hid at the end of the corridor. She squatted at the foot of the wall for a long time before she recovered. Then she walked into the room. She didn't think that there was a familiar sword immortal beside her. She had to do something. Maybe she thought that this was her Jianghu? One of the stories in the future books that he had accumulated in the Jianghu. Some of them had to be written in the book, but some of the embarrassing things didn't need to be written. Chen Pingan leaned back on the chair and held a folding fan in his hand. He gently fanned the fan. If it hurts, just yell. I'm not the scholar who helped you write the story. What are you afraid of? The little girl in black's face fell. Her face was full of snot and tears. But she didn't forget to turn her head and swallow the blood in her mouth. Chin Pingan smiled and asked, "What exactly happened?" The little girl raised her hands and carelessly wiped her face. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. Chin Pingan smiled and said, "What's wrong? You're afraid to tell me. You felt that it wasn't easy to leave the bamboo chest and go out for a short trip. In the end, you stirred up trouble, so you won't have another chance in the future." In fact, she had never stirred up trouble in all the mountains and rivers they had traveled together. She only opened her eyes wide. She was full of curiosity and longing for the vast world outside of Yellow Wind Valley and Mute Lake. The little girl in black nodded gently. She looked sick. Chen Pingan closed his folding fan and said with a smile, "Tell me about it. You've seen me make a fool of myself along the way. You should let me be happy, right? This is called reciprocating politeness." The little girl leaned on the table, her head tilted to the side. She stretched out a finger and gently wiped the table. There was no knot in her heart, no resentment, just some grain-sized worry. She said softly, "I don't want to talk about it. It's not a big deal. I've seen a lot of life-or-death big water monsters. I've seen a lot of people die near Mute Lake, but I didn't dare to save them. The yellow-robed ancestor is very formidable. As long as I go out, I won't be able to save anyone. I'll also die. I can only secretly collect some of the corpses. Some of them will be moved away while crying. Some of them will just be left in the wind and sand. It's very pitiful. I'm not afraid of death. I'm just afraid that no one will remember me. There are so many people in the world, but no one knows me." Chen Pingan leaned forward and gently hit the little girl's head with his folding fan. "If you don't talk about it, I won't listen to you even if you talk about it later." The little girl sat up straight and snorted. She shook her head left and right and smiled happily. "I won't talk about it, I won't talk about it." Then she saw the white-robed scholar tilting his head and pressing his folding fan against his head. He said with a smile, "Do you know that many times for many people their parents don't teach them, their teachers don't teach them, and their masters don't teach them? They should let the world teach them how to be human." The little girl started to frown again. She didn't understand what he was talking about. However, if she let him know that she didn't understand, it wouldn't be good. So should she pretend that she understood? However, pretending was a little difficult. Just like that time when the two of them accidentally entered the land of peach blossoms, he asked those mountain monsters in scholarly robes to recite a poem. Wasn't he completely at his wits' end? That person stood up. Without seeing him do anything, the talisman left the window and flew into his sleeve. The window even opened by itself. He stood by the window. The fairy was already above the sea of clouds. A cool breeze brushed past his face and his two snow-white sleeves fluttered. She was a little angry. So what if he was tall? She hesitated for a moment and stood on the chair. Suddenly she thought of something. Wouldn't it show that she was more experienced and knowledgeable if she encountered some dangers in the Jianghu? I didn't know what they were laughing about, so I turned my head and smiled at them. Didn't you say before that no matter if you're walking on a mountain or at the foot of a mountain, or whether you're a human or a demon, you have to treat people politely? Then that ferryman's friend happened to be leaving the house. At the door he accidentally bumped into me. I lost my balance and the newspaper scattered all over the floor. I said it was fine and went to pick it up. That person stepped on me and even used the tip of his foot to pinch me. It shouldn't be an accident. I couldn't help but frown and grin. In the end he sent me flying with a kick. However, that ferryman said that I was a guest after all. That fierce man ignored me. I picked up the newspaper and ran back. She crossed her arms and said with a serious expression, I'm not lying to you. At that time I couldn't take the pain and grin a little. She was afraid that the fellow wouldn't believe her, so she stretched out 2 fingers. That's the most. That person turned his head and asked with a smile, do you think it's right to be kind to others all the time? Shouldn't it be split into 2? Be kind to the good and evil to the evil? However, even if the order and size of the evil people is clear, the punishment imposed on them, if there's an asymmetry, wouldn't it violate the order? When good and evil collide, the result is evil and evil accumulating bit by bit. It's also like a mountain of dirt and wind and rain. However, it's a cold wind and evil rain. What should we do? The little girl scrunched up her face and silently told herself that she understood, but she was too lazy to speak. She didn't have enough energy to eat. That person smiled and gently tapped his chest with his folding fan. You don't have to think too much. I'm just asking myself. The little girl in black didn't want him to be like this, so she blamed herself. Compared to other people who were shrouded in fog and couldn't see clearly, she still preferred the him who planted rice in the fields and opened the mountain with his fists. Fortunately, that person suddenly smiled and jumped over the window, standing on the deck outside. Let's go and enjoy the scenery. Not only is there a foul atmosphere, but there are also magnificent mountains and rivers. He leaned on the window and stretched out a hand, joking, I'll pull you out. The little girl angrily said, Get out of the way. I can do it myself. She jumped out of the window, but she was afraid of ropes after being bitten by a snake. She timidly grabbed his sleeve, thinking that standing inside the box was quite good. She turned to look at the open window and softly said, We're poor, but at least we don't have to worry about food and clothing. If someone steals our belongings, wouldn't it be worse? I don't want to eat pickled fish, so don't think about it. But that person said, That depends on whether they have the life to hold on to the things they stole. She blinked and vigorously nodded, domineering. In the end, that person tapped her head with his folding fan, Don't be a bad student. She hugged her head and stepped on his foot. That person smiled, That's very good. In the end, she didn't dare to walk over the railing, but she was still carried by him and placed on the railing. Then, as she walked, she felt that she had a lot of face. A lot of people were looking at her. She lowered her head and looked. That guy was walking below languid, one hand waving the fan, the other hand raised high, just right to hold her small hand. She then said that she didn't need his protection and could walk on her own. She was very stable. At that moment, many cultivators and pure martial artists saw this strange scene on the ferry. A little girl in black walked with her arms swinging, her head raised and chest puffed out. At the railing under her feet, there was a scholar in white holding a folding fan, walking slowly with a smile on his face. The little girl casually asked, Surname Chin, once when I woke up in the middle of the night, I didn't see you by my side. Sai, where did you go? Chin Pingon smiled, I was just walking around. I pretended that I was almost beaten to death and then almost broke. It's nothing, just treat it as if I flipped a book and found a boring story. Halfway through, I felt sleepy, so I closed the book and talked about it later. The little girl frowned, You're so annoying when you only talk halfway. That guy smiled, We're traveling together, so we should be more tolerant. The little girl crossed her arms and walked on the railing. Then I want to eat tortoise jelly. 1 bowl isn't enough, I need 2 big bowls. I paid for the court bulletin, so you have to pay for the 2 bowls of tortoise jelly. That person nodded, Okay, but there has to be tortoise jelly for sale at the next ferry. The little girl frowned, If there's no tortoise jelly, I'll change it. As soon as she said that, she felt that she was really clever and had calculated everything. That person hesitated for a long time, Something too expensive can't do. The little girl gently kicked him, I'm kicking you. That person also slowly tilted his head to dodge, and used his folding fan to slap her foot away. Walk properly. Among the spectators there were the ferry stewards and servants. There was also the man who was standing on the 2nd floor and enjoying the scenery with his friends on the observation deck. He and 7 or 8 other people were like stars surrounding the moon, protecting a young man and woman. He lived next to the sky room on this ferry, and it was also expensive, so he didn't have to pay for a single snow. This was the benefit of having a relationship between the sect and the mountain. Calling friends, riding the wind on the mountain, training at the foot of the mountain, looking down on the noble plain and looking down on the Jianghu. A young female cultivator with average looks but wearing a rare robe smiled, Has this little fish monster reached the cave realm? The young cultivator with a jade-like face beside her nodded, If I'm not wrong, he's just at the cave realm and he's not familiar with riding the wind yet. If it wasn't for the protection of the ferry's formation, he would have fallen. It would have been fine if he was stepping on a river or lake, but if he was on a mountain on the shore, he would have died without a doubt. When he passed by Wei clan's Iron Cliff Manor, he saw the father and son being welcomed by the Great Guan sect, and laughed when he saw the father and son. When outsiders introduced Wei Bai, who was the son of Great General Wei Ying, but in less than 30 years when outsiders saw the father and son, they would only say that Wei Ying was Wei Bai's father. Great General Wei Ying laughed heartily. He could not help but be carefree. After all, the founder of Spring Dew Garden did not praise people easily. Wei Bai was personally praised by a nascent soul stage ancestor, and his cultivation aptitude was recognized. This attracted the envy of countless people in the imperial court. Even His Majesty the Emperor bestowed an imperial edict and a secret treasure to Iron Cliff Manor, hoping that Wei Bai could continue to work hard, cultivate in peace, and become a pillar of the country early. She and Wei Bai were actually not really a match in terms of social status. When they first met, Iron Cliff Manor had the intention of matchmaking them. Great General Wei Ying said in front of her that they were a match made in heaven. However, at that time the founder of Spring Dew Garden had not gone down the mountain to the Great Guan dynasty. Her father was not very happy and felt that Wei Bai, who had not reached the cave realm, had an unpredictable future. After all, after becoming a chi cultivator, the cave realm was the first big threshold. After that, Wei Bai's cultivation path was smooth sailing. He had the hope of breaking through the bottleneck of the cave realm at a young age, and he also received the undisguised favor of the founder of Spring Dew Garden. Iron Cliff Manor also rose in status in the Great Guan dynasty. In the end, it was her father who was anxious, and Iron Cliff Manor began to shirk away. Therefore she went down the mountain this time. In fact, without her father's urging, she was very willing. She did not bring any retainers. In the coastal area of the East Sea, although Spring Dew Garden was not the strongest, they had a wide range of friends. Everyone would give some face to the cultivators of Spring Dew Garden. For example, the young Grandmaster of the Golden Crow Palace would go alone every few years, and he would go to the secluded mountain range of Spring Dew Garden to fetch water and brew tea. However, Wei Bai had two retainers by his side. One was a silent cultivator from the Iron Cliff Manor who was said to be a cultivator of the Devil Dao and had been hiding in the Iron Cliff Manor for decades. The other was a 7th-tier golden body martial artist who could influence the martial arts fate of a small vassal state. Wei Bai turned his head and looked at a burly old man standing behind the crowd. He asked, "Master Liao, can you tell the background of that white-robed scholar?" That person was originally resting with his eyes closed. After hearing the young master of Iron Cliff Manor's question, he opened his eyes and smiled. Judging from his breathing and footsteps, he should be equivalent to a level 5 martial artist at the border of our Great Guan dynasty. Compared to the ordinary level 5 idiots of the pugilistic world, he is still slightly stronger. Beside the burly old man, an old nanny with a naturally malicious face said with a hoarse voice, "Young master, Liao is not wrong." The old man snorted coldly. According to the great difference in age between them, it was actually not arrogant of the old woman to call him a kid. However, he was after all a golden body martial artist who had fought his way out of the battlefield. The old woman had never shown him the slightest respect because of her identity as a chi cultivator. That man from a large sect of the pugilistic world of the Great Guan dynasty rubbed his hands and smiled. "Young Master Wei, why don't I go down and find that young martial artist who wears a hat and test his strength? Let's treat it as a sideshow to entertain everyone and relieve their boredom. At the same time, I'll be bold enough to ask for some tips so that Mr. Liao can give me some pointers on my fist technique." The sect he belonged to was the leader of the southern pugilistic world of the Great Guan dynasty. It was said that there were close to 10,000 people in the sect, and they controlled a lot of wealth related to water transportation and salt permits. Their wealth was rolling in. In fact, it was all thanks to the face of Iron Cliff Manor. Otherwise, the money would not enter their stomachs and would burn their throats. There was also a golden body martial arts grandmaster in the sect, but he said in private that he was more likely to lose than win against that Mr. Liao. In the northern pugilistic world, there was a sect where everyone used a sword. The sect leader and disciples did not number more than 100 people, but they were able to command the heroes of the northern pugilistic world. That old sect leader who liked to roam the pugilistic world alone was rumored to be a martial grandmaster who had quietly ascended to the remote travel realm. It was just that no one had seen him use his sword for at least 20 years. However, the people of the southern pugilistic world all said that the old man's whereabouts were uncertain because he wanted to avoid the taunts of those earth immortals on the mountain, especially arrogant sword cultivators. That was because a pugilistic world sect dared to use the word sect in its name. Wasn't that asking for a beating? Hearing that man's courteous words, Wei Bai shook his head and smiled. I think it's better to forget about it. You martial artists at the foot of the mountain are not like our Iron Cliff Manor soldiers on the battlefield. Each one of you cares about face more than the other. I think that young martial artist has it tough. He probably felt that he had obtained a fated chance that should belong to a cultivator with great difficulty and made that little water monster recognize him as his master. That's why when he went out on this trip and boarded the immortal ferry, he still couldn't forget his pugilistic temperament and likes to show off everywhere. Let him be. Now that he's at the Spring Dew Garden, there are all kinds of people there. If he still dares to be so unrestrained, he'll still suffer. That man said with a face full of admiration. Young Master Wei really has the heart of a bodhisattva and the bearing of an immortal. Wei Bai smiled and shook his head. What kind of immortal am I now? Let's talk about it later. He suddenly turned his head. But you, Ding Tong, are a pugilistic person and not a cultivator like us. You can only live a little longer. A little longer, like that sect leader Peng whose whereabouts are unpredictable, then you'll have the chance to say something like that. Behind the crowd, the old nanny who stood shoulder to shoulder with the sturdy old man at the door sneered. That Peng guy deserves to be in the far travel realm and has to hide all over the place. If he was in the golden body realm like Liao Boy, he wouldn't cause any trouble. We cultivators wouldn't want to dirty the soles of our shoes by trampling him to death. Now that he's secretly ascended to the martial 8th realm and has become a slightly bigger grasshopper, he just has to wield a sword. His sect has the word, sect, in it. If the people on the mountain don't trample him to death, who will they trample on? The sturdy old man with the surname Liao sneered. Do you dare to say something like that in front of old Peng? The old nanny clicked her tongue and said, not to mention in front of him. If he dares to stand in front of me, I'll point at his nose and say that. The old man in the golden body realm couldn't be bothered to argue with an old woman. He closed his eyes and rested his mind again. The man with the identity of a martial artist didn't feel awkward at all. After all, they weren't talking about him. So what if they were talking about him? It was a great honor to be able to get a few words from an old consecrator of the Iron Wall Manor. When they returned to the sect, it would be a topic of conversation. Wei Bai reached out to hold the railing and sighed. It said that sect leader he from the north went south not long ago. Not only is sect leader he extraordinarily talented, ascending to the upper 5 realms at such a young age, but she's also endlessly blessed. As a cultivator from a small place like the Treasure Bottleneck, she was able to find a small grotto heaven as soon as she came to our north continent. Then she successively subdued many great demons and ghosts. Finally, in such a short period of time, she built an immortal home with the word sect in her name. Furthermore, she was able to gain a foothold there. She even relied on the mountain defense array formation and the small grotto heaven to defeat 2 Jade Realm cultivators. She's really fascinating. When I travel to the north in the future, I'll definitely go and see her. Even if I can only see her from afar, it'll be worth it. The young female cultivator from the Spring Dew Gardens Illumination Night Cottage couldn't help but feel a little depressed. However, she quickly felt relieved. This was because Wei Bai knew very well that compared to the unattainable sect leader he was the only one who had the opportunity to see her from afar. Wei Bai suddenly leaned closer to the girl beside him and said softly, Ching Ching, the moon in the sky is the moon in the sky. The person in front of me is the person in front of me. I know very well in my heart. The young female cultivator's frown immediately relaxed and she smiled. On the first floor's railing, that little dirty thing who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth was still happily running along the railing. As for that young man in a white robe that was slightly stained with dirt, he was still pretending to be cultured and waving his folding fan. Wei Bai suddenly smiled knowingly. Elsewhere on the second floor, there was actually someone who finally felt that they were an eyesore and chose to make a move. Wei Bai frowned. That strand of spiritual chi condensed into a sleeve arrow for a sneak attack. It should have hit that black-clothed little girl's leg. After shattering her knee, the sleeve arrow that penetrated her bone just so happened to be able to break through the shallow formation barrier that the ferry was flying over. From an outsider's perspective, it was just that the little girl lost her balance and fell off the ferry, then accidentally fell to her death. There was no need to take responsibility for this ferry. She walked over the railing and fell to her death. The ferry didn't even sway, so who could be blamed? It was a pity that the concealed arrow of spiritual energy had been blocked by the white-clothed scholar's fan. However, it didn't look easy. He quickly took 2 steps back and steadied himself by leaning against the railing. Wei Bai shook his head. So it really was a piece of trash. Fortunately, he didn't let that lackey by his side make a move. Otherwise, if news of this spread out, wouldn't he and the Iron Shell Manor lose face? This trip to the Spring Dew Garden was going to be troublesome. That white-clothed scholar's face was full of anger. He shouted loudly, "No one is managing your ferry. There are people on the second floor committing murder." The black-clothed little girl hurriedly stopped. She jumped off the railing and hid by his side. Her face was deathly pale, but she didn't forget his instructions. She asked through the ripples in her mind, "More powerful than that yellow-robed elder?" The white-clothed scholar didn't speak through his mind. Instead, he directly nodded and said softly, "Much more powerful." It was just that his power didn't lie in his cultivation, but in his heart. The little girl was somewhat anxious. "Then let's hurry and run?" The white-clothed scholar's expression suddenly changed. He lightly placed a hand on her head and closed his folding fan. He said with a slight smile, "If we run today, we'll just let this group of scourges kill other people tomorrow? The world is a pot of porridge. Those fly droppings should be hooked and thrown out. Every droppings we see will be thrown out. Do you still remember that group of people we met in the Jianghu? Do you still remember what I said afterwards?" The little girl thought for a moment and nodded. "You said that when disaster really comes, everyone seems to be weak. Before this, everyone seems to be strong because there will always be weaker weaklings." Previously they had slowly climbed the mountain together. According to the local people, there had been something strange on that mountain recently, so they wanted to go take a look. On the secluded mountain path, they met a group of Jianghu heroes who were riding fast and drinking wine. They were high-spirited and spoke loudly, saying that they wanted to slaughter that spirit so that they could become famous. For some reason, the white-clothed scholar who was walking in the middle of the path didn't give way. Then he was directly sent flying by a tall horse. The people riding the horse all laughed loudly. The sound of the horse's hooves echoed as they left. However, she wasn't worried at that time. A sword immortal who could kill that yellow-robed elder. Moreover, he didn't even use the flying sword he kept in his wine pot. However, she still felt angry. At that time, she couldn't help but open her mouth. In the end, the white-clothed scholar was already standing by her side. He gently pressed her head and smiled, saying that it was fine. Afterwards, the two of them saw that group of Jianghu martial artists blocked the path of a tuzhang tall ferocious-looking spirit. At that time, it was still chewing on an arm in its mouth. In its hand was a man's badly mutilated corpse. The little girl in black roughly saw that the one who died was the scoundrel who had taken the lead to send the white-clothed scholar flying. In the end, she hid behind the white-clothed scholar. He stretched out his folded fan and pointed at the ferocious-looking burly spirit. He said with a smile, "Eat your last meal first." The spirit blocking the path actually threw away the corpse in its hand, wanting to escape into the depths of the forest. Those Jianghu people who had eaten their fill and wanted to go up the mountain to kill the spirit began to kneel and kowtow, begging for help. The little girl didn't like this Jianghu story too much. From the beginning to the end she didn't like it too much. On the observation deck on the second floor of the ferry, there was also a group of people. After seeing that the white-clothed scholar blocked that hand, they felt bored. They let that big and small person pass. And that white-clothed scholar didn't have the guts to denounce them. It seemed that he just pretended that nothing had happened. The people on the observation deck roared with laughter. They didn't have the slightest fear of letting that big and small person know who had attacked. A ferry worker braced himself and walked to the white-clothed scholar's side. He wasn't worried that this ferry guest would be long-winded, but that he had been forced to come here by the steward. If he wasn't careful, he would provoke the disdain of the guests on the second floor. After this trip to Spring Dew Garden, he wouldn't be able to get any reward. That young worker stood in front of the white-clothed scholar with a stern face. He asked, "What are you blindly shouting about? Which dog eyes of yours saw someone commit murder?" The white-clothed scholar turned his head to look at the little girl in black. "It was he who sold you the court bulletin. He even persuaded the other guest not to kill you. He was a good person for once?" She shook her head. It was an even older person. The white-clothed scholar lightly patted his chest with his folding fan and muttered to himself, "People who cultivate the Tao need to cultivate their minds. Otherwise, if they walk with a limp, they won't be able to reach the highest point." The little girl in black tugged at his sleeve and covered her mouth with one hand. She raised her head and quietly said to him, "You're not allowed to be angry. Otherwise, I'll be angry at you. I'm very fierce." The white-clothed scholar looked up at the second floor. "No, I have to be reasonable. I didn't say enough last time at Blue Cloud Lake. The young worker reached out to push the white-clothed scholar that he didn't like. Why was he pretending to be refined? He reached out with his hand. You still won't stop, right? Go back to the room and cool off. Then he was dumbfounded. Why was his hand unable to reach out an inch in front of that person? The white-clothed scholar didn't look at him. He said with a smile, just because I'm at Realm 4, you really think I'm a Realm 4 martial artist? The young worker suddenly bent down and cupped his hands with a smile. Guest, please continue to enjoy the scenery. I won't disturb you any further. Without another word he turned and ran. He really managed to escape. He ran to the bow of the boat and turned his head to take a look. The white-clothed scholar had already disappeared, leaving only a frowning little girl in black. On the second floor of the ferry, there was a viewing platform not far from Wei Bai and the others. 7 or 8 male and female cultivators who were traveling together retreated together. In the blink of an eye, the white-robed scholar, who was struggling to block a spiritual aura sleeve arrow, was already standing on the railing for some inexplicable reason. With one hand behind his back and the other gently fanning himself, he looked down at them from above. When one of them wanted to speak, the circulation of his spirit chi suddenly stagnated. It was as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. His face turned red and he was speechless. The white-clothed scholar smiled and said, "When I'm reasonable, you just have to listen." With a snap, he closed the folding fan and lifted it gently. The chi refinement warrior who shot the arrow was lifted up in the air. The white-clothed scholar grabbed his head and threw him out of the ferry. The folding fan was lifted again. Another person was lifted up by the neck and slapped out of the ferry with a sleeve. All of them were turned into dumplings for that person. The viewing platform was already empty except for the white-clothed scholar who had a vermilion wine pot hanging on his waist. He leaned back and actually flew out of the ferry. His 2 snow-white sleeves fluttered and he fell in an instant, disappearing without a trace. A moment later, he appeared on the railing of the ferry again. He looked up at the viewing platform of the heaven room and smiled without saying a word. Wei Bai's mouth twitched. Master Liao, what do you say? The sturdy old man had already strode forward. He used his aura chi to push away those useless people who only knew how to brag and flatter. The old man stared at the white-clothed scholar and said in a deep voice, "It's hard to say." Wei Bai turned his head and glanced at the slightly pale pugilistic man. After retracting his gaze, he smiled and said, "Then isn't it a little difficult?" The old nanny also stood beside Wei Bai. "What's so troublesome about this? Let Liao boy go down and play with him for a while. We'll know what he's capable of after weighing him." Wei Bai did not make a decision on his own. A servant under someone else's roof was also a person, especially one with great ability. He had never been stingy with his intimacy and respect. So Wei Bai said softly, "Master Liao, you don't have to force yourself." The sturdy old man clenched his fist, his joints crackling like firecrackers. He sneered, "The embroidered pillows in the south can't take a beating. Old Peng swordsman in the north is protected by that minister. It's not easy to meet someone who dares to challenge our iron mystic manner. I don't care if he's a martial artist or a cultivator. I won't let him go today." The golden body elder of Iron Mystic Manor did not punch out with his imposing manner. Instead, he supported himself with one hand on the railing and gently landed on the deck of the first floor. He smiled and said, "Kid, warm up my hands with me? Don't worry, I won't kill you. There's no enmity between us." The man raised his head and pressed his finger fan against his chin. He seemed to be thinking about something. Then he folded his fan and also landed on the ground. "It's not good to let someone make a move first." The white-clothed scholar paused for a moment and then said with a brilliant smile, "Then I'll let him make 3 moves first." With one hand behind his back and the other holding the fan, he pointed at his forehead. "Make 3 punches first. We'll talk later. You'll be responsible for your own life and death. How about it?" The 2 of them had a tacit understanding. They each stood on the 2 sides of the ferry about 20 steps apart. All the passengers on the ferry were whispering to each other. Wei Bai's side felt even more incredulous. Only a passenger on the first floor who had set off from the south of the Minister of Treasure Kingdom and was fleeing to Spring Dew Garden had a pale face and trembling lips. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Why did I meet this young sword immortal with an unpredictable temperament and profound Tao again? Young Master Sword Immortal, I'm running away so that I won't see you again. I really didn't mean to take the same ferry as you. The golden body elder with the surname Liao sneered and said, "Kid, are you really going to let me make 3 punches first? The white-clothed scholar said with a face of surprise. Not enough? Then 4 punches? If you don't feel confident, then 5 punches. Just 5 punches. I really can't go any further. If you go any further, those who are watching will find it boring. The old man gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, after 3 punches, I hope you'll still have an intact corpse. He said no more and opened his fist stance. Aura chi surged in his fist intent soared. Everyone on the first and second floors were in a situation where the wind was blowing in their faces. Some of the weaker chi cultivators and martial artists were almost unable to open their eyes. There was a loud boom. The walls and windows on that side of the room actually produced a series of continuous cracking sounds. That sturdy old man stood where the white-clothed scholar had previously stood. When he looked again, that white-clothed scholar had actually been shattered into pieces in an instant. He was standing at the bow of the ferry, his white robe and large sleeves billowing like snow. This made some people who recognized the old man's identity from the Iron Mystic Manor could only swallow back some of their cheers. That person's Adam's apple moved slightly, as if he was definitely not as relaxed as he appeared to be. He must have been forcefully swallowing the blood that had surged to the side of his mouth. Then he still said with a smile, if it were anyone else, this punch would have at most killed a 6th realm martial artist on the spot. Old Senior is still kind and merciful. The old man with the surname Liao narrowed his eyes. The young man's white robe had just been shaken off by his fist intent, but there were no cracks at all. The old man said in a low voice, a high-grade robe, no wonder, no wonder. Good scheming, good shrewdness, you've hidden it well. That person still held the folding fan in his hand as he slowly walked forward. I sold everything I had with great difficulty to buy this robe, and you're complaining that I wasn't killed by your punch? Old Senior, if you continue to be like this, you're not upholding the righteousness of the pugilistic world. Fine, 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 I'll remove the effect of the robe. There are still 2 more punches. The old man stepped on the ground and the entire ferry actually dropped more than 10 feet. His figure rushed forward like lightning, and it was a swift and violent punch that was at the peak of his fist intent. This time, that white-clothed scholar should have directly exploded, or at least been punched through the bow of the ferry and fell to the ground, right? No. Not only that. That person was still standing in the same place, still holding the folding fan in one hand. However, he only raised the hand that was originally behind him. This time it was the burly old man who slid backward. After he stood still, his shoulders tilted slightly. On the second floor, Wei Bai's face was gloomy. The old woman's face was as gloomy as water, and her mind was wavering. The white-clothed scholar did not move for a long time. Then he exclaimed and his feet did not move. He pretended to shake his body a few times. Senior's fist technique is like a god's. It's terrifying. Fortunately, Senior only has 1 punch left. I still have lingering fears. Fortunately, Senior was polite and did not agree to let me have 5 punches in one go. I'm still very scared now. All the passengers on the ferry were about to collapse. Damn it, they had never seen a person who was so good at acting and so careless in their lives. The burly old man smiled. Then let's have the last punch. He took a deep breath. The old man's vigorous energy spread open his long robe. In the next moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. The dignified golden-bodied martial elder of Ironshell Manor did not directly punch the white-robed scholar. Instead, he deviated midway to find the black-robed little girl who had been standing by the railing. Every time she saw the white-robed scholar safe and sound, she would keep a straight face and hold back her laughter. She would secretly raise her 2 small hands and clap her hands lightly. Her clapping movements were quick but silent. She must have purposely not clapped her hands together. Another moment passed. It was as if the river of time had stopped. A white-clothed man stood next to the black-clothed girl. The 5 fingers of his left hand were like hooks that gripped the neck of the Iron Cliff Manor Martial Grandmaster. The latter, who was leaning forward, could not move forward. Blood flowed from the latter's neck. The white-clothed scholar held the folding fan in one hand. He gently loosened his fingers and pushed the fan against the old man's forehead. With a bang, a golden body martial artist who had fought his way out of the battle directly crashed into the stern of the ferry and fell out. The white-clothed scholar turned his head to look at the second floor. His left hand gently rubbed the railing several times. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. What do you say? On the second floor's observation deck, Wei Bai did not speak. The old woman did not speak. A moment later, everyone could hear the distant rumbling of the beast. At the back of the ferry, a golden light exploded. Then a sword light suddenly arrived. There was a person with the appearance of a young man, wearing a golden hairpin on his head. He looked at the railing and asked, "Was it you who split apart the thundercloud of my golden crow palace with a sword?" The white-clothed scholar had a blank expression. He asked, "What are you talking about?" The young sword immortal helplessly smiled. "When we reach the spring dew garden, I'll treat you to tea." The sword light went far away. The black-clothed girl did not know why, but she suddenly felt that this kind of mountain story was very heroic. But she just could not feel happy. She lowered her head and walked next to the white-clothed scholar. She lightly pulled at his sleeve. "I'm sorry." That person crouched down. His hands grabbed her face and gently pulled. Then he made a funny face at her and laughed softly. "Ma ma ma." 5:11. The girl in black smiled shyly. The white-robed scholar suddenly pulled the golden robe on his body and covered her head. In an instant, the black-robed little girl turned into a white-robed little girl. However, there was another white robe under the scholar's snow-white robe. Chin Pingan's eyes were clear. He stood up slowly and said softly, "No matter what happens later, don't move. Don't move at all. If you die today, I'll let the entire North Continent know that you're the big water monster of Mute Lake. Your surname is Zhou, so you'll be called Zhou Meili. But don't be afraid, I'll try to protect you just like how I'll try to protect some people." After that, Chin Pingan turned around and swept his gaze over the first and second floors of the ferry. He spoke neither hurriedly nor slowly. "Gao Cheng, I know you're on this ferry. You've endured for so long, yet you still haven't thought of a surefire plan to kill me? Are you too weak after leaving your lair, or am I too strong? If you don't act now, I think your chances of success will be even smaller when we reach the spring dew garden." No one on the ferry understood what this guy was talking about. Only a handful of passengers on the ferry vaguely felt that the name Gao Cheng was somewhat familiar, but they couldn't recall where they had heard it from. The ferry was moving slowly above the sea of clouds. Bathed in the sunlight, it looked like it was wearing a layer of golden clothes. Chin Pingan patted the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist and used telepathy to form a line. His lips moved slightly and he said with a smile, "Why, are you afraid that I have a backup plan? You're the Lord of Jingguan City, the Lord of the Skeleton Beach. You shouldn't be so timid. You must have heard about the commotion at the attendant city. I almost died. I was afraid that you'd be bored, so I reduced the 5 punches to 3. Isn't my hospitality much better than your Skeleton Beach? The first day of the Flying Sword is with me. You and the entire Skeleton Beach are here. You won't get another chance like this if you miss it." As long as it was Gao Cheng, he would naturally hear it. He must have heard it too. Chin Pingan said with a smile, "Do you think I'm destined to not be able to invite you to appear?" The eyes of a ferryman hiding in the corner of the bow instantly turned as black as ink. A cultivator of the Silver Screen country who was lucky enough to survive in the Dragon Palace of Tsangyun Lake and went to the Spring Dew Garden to seek refuge also had such a phenomenon. Their souls instantly shattered and they no longer had any vitality. Before they died, they didn't realize that there was a seed in the depths of their souls that had been quietly blossoming and bearing fruit. Of the 2 dead men, one slowly walked out while the other stood by the window. The 2 people who were already dead had smiles on their faces. They used the ripples in their hearts to communicate. One of them laughed and said, "Other than Zhu Quan, who else is there? Which other ancestor of the hemp sect? Or did all 3 of them come? Yes, they should all be here." The other person said, "You're really like me back then. When I see you, I miss the years when I had to rack my brains to survive. It was very difficult but very fulfilling. Those years made me live more like a human than a human." Chin Pingan's gaze was not on the 2 dead people. He still looked around and focused his voice into a line. "I heard that the real person who achieved Tao at the top of the mountain is not as simple as having an out-of-body state and an out-of-body body with the Yang spirit. You hid so well. You must not be afraid that the hemp sect will find you. Why, are you so sure that the hemp sect and I won't kill all the passengers on the ferry? Thanks to you, Gao Cheng and He Xiaoyang, what I'm doing now is very similar to you. Moreover, your real trump card must be a powerful Jindan with great killing power, or a hidden martial artist in the remote travel state. Is it difficult to find? From the moment I predicted that you would leave the Skeleton Beach until I boarded this ferry, you, Gao Cheng, have already lost." There was a moment of silence. The dead person standing at the window said, "You relied on gambling?" Chin Pingan was still the same Chin Pingan, but like a white-robed scholar, he narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Gambling? Others gamble at the gambling table, but I've been gambling my whole life since I can remember. Let's not talk about luck. In terms of gambling skills, I've never seen anyone my age better than me. Chao Xiai no. Ma Kushuan no. Yang Ningxing no. He used his left hand to roll up his right sleeve and took a step forward. Then he used his right hand to roll up his left sleeve and took another step forward. His movements were extremely slow. He raised his head and a cool breeze brushed against his face. He shook his sleeves. After rolling up both sleeves, there was naturally no spring breeze on his sleeves. I imagined that the ghost axe palace's Du was you, the assassin who deliberately hid in the dung bucket was you, the wild cultivator who took out a small coin in the alley was you, the young escort who gave me the water pouch was you, and even the old monk who confronted the yellow-robed ancestor was you. I also imagined that the little girl beside me would be you. It couldn't be helped. Because he was Gao Cheng, there would be more what-ifs. So many that it wasn't 1,101, but the one that would come whenever he wanted. That's why it's been a tough journey for me. But it's worth it. My cultivation of the heart has never progressed so quickly before. I advise you to be more capable today. Otherwise, I'll immediately turn around and go to the skeleton beach. Politeness demands reciprocity. Believe me, Qin Pingan, there will be a big accident between you and the skeleton beach. The fairy clerk nodded and smiled. I believe you. I, Gao Cheng, have never said such nonsense before or after my death. The person at the window was suddenly enlightened. He smiled sincerely and said, I understand. I miss the one who wanted you dead the most. It's my turn to suffer. She must have hurt some of her Dao foundation during the battle in Follower City. If I were He Xiao Yang, I would completely cut off the connection with you so that I wouldn't be implicated by you in the future. But since she's He Xiao Yang, maybe she's just hiding in the secret realm of the sect's small grotto heaven to temporarily cut off the karma with you. These aren't important. What's important is that I, Gao Cheng, have made an extremely opposite mistake with the same result because of you inexplicable bastards. When she's here, I'll attack you. Now that she's gone, I'll naturally attack you even more. Your way of thinking is really interesting. Qin Pingan stretched out his thumb and wiped the corner of his mouth. I'm not familiar with He Xiao Yang. You can call me a dog, but don't put me in a relationship with her. What's next? 2 Jindang ghosts, are you humiliating me or humiliating yourself, Gao Cheng? An old man with a sword on his back slowly walked out from the stern. He should be staying in a room by the window on the other side of the ferry. But for some reason the tall old man's footsteps were a little shaky. His face was distorted as if he was struggling. After a moment he exhaled a long breath. Using the same martial arts method of condensing sound into a line, he lamented, every self that can't be restrained will indeed become another person. You should take this as a warning. After the old man appeared, there were people outside the ferry who worked together to cast a spell to isolate the small world. The old man didn't care at all. Qin Pingan asked, do I need you to teach me? Do you deserve it? The old man stared at the young man in white and smiled, are you sure that this is the kind of distinction you want? A drop of scarlet blood seeped out from between Qin Pingan's eyebrows. He suddenly raised his hand as if to signal that the outsiders didn't need to interfere. He patted the blade-strengthening gourd. The flying sword Chu Yi, whose real name was Feng Du, hovered above the opening of the blade-strengthening gourd. He smiled sinisterly, the flying sword is right here. Shall we make a bet? The old man looked at the smile on the young man's face. The old man was also full of smiles. He was actually a little happy as he said, very good. I can confirm that you and I, Gao Cheng, had similar backgrounds and circumstances in the beginning. After the old man appeared, he didn't show any signs of drawing his sword. Instead he stopped. I only have one question now. In Attendant City, why didn't Zhu Quan and the others help you resist the heavenly tribulation? Qin Pingan wiped his face with his left hand, wiping away his smile bit by bit. He said slowly, it's very simple. I've told Sect Master Zhu from the beginning. As long as you, Gao Cheng, don't kill me personally, they don't have to show up even if I die. The old man nodded, only the cultivators of the Linen sect would agree to such a thing. Only the current you, the Gao Cheng of the past, could make such a decision. This world should be for people like us to keep moving forward. The old man smiled, don't die in the hands of others. I'll wait for you in Jingguan City. I'm afraid that you'll change your mind when the time comes, so I advise you to kill your way through the skeleton beach and reach Jingguan City in one go. The old man raised his head and looked into the distance. It was probably the southernmost part of the North Continent. On the Great Tao, I'm all alone. Finally, I've met a true comrade. I failed to kill you this time, and I even paid the price of a soul and a spirit. When I think about it, it's actually not that unacceptable. That's right you. You should thank the young lady from Jinduo Temple and the little water monster behind you. Without these two small accidents to calm you down, you wouldn't have been able to reach this ferry no matter how careful you were. Zhu Quan and the other two might have been able to snatch the flying sword, but they definitely wouldn't have been able to save your life. The old man shook his sleeves. The souls of the dead people at the window and at the bow of the ferry that were split into two completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Only then did the two dead people truly die. In an instant they turned into white bones and fell to the ground. The old man reached over his shoulder and slowly pulled out the long sword. Qin Pingan didn't move at all. The old man laughed. Even if it's just a soul and a spirit of mine, the three pure Jade Realm cultivators of the Linen sect aren't worthy of such a harvest. After the old man pulled out the long sword, he cut off his own neck inch by inch. He stared at the young man who didn't seem surprised at all. The god sitting high up in the dragon palace of Blue Cloud Lake is more like me. After we decide life and death at the Skeleton Beach, if you die, I'll bring you to see what the real Fengdu is. If I die, you can also go and see for yourself. However, it's really hard for me to die. A pure martial artist of the far travel realm cut off his entire head just like that. The head rolled to the ground, but the headless corpse still stood upright with both hands holding onto the sword. On the ferry, a small world was instantly isolated. The three old ancestors of the Linen sect appeared together. The two male old ancestors went to the vicinity of the two sets of white bones respectively and used their divine arts and spells to investigate. Zhu Quan stood beside Qin Pingan and sighed, "Qin Pingan, if you continue like this, it'll be very dangerous." However, Qin Pingan said, "I use my evil thoughts to sharpen the sword, it won't hinder heaven and earth." Zhu Quan wanted to say something but stopped. He shook his head and turned to look at the headless corpse. He was silent for a long time. "Qin Pingan, will you become the second Gao Qing?" Qin Pingan didn't say a word and only smoothed out his two sleeves slowly. Zhu Quan looked at the corpse with a complicated gaze. "I naturally hate Jing Guanqing and Gao Qing to the bone, but I have to admit that I've always respected Gao Qing in the depths of my heart." Qin Pingan only turned around and lowered his head to look at the little girl who was motionless in the long river of stagnant light. The golden wine in the Taoist robe seemed to be getting darker, which made him smile. No matter how dark it was, it couldn't be darker than that girl, right? Zhu Quan smiled. "No matter what, our Linen sect owes you a huge favor." Qin Pingan shook his head. "We're just even." She retracted her gaze and asked curiously, "Are you really going to return to the Skeleton Beach with us and find Gao Qing to cause trouble?" Qin Pingan shook his head. "Let him wait first, I'll finish exploring the North Continent first." Zhu Quan couldn't help but laugh. Qin Pingan turned around and asked, "Can you let this little girl move first?" Zhu Quan nodded. In that instant, the little girl who had changed from black to white, blinked her eyes and then froze. She first looked at Qin Pingan, then looked around. Her face was filled with confusion, and she began to furrow her thin eyebrows. Qin Pingan squatted down and asked with a smile, "Do you want to go to the Spring Dew Garden to find a place to stay, or go to my hometown to take a look?" The little girl asked, "I can choose neither, can I go with you in the Jianghu?" Qin Pingan smiled and shook his head, "No, you can't." The little girl frowned and negotiated, "If I'm with you, you can eat fish with pickled cabbage." Qin Pingan still shook his head, "Go to my hometown, there's good food and fun there, maybe you can even find new friends. Also, I have a friend called Su Yuanxia, he's a hero and he happens to be writing a travel book. You can tell him your story and let him write it for you in the book." The little girl was a little tempted. She suddenly thought of something and tugged at the snow-white robe that actually fit her very well. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "You can continue to wear it. It doesn't mean much to me now. Wearing it before was just a trick to fool the bad guys." The little girl just shook her head. Qin Pingan had no choice but to gently tug at his collar and spread his hands. The robe automatically put on him. Zhu Quan clicked his tongue. "Good fellow, from the green robe and bamboo hat to this outfit, he looks quite handsome." Qin Pingan carried her to the railing, then jumped up himself and finally sat together. Qin Pingan turned his head and asked, "Sect Master Zhu, can you stop eavesdropping just for a while?" Zhu Quan smiled and nodded. Qin Pingan looked into the distance, clenched his fists and gently placed them on his knees. "Did the words I said earlier scare you?" The little girl crossed her arms and coldly snorted, "Nonsense, I'm not scared." Qin Pingan grunted, "Daring to give me a string of chestnuts, you're really brave." The little girl laughed. Qin Pingan asked, "Zhomili, what do you think of this name?" "You don't know I'm famous for giving good names, everyone gives me a thumbs up." The little girl was skeptical, but she felt that having a name was better than having only a surname. Chen Pingan took out a jug of wine, opened the mud seal, and drank a mouthful, saying, "In the future when I'm not by your side, you must know one thing. The evil deeds of evil people are not all fierce and scary. They kill the innocent. Just hearing about it makes one's hair stand on end. Most of them are like the night breeze in Yellow Wind Valley. We can walk around without any hindrance, but we feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable. In the future, you must be careful of these invisible and untouchable evil intentions. Knowing this is not asking you to be a bad person, but you'll cherish the kindness in the world, big and small, and know that it's not easy to come by." Chen Pingan then reached behind him and pointed to the second floor of the ferry. "For example, in addition to the bad guy who hit you and kicked you, you also have to be careful of the young man who appeared in front of me first, who is not even a cultivator. You must be more careful of him than the manager who sold you the court bulletin. You must be more careful of the people around the old nanny, not the young man or the young woman. You must pay more attention to the more inconspicuous people around them, who may be the person standing in the corner. You must be careful of the evil intentions that are not so obvious. One kind is the smart bad guy who hides very deep and calculates very far. The other kind is the stupid bad guy who has instincts that they are unaware of. So, we must think more than them and try to make ourselves smarter. All the powerful things that we can see at a glance, such as flying swords, fist techniques, robes, shrewdness and family background, are not really powerful and dangerous." The little girl furrowed her little face and eyebrows. This time she didn't pretend to understand, but really wanted to understand what he was saying. Because she knew that it was for her own good. Even if she still didn't understand why it was for her own good that he had to say these really difficult things. Then that person reached out his hand and gently pressed on her head. "I know you don't understand, but I just can't help but say it. So, I hope you can go to my hometown, grow up a little and then roam the Jianghu. Growing up, you are a big water monster, not a child from a poor family, so you don't have to be too anxious to grow up. Don't be anxious, grow up slowly." The little girl in black made a sound of acknowledgement. "I remember it all. Alright, I won't lie to you, I actually only remember half of it." Chen Pingan drank his wine. "It doesn't matter if you don't remember the first few things. But the next few things you must not forget. First, my hometown is a place called Longquan County in the Aquarius continent. I have many mountains, one of them is called Luapa Mountain. I have a first disciple called Pei Qian. You must not let it slip to her, say that you knocked her master's chestnuts and more than one or two. You don't have to be afraid of her, just do as I taught you, say that her master asked you to pass on a message, telling her to copy books properly. That's enough." Speaking till here, Chen Pingan retracted his hand, shook the wine pot and smiled. "You can add another sentence, just say that master misses her." Chen Pingan continued, "The second thing, I have a student called Chui Dongshan. If you meet him, you feel that his brain seems to have water in it, but you don't have to be afraid of him." 5:12. Ding Tong held onto the railing with both hands, completely unaware of why she was sitting there. She asked blankly, "Am I going to die?" The white-clothed scholar took out his folding fan, extended his arm and patted the railing. Ding Tong turned her head and looked over. On the observation deck on the second floor of the ferry, there was Wei Bai of the Iron Cliff Manor, Fairy Chingching of the Spring Dew Garden, the ugly and intimidating old nanny, and those immortal scribes who usually didn't mind her status as a martial artist and were willing to drink with her. Everyone was indifferent. On the first floor, there were some who were watching the commotion and some who secretly smiled at her. There was one person in particular who even gave her a thumbs up. Ding Tong turned her head. Despair and then numbness, she lowered her head to look at the sea of clouds beneath her feet. The white-clothed scholar raised his hand, and a golden sword light swept out of the window and then soared into the sky. He laughed. "Do you know why I didn't make a move against you even though you were clearly a good-for-nothing and the main culprit? That golden-bodied old man could have stayed out of the matter, but I killed him instead?" Ding Tong shook her head and said hoarsely, "I don't really understand." After the white-robed scholar used his sword, he did not move again. He raised his head and looked into the distance. The casual evil of a Realm 7 martial practitioner and the all-out evil of a Realm 5 martial practitioner will have a world of difference and influence on this part of the world. In the eyes of the weak, the smaller your territory is, the more you look like God who holds the power of life and death. Moreover, that papier-mâché golden body said that he didn't have any grievances and wouldn't kill anyone. His first punch had already killed that outsider in his mind. However, I could accept this, so I sincerely let him take the second and third punches. After that, he began to seek his own death. As for you, you have to thank that young man who called me a sword immortal. Back then he stopped you from jumping off the observation deck and coming down to ask me for advice on fist techniques. Otherwise, the one who died wouldn't have been the old man who blocked the disaster for you but you. Judging the matter as it is, your crime doesn't warrant death. Moreover, that Gao Qing left a bit of suspense and deliberately disgusted you. It doesn't matter. I'll just take it that you're the same as I was back then. Someone used a Dao technique on your heart, and as a result, your temperament was affected, and that's why you did something that wholeheartedly sought death. Reason is not something that the weak can only use to complain. It is not something that you need to kneel down and kowtow before you can speak. Ding Tong's mind was completely blank. He didn't hear much at all. He was only thinking about whether he should wait for the sword to fall and then die. Or he should at least be a little more heroic and jump off the ferry and become a martial artist of the eighth realm who rode the wind and traveled far. The white-robed scholar no longer spoke. You people are like those horse-riding martial artists who go to the mountains to die. Along the way you will also kill a few pedestrians who are just an eyesore to you. On the road of life, there are unknown wilderness everywhere. It is a great place to commit crimes. In the countryside, in the marketplace, in Jianghu, in the officialdom, and in the mountains. There were countless people like that. It was the same for their parents, themselves, and their descendants. There was no way to stop him. Back then at Huaihuang Country's Jinduo Temple, why was the little girl sad and disappointed? Because at that time, the white-robed scholar Qin Pingan, if one were to put aside his true identity and cultivation, and only talk about the words and actions he showed on that road, it was exactly the same as those people who went up the mountain to die. What hurt her the most was not that weak scholar's pedantry, but that sentence. If I am knocked unconscious and an outsider steals my book box, will you pay for it? Such words and attitude were what hurt the little girl the most. She had shown kindness to the world and others, but that person not only did not appreciate it, he even showed her malice. However, the good thing about the little girl of Jinduo Temple was that even though she was so sad, she was still sincerely concerned about the safety of that stupid and evil person. All Qin Pingan could do now was to tell himself, doing good or evil is your own business. Therefore Qin Pingan felt that she was much better than he was. She should be called a good person. The white-robed scholar was silent. He was waiting for the return of the Hank sect cultivators, and also listening to his own thoughts. Gao Cheng's mind-examining trap was not too brilliant. It was an open scheme that made people look at him in a different light. The white-robed scholar pressed his folding fan against his chest and muttered to himself, "What does being caught off guard have to do with the Hank sect? Even I know that it is not in my nature to vent my anger on the hemp sect like this. Why do you allow some ants to use tricks that you can see through? Gao Cheng is slightly out of your control, so you can't bear this little grievance? I don't think a cultivator like you is any better. Just be a swordsman and don't think about becoming a sword immortal." Zhu Quan told him through the ripples of the mind lake that they would meet in the depths of the sea of clouds on their swords. If they were to use the ability to divide the world again, the mortals on the ferry would really have to wear out their origin. After getting off the ferry they went straight south on their swords for 10 miles. Qin Pingan stood up and took a step forward. A golden sword beam descended from the sky and hovered under his feet. The man and the sword disappeared in an instant. In the sea of clouds, other than Zhu Quan and the two Hank sect ancestors, there was also an unfamiliar old Taoist. He wore a Taoist robe that Zhu Quan had never seen before. It was obvious that he was not part of the three lineages, nor was he a Taoist from the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu. As Qin Pingan hovered on his sword, a middle-aged Taoist broke through the sea of clouds and strode over from afar. The mountains and rivers shrank and the sea of clouds covered several miles. It only took 2 steps. The middle-aged Taoist said in a deep voice, "The formation has been completed. If Gao Qing dares to spy on us with the ability to see mountains and rivers with his palm, he'll have to suffer a little." Zhu Quan looked a little embarrassed, but he still said, "It's my fault that I couldn't find any traces of Gao Qing on that martial artist." The old Taoist hesitated for a moment. Seeing the Hank sect ancestors' Hall of Justice shake his head, the old Taoist said nothing. Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "I lost to Gao Qing and was played by him. I can't blame anyone else." Zhu Quan was still hugging the black-clothed girl in his arms, but she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Zhu Quan still didn't hide anything and said bluntly, "When we left earlier, we were actually paying attention to the movements of the ferry just in case. In the end, what we were afraid of happened. We heard the conversation between you and Gao Cheng. When Gao Cheng dispersed the remnant of his soul, The girl yawned and a wisp of green smoke floated out from her mouth, just like the martial artist. He must have done something to the tortoise jelly. Fortunately, this time I can assure you that other than Gao Cheng staying at Jingguan City and possibly controlling our mountains and rivers, I, Zhu Quan, can assure you that at the very least he has no other tricks up his sleeves on the little girl. The middle-aged Taoist's tone was indifferent, but it sounded even more sarcastic. For one person, you disregarded the entire Skeleton Beach and even the entire southern Julu continent. If you, Qin Pingan, weighed the pros and cons and thought for a long time before doing it, I wouldn't be able to say much if I stayed out of it. But you didn't hesitate at all. Qin Pingan's words almost caused waves to rise in the middle-aged Taoist's heart. Your Dao skills are too profound. The middle-aged Taoist sneered and said, since you're so loyal, you're willing to hand over such a precious treasure just because you picked up a little water monster. If I were an evil person, it would be my great fortune to have met you. The Taoist saw that the white-robed scholar wearing two robes took out a folding fan and gently patted his head. Your realm is higher than Du Mao's? The middle-aged Taoist sneered and said, although I don't know the specific inside story with your current realm, you must have been even more unbearable back then. Facing an ascendant realm expert you, Qin Pingan, were able to escape, wasn't it all because of your secret backer? No wonder you dared to threaten Gao Cheng and threatened to go to the Ghost Valley to cause an accident in Jingguan City. Do you need me to help you send a message across the continent with a flying sword? The white-robed scholar smiled and said, do you know that my backer doesn't even bother to look you in the eye? Don't you think that's infuriating? The middle-aged Taoist's face was gloomy, then he smiled and said, I'm not angry, I just don't like you, kid. A half-baked sword cultivator that Gao Cheng sees as a kindred spirit, but you have a powerful backer. Plus, you're so shrewd at such a young age. Gao Cheng has a good eye for people. You're not bad yourself to be able to chat and laugh with Gao Cheng, the heroic spirit of the Ghost Valley. If word gets out that someone gave Gao Cheng a bottle of wine and he finished it, Qin Pingan's reputation in the North Continent will spread overnight to all the sects on the mountain. The white-robed scholar gave an "oh" sound and slapped his hand with his folding fan. You can shut up now. I'm only accompanying you out of respect for Sect Master Zhu. Now you've already used up your share of talking to me. The middle-aged Taoist smiled and said, learn from each other? Don't you think you're good at fighting? The white-robed scholar said, then, for the sake of your master's 1,000-year-old peach tea, I'll say one more thing to you. The middle-aged Taoist waited for a moment. In the end, that person did not say a word, but only looked at him with pity. The Taoist suddenly realized that the so-called one more thing was really just one more thing. Zhu Quan was a little worried. She was really afraid that if the two of them continued chatting, they would roll up their sleeves and start fighting. When that happened, it would not be good for her to help either of them, and it was not in her nature to not help either. Or should she mediate the fight and then give each of them a few blows? Zhu Quan was good at fighting but not at mediating. It was reasonable for there to be some accidental injuries. The old Taoist said softly, it's okay for Qin Pingan and my disciple, it's a good thing. Zhu Quan sighed and said, Qin Pingan, since you've already guessed it, I won't introduce them. These two Taoist masters are from the small Xuandu temple in the Ghost Valley. This time they were invited by us to come out of the mountain. You also know that our hemp sect is good at fighting and killing, but to deal with Gao Cheng's Ghost Valley methods, we still need a Taoist master like the temple master to watch from the side. Qin Pingan nodded and did not say a word. According to Jiang Shangzhen, this old Taoist from the small Xuandu temple should be Yang Ningxing's temporary guardian. That night at the edge of the Iron Chain Bridge, this temple master who had the potential to become a heavenly lord guarded for an entire night, afraid that he would directly kill Yang Ningxing. As for the 1,000-year-old peach tea that was delivered by the golden-armored deity, Qin Pingan did not know if it was the whim of a Taoist perfected cultivator, or if it was a way of treating guests like Gao Cheng. Qin Pingan did not know much about the small Xiandu temple and could not guess the true intention of the other party. Qin Pingan looked at the little girl in Zhu Quan's arms and said to Zhu Quan, I may have to trouble Sect Master Zhu with one more thing. It's not that I don't trust the hemp sect and the temple master, but I don't trust Gao Cheng. So, I'll have to trouble the hemp sect to send the little girl to Longquan County via the cross-continent ferry and tell Cloud-Splitting Mountain Wei Pai to help me find a person called Chui Dongshan. Tell him that I want Chui Dongshan to immediately return to Luapa Mountain and carefully investigate the little girl's soul. Qin Pingan believed the cultivator of the hemp sect, but he did not really trust the temple master of the small Xuandu temple who had taught such a disciple, Su Ming, and this nascent soul disciple with a bad temper and a bad brain. The middle-aged Taoist frowned. It was said that cloud-splitting mountain Wei Pai, as the righteous deity of Dali's northern peak, had the potential to ascend to the pure jade realm. Now, there were already some auspicious signs in the northern peak of Dali. Zhu Quan was a straightforward person. Can this Chui Dongshan do it? Qin Pingan said slowly, if he can't, then no one can. The temple master smiled and said, you do need to be more careful. I only dare to say that after trying my best, I did not find any clues on this little girl. If there really is a mistake, the consequences will be serious. It's good to have one more person investigate. Qin Pingan smiled. Temple master is magnanimous. The old Taoist dismissed it with a smile. Zhu Quan saw that the conversation was about to end and suddenly said, Temple master, you guys go first. I'll stay behind to discuss some personal matters with Qin Pingan. The middle-aged Taoist retracted the cloud sea formation. Other things aside, this Taoist's method allowed Qin Pingan to see the profoundness and ruthlessness of the spells on the mountain. It turned out that a person who used the mountain river's palm view could attract trouble. The master and disciple of the Shaoxin temple and the two ancestors of the Linen sect went south on the wind. Zhu Quan went straight to the point. The eldest disciple of the temple master has always liked to say strange things. I've been annoyed by him for a long time, but I can't fight him. However, this person is very good at fighting. It's said that he has learned about 70 to 80% of the Shaoxin temple's trump cards. You don't have to care about him now. When you reach a higher state, just beat him until he's half dead. Qin Pingan kept his folding fan and rode his sword to Zhu Quan's side. Zhu Quan handed the little girl to the young sword immortal and teased, you're a big man and you know how to carry a child? What did you learn from Jiang Shangshan? Do you want to use such unconventional tricks to trick women in the Jianghu and on the mountain? Qin Pingan sat cross-legged and hugged the little girl in his arms. She was snoring softly. Qin Pingan smiled. There was a smile on his face, but there were also fragments of sadness in his eyes. When I was young, I carried children, played with them, and took care of them every day. Zhu Quan glanced at the young man. It seemed that it was true. Zhu Quan sat on top of the sea of clouds. He seemed to be hesitating whether or not he should speak. This was an unprecedented matter. Qin Pingan didn't raise his head, but he seemed to have guessed her thoughts. He said slowly, I always thought that Lord Zhu was the smartest person in the Skeleton Beach. You were just too lazy to think and act. Zhu Quan nodded, then I understand. I believe you. Then Zhu Quan smiled and said, however, those half-truths between you and Gao Cheng made even me, who is considered to be familiar with you, suspicious. What's more, the old monastery head who isn't familiar with you and his eldest disciple who cultivates strength but not heart. Qin Pingan said, what I said at the beginning is true. I've prepared for the worst. The little girl died on the ferry. I can't protect her, so I can only take revenge. It's that simple. As for what I said at the end, it's not worth mentioning. Both sides are testing each other. Both sides are trying to see more of each other's thoughts. Gao Cheng is also worried. He watched me the whole way. In the end, I intentionally let him see. He's afraid that if he loses twice, he won't even have the heart to fight for that little Fingdu. In the end, it's just a little game of tug-of-war. Qin Pingan extended a hand and lightly tapped the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. The flying sword Chu-yi slowly flew out and hovered on Qin Pingan's shoulder. It was rare for it to be so docile and obedient. Qin Pingan said indifferently, some of what Gao Cheng said is naturally true. For example, he thinks that I am the same kind of person as him. He probably thinks that we have relied on gambling time and time again to straighten our backs that were almost crushed and then walk higher and higher. Just like how you respect Gao Cheng, you can kill him without hesitation. Even if Gao Cheng only lost a part of his soul, Sect Master Zhu feels that he owes me, Qin Pingan, a great favor. I won't be blind to his strength just because we're mortal enemies. Zhu Quan grunted, that's how it should be. Look at things separately and do what you need to do. There are many secrets of the sect that I can't tell you to outsiders. In any case, Gao Cheng, this ghost is not simple. For example, if I, Zhu Quan, kill Gao Cheng one day and smash Jingguan City into smithereens, I'll definitely take out a pot of good wine to toast the foot soldier Gao Cheng. Then I'll toast the current Jingguan City lord. Finally, I'll toast Gao Cheng for sharpening our Dao hearts. Qin Pingan said, I don't know why, but in this world there are always people who feel that it's a good thing to bare your fangs at all evildoers. There are also so many people who like to talk about things when they need to talk about things, and to talk about things when they need to talk about things. Zhu Quan thought for a moment and slapped heavily on Qin Pingan's shoulder. Bring the wine, I want 2 pots. We have to defeat Gao Cheng. After drinking the wine, I'll say some wonderful words from the bottom of my heart. Qin Pingan took out 2 pots of wine and gave them to Zhu Quan. He reminded him softly, when you drink, remember to disperse the smell of alcohol. Otherwise she might wake up. When she sees me at that time, I'll have to persuade her to go to the skeleton beach. This little girl has been craving my wine for more than a day or two. Sect Master Zhu, it's fine to tell her about the tortoise cream. This little girl is actually very bold and can't hide any evil thoughts. Zhu Quan finished the pot of wine in one gulp. There wasn't a drop left in the pot. However, she raised her head and drank with a bold posture. She wasn't particular at all. At least 20% of the wine was poured. Qin Pingan said helplessly, Sect Master Zhu, you really have to change your drinking habit. Why do you have to respect the heavens and earth every time you drink? Zhu Quan laughed angrily. You've already given me the wine. What can you do about it? Qin Pingan looked into the distance and said with a smile, It'll be great if I can be friends with Sect Master Zhu. However, if we do business together, I'll cry myself to death. Zhu Quan regained her composure and became serious. A cultivator's true strength isn't coexisting peacefully with this world. Even if he's a crane in a flock of chickens, he's outstanding. It's how much he's changed the world outside of attaining Tao and immortality. Even to say that the mountain is heartless, whether the result is good or bad, it has nothing to do with one's heart. As long as he's changed the world a lot, he's a powerhouse. We have to admit this. Qin Pingan nodded. After recognizing them as powerhouses, you still dared to punch them. You're a true powerhouse. Zhu Quan nodded and opened the mud seal. This time after drinking she began to be thrifty. She only drank in small sips. It wasn't that she had changed her temperament, but that she had always been like this. When she drank a lot, she drank a lot. When she drank less, she drank slowly. Qin Pingan turned to Zhu Quan and said with a smile, Actually, one of my disciples once said something similar to Sect Master Zhu's. He said that a country's true strength isn't its ability to cover up mistakes, but its ability to correct them. Zhu Quan smiled. I don't care about the matters at the foot of the mountain. In this lifetime, dealing with a single ghost valley and a single Gaocheng is enough for me to suffer. However, after joining the hemp sect, Du Wenxi and Pang Lanxi will definitely do better than me. You can wait and see. Zhu Quan let out a heavy sigh and asked, There are some things that will make people embarrassed if I say them out loud. Otherwise, I'll be unhappy if I keep it in my heart. Rather than making myself unhappy, I might as well make you unhappy as well. Otherwise, no matter how much wine I drink, it will be useless. You said that you can give Jingguan City an accident. This is true from the beginning. Of course, I can't guess what you'll do, but I don't care. Anyway, you're very steady in doing things. You can be ruthless to others, but the most ruthless to yourself. In this case, you can't blame that Taoist from Little Xiandu Temple. He's worried that you'll become a second Gao Cheng or ally with him. Qin Pingan nodded. I can understand this seemingly normal thinking, but I don't accept it. Zhu Quan asked straightforwardly, Then when Gao Cheng used the matter of the tortoise ointment to blackmail you into taking out this flying sword on your shoulder, were you really deceived by him? Qin Pingan nodded without hesitation. Yes. So in the future, I'll think more about the spells and divine abilities of an unpolished jade cultivator outside of fighting. Zhu Quan asked, Then between Chu Yi and the little girl, you made a decision to abandon Chu Yi and save the little girl? Qin Pingan nodded again. Otherwise, if the little girl died, where would I find her? Chu Yi, even if Gao Qing didn't trick me and really had the ability to take the flying sword and throw it directly to Jingguan City, so what? Qin Pingan narrowed his eyes and smiled strangely. Do you know how much I wanted Gao Cheng to take the flying sword so that I could do something I've never done in all these years of life and death? Something I've never done, not even once. But it's something that the people on and off the mountain like very much, something they all think is right and proper. Qin Pingan reached out and touched his forehead. After his brows relaxed, he gently handed the little girl in his arms to Zhu Quan and slowly got up. With a shake of his wrist, his sleeves quickly rolled up. Qin Pingan stood on the sword immortal, standing in the misty sea of clouds. Qin Pingan's eyes were burning. Gao Qing really did everything he could. If he really took the flying sword, Qin Pingan would have no other choice. This will be an extremely interesting thing. Sect Master Zhu, guess what I'll do? Zhu Quan stood up with the little girl in his arms and said with a smile, I can't guess. That white-clothed scholar said tirelessly, I'll first have a person called Li Er, he's a martial practitioner of 10th realm, return a favor to me and rush to the skeleton beach. I'll have that disciple of mine whose only nascent soul for the time being come to the skeleton beach to relieve Mister's worries. I'll go ask for help. This is the first time I, Qin Pingon, have asked for help in all these years. I'll ask that old man who's also at the peak of 10th realm to leave the bamboo house and fight for Qin Pingon, who's only half a disciple. Since I've asked for help, I don't need to be shy anymore. I'll finally ask a sword cultivator called Left and Right. Little junior brother is in trouble and is about to die. I beg eldest senior brother to fight. When the time comes, just fight until the world turns upside down. Zhu Quan, the sect master of the hemp sect who dared to attack Gao Cheng continuously, actually felt a trace of fear. That young man had a pure aura that had nothing to do with good or evil. That person raised a hand high and stomped his foot, stomping the sword immortal with the semi-immortal weapon down. He said indifferently, if Gao Cheng doesn't die or if he has one or two more Ascendant Realm backers, it's okay. I don't need to ask for help from anyone. Zhu Quan saw that person laugh loudly and finally say softly, as if he was whispering to someone, I have a sword, come with me. The sword immortal with the semi-immortal weapon originally wanted to rush back, but it didn't dare to get close at all. It hovered far away at the edge of the sea of clouds. But in the end, Zhu Quan saw that person lower his head and look at his rolled-up sleeves, crying silently. Then he slowly raised his left hand and grabbed a sleeve tightly, sobbing, Mr. Qi died because of me. Shouldn't I, Qin Pingon, be the one who shouldn't let him down the most in the world? How can I do this? Anyone can do it, but not Qin Pingon from the Clay Bottle Alley. (513). Zhu Quan was silent for a long time, then teased, aren't you still one realm away? Do you really think you're a wind-controlling realm martial artist? Without the sword under his feet, Qin Pingon lightly stomped his feet. The sea of clouds condensed into a solid substance, like a white jade slab. Immortal techniques were indeed mysterious. He smiled, thanks. Zhu Quan smiled and said, after saying it, do you feel better in your heart? Qin Pingon held the back of his head, much better. Zhu Quan shook his head, saying a few words and spitting out a few mouthfuls of foul air. Can't really do anything. If you continue like this, you'll crush yourself. A person's essence, energy and spirit are not fist intent. It's not tempered until it's like a mustard seed, and then with a punch, it can collapse the heavens and split the earth. A person's essence, energy and spirit must be upright and upright. But some words, as an outsider, even if I say something that I think is good, it's actually a bit easy for me to say. Just like this time when you were chasing Gao Cheng. If it was me, Zhu Quan, with your cultivation level and realm, I would have died dozens of times. Qin Pingon said sincerely, that's why I admire Sect Master Zhu. The Great Tao is difficult, but you walk it magnanimously. There weren't many cultivators who stood at the peak of the mountain who were willing to say that they were wrong and that they owed you a huge favor after doing their best. Zhu Quan pulled out a hand and waved it, less flattery. I don't have many copies of the goddess portrait here. I can give it to you. Qin Pingon smiled, I'll lie down for a while. Sect Master Zhu, don't think I'm being disrespectful. Zhu Quan stretched out a hand, there's no Zhu Quan in the world that a pot of wine can't settle. Qin Pingon was just about to take the wine from the near hand when Zhu Quan glared, it has to be good wine. Don't try to fool me with wine from the marketplace. I Zhu Quan grew up in the mountains. I can't pretend to be a commoner. I've spent my life with the skeletons of Ghost Valley at my doorstep. I have no homesickness. Qin Pingon was in a bit of a predicament. There weren't many immortal brews in the near home. With Zhu Quan's style of asking for wine, he really couldn't withstand her reaching out her hand a few times. However, he still had to take the wine. Not only that, Qin Pingon directly took out 3 pots of different immortal brews. There was osmanthus wine from Old Dragon City, well immortal wine from Beatail Ferry, and purple bead sweat from Bookslip Lake. He gently tossed the pots over one by one. As expected, Zhu Quan first collected 2 pots and placed them in his sleeves. He was a little embarrassed. It's a little too much. I'm embarrassed. Qin Pingon was lying on the jade-like sea of clouds, just like when he was lying on Chui Dongshan's green bamboo corridor in Cliff Academy. It was not his hometown, but it was also like his hometown. It was indeed tiring to leave the skeleton beach. Zhu Quan sat at the side and gently placed the black-clothed girl beside him. He gently flicked his sleeves, allowing the astral winds to flow around the little girl. She was still sleeping soundly. Only with no worries could she be worry-free. Zhu Quan drank the wine and said worriedly, according to what you said earlier, if Gao Cheng knew that he was going to die and had the idea of destroying everything, he wouldn't hesitate to drag Jingguan City and Ghost Valley down with him. Not only would Mui Mountain be destroyed, but the Skeleton Beach would also be destroyed. The swaying river would also be implicated. In addition to the Ghost Valley's baleful aura, it would spread upstream. Who knows how many of those millions of people in those countries would die? Indeed, it's a turn the world upside down. Qin Pingan said, "It's not a if, it's 10,000. Zhu Quan sighed. "That's right." Qin Pingan said slowly, "Sect leader Zhu, do you know the daily flow of people in Mural City, the number of people in Limitless Pass Bazaar, and the number of sects in the Skeleton Beach? Do you know the population of the countries upstream of the swaying river?" Zhu Quan was stunned. "Why would I know these? I really don't have time to care. I have to cultivate like a tortoise and work hard to be the sect leader. It's very tiring." Qin Pingan said, "When I passed by the Skeleton Beach, I saw it, calculated it, asked about it, and read it in books. So I know." Zhu Quan said helplessly, "Qin Pingan, I don't want to nag you, but what is your brain thinking all day long?" Qin Pingan put his hands behind his head. "After leaving Mui Mountain, I saw everyone as Gao Cheng. After coming to the haunted house in Follower City, I saw everyone as Qin Pingan. So I'm very tired." Zhu Quan was puzzled. "Then why did you come to the North Continent? This is a place where people like to fight to the death. If you're so afraid of death, why don't you come back when you're in a higher realm? Moreover, you have too few means of escaping. You're still a pure martial artist. So you can at most rely on a half-immortal weapon and a square talisman to open up a distance. But let's not talk about us upper 5 realms, Earth immortal chi cultivators. Which one of us can't run thousands of miles in a single breath? Once you can't get close, victory and defeat will be decided quickly. You'll be exhausted to death." Zhu Quan smacked his head. "Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. What a freak." He was wearing a Taoist robe and he wore 2 of them at once. He had a blade-strengthening gourd hanging around his neck and a flying sword that wasn't his natal item. Moreover, he had 2 of them. He could pretend to be a lower 5 realms cultivator or a sword cultivator. He could even pretend to be a 4th realm or 5th realm martial artist. He had so many tricks up his sleeves. Once he fought to the death, he could suddenly close in and kill his master with a punch. With the square talisman and a few sword strikes, ordinary golden core cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand Qin Pingan's 3 axes. On top of that, this brat could really take a beating. Even Zhu Quan's hands were itching. Why was it that a golden body stage martial artist from the Great Guan dynasty on the ferry hitting Qin Pingan like a little girl scratching an itch? Qin Pingan suddenly said, "Actually, I haven't reached the golden body realm yet. Although I suffered heavy losses in the Sea of Tribulation Clouds and Follower City and almost used up all my good talisman, I still benefited greatly from the tempering of my body. The effect was even better than the bamboo house in my hometown. After all, I was being punched in my own home. It was inevitable that I was aware that the other party wouldn't really kill me. It would only hurt a little, unlike when I was trapped in the Sea of Tribulation Clouds and really died. But even so, I'm still 2 points away from breaking through the bottleneck of the golden body realm. One is that I don't have the courage to become a hero. Another is that I've learned too many different types of martial arts. I can't bite off more than I can chew and inevitably end up in fights. Therefore, I haven't reached the meaning of the explosive spring thunder and the mountain-splitting fist." Zhu Quan asked curiously, "You're still a 6th realm martial artist?" Qin Pingan nodded. Zhu Quan laughed angrily. "Then why don't all the 7th realm martial artists in the North Continent die?" Qin Pingan thought for a moment. "You can't say that. Otherwise, other than Chao Ci, all the martial artists below the peak realm can go die." Zhu Quan took a swig of wine. "Chao Ci, that fellow, has even heard of someone like me." "What, you even know him?" Qin Pingan grunted and sat up. "On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, I lost to him 3 times in a row." Zhu Quan's eyes widened. This time it was Qin Pingan's turn to be a little embarrassed. It was a little embarrassing. Qin Pingan's eyes quickly became resolute. With a smile on his face he said, "It doesn't matter. On the path of martial arts, as long as I'm not 2 realms behind Chao Ci, as long as I'm within a single realm, I have hopes of winning back in this lifetime." Zhu Quan knew that he had misunderstood him. How many young martial artists in the world could make Chao Ci accompany them for 3 consecutive rounds? Just like chess players in the world, who would the city lord of White Emperor City be willing to play a few more rounds with? That Cui Dong who had deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. Of course, the more impressive one was the scholar who could make the city lord of White Emperor City leave the city and invite him for a chat. That was Qi Jingchun. The lineage of the literary sage was indeed small in number, but all of them were powerful. Qi Jingchun had withstood that shocking calamity. As the skeleton beach was at the southernmost part of the North Continent, and Dali was at the northernmost part of the Aquarius continent, Zhu Quan had seen some clues back then on Muyi Mountain. It was said that the sword cultivator who practiced swordsmanship very late, but his sword chi was extremely long, and he had destroyed countless people. It was said that he had visited the immortal sea, far away from the mortal world. Back then, he had appeared overseas near the territory of the North Continent. At that time, 4 sword immortals had gone there, but after the 3 sword immortals they all remained silent. Only the unpolished jade sword immortal who had rushed to intercept them, as one of the most outstanding unpolished jade sword immortals in the continent, returned and directly announced to the entire North Continent, "Don't go to the unpolished jade sword immortal, start as an immortal." There were actually many stories about the lineage of the literary sage. Compared to the lineage of the quasi-sage, which was full of talents and spectacular, the lineage of the literary sage, which was almost extinct, had fewer disciples but more stories. And the North Continent was probably the most favorable place in the world for the lineage of the literary sage. The reason was simple: they could fight. Zhu Quan especially admired left and right. He did not nag, and that explosive temper, tsk, he was even more North Continent than the North Continent. He was a hero and he was said to have a decent appearance and looked quite refined. But he could fight so well that even the sword immortals of the North Continent felt that it was a pity that such a person was not born in the North Continent, had such a reclusive temperament, and did not like the mortal world. Otherwise they could spar with each other every day. This was also the key reason why North Continent sword cultivators especially respected Zhuozhua. It was because of his temperament. Zhu Quan looked at the sky and said angrily, "No, I have to go. I've said before that we were going to talk about some private matters. I didn't expect that I would stay for so long. If I'm late, I know my 2 sanctimonious martial uncles very well. As long as a blind man is willing to marry me, they will clap their hands and cheer. Maybe they will squeeze out some tears and then worship that man like a bodhisattva. It's over. When I turn back, the 2 old things will look at me in the eyes. They will definitely believe that I have messed with you in the Yunhai. Damn it, my reputation will be ruined. The reputation of an old cow eating young grass will definitely spread throughout the Muyi Mountain." Before Zhu Quan could even feel that he had been wronged, he saw that the young man was even more flustered than him. Zhu Quan hurriedly stood up, took 2 steps back and said sternly, "I implore Sect Master Zhu to definitely cut off these rumors. Otherwise, I won't go to Muyi Mountain in this lifetime." Zhu Quan was puzzled. This young man was fearless. He didn't even frown when he was dealing with Gao Cheng. Why was his face so pale now? Am I so unbearably beautiful? Alright, I'm not that good looking. Zhu Quan hadn't reached out his hand when that little bastard immediately took out a pot of immortal wine. Not only that, he said, "I don't have many pots left. I'll owe it to you first. After I finish my journey in the North Continent, I'll definitely bring more good wine for Lord Zhu." Zhu Quan waved his hand. He had already received 3 pots of good wine. He hadn't even finished the pot in his hand. Unexpectedly, the man had already thrown the wine back. "Lord Zhu, I'll owe you the rest first. When I have the opportunity to visit Muyi Mountain, I'll talk about it. If I really don't have the opportunity to visit Beimen's sect, I'll have someone send the wine to Muyi Mountain." Then he raised his hand and controlled the sword immortal to return to his feet. He flew away on his sword. Zhu Quan gently picked up the black-clothed little girl. He wondered, this young man doesn't lack girls' love. He's so opinionated. He's so young and his skills aren't small. Why is he still like this? Zhu Quan shook his head. He didn't want to think about it. Gao Cheng had suffered such a big loss. Most likely the Ghost Valley wouldn't be peaceful. She rode the wind to the south. As for some things, it wasn't that she didn't want to say more, but she couldn't. The knot in her heart could only be untied by herself. This was especially true for those who didn't seem to like going down a dead end the most. Yet they went down a dead end. It was really difficult for immortals to understand. On the ferry, the white-robed scholar carried his sword behind his back and landed on the railing. With a tap of his toes, his snow-white sleeves fluttered. He directly flew back to the room from the window. The window closed automatically. Ding Tong, who was still sitting motionlessly, enjoying the scenery, felt her heartstrings relax. She fell backward and fell onto the deck of the boat. The observation deck on the 2nd floor was empty. In fact, all the guests on the 2nd floor had retreated to their rooms. The fairy was even worried that a sword would suddenly strike and then disappear. The steward who sold a stack of bulletin to the little water monster was not much better than Ding Tong. They were brothers in distress. The most terrifying thing was not that the young sword immortal had a high cultivation. It was that his temperament was unpredictable. Otherwise, after a sword strike, life and death would be a pleasant matter. That was to kowtow and beg for mercy, paying with money and life. But when a person who could easily decide the life and death of a person looked at you with a smile like a father looking at his son, and spoke amiably like a brother, his methods were endless. What could you do? What did you dare to do? On Wei Bai's side, the atmosphere was solemn. He had fallen into such a predicament. Logically speaking, the death of a great consecrator of the Iron Mystic Manor was a great loss to the entire Wei clan. Wei Bai should weigh the weight of both sides. However, after discussing with the old nanny in the room, it seemed that they couldn't come up with a suitable countermeasure. It seemed that whatever they did or said, they would make one mistake after another. The consequences would be unpredictable, and they might not even be able to walk down the ferry alive. They wouldn't even have the chance to reach the Spring Dew Garden and stabilize the situation. However, if they didn't do anything, they felt that they were courting death. There was a soft knock on the door. The old nanny's expression was extremely ugly, because she didn't sense any movement at all. The other party had come without a sound. Perhaps the cultivation of the people in the room wasn't high compared to that person, but since they could sit in this room today, none of them were easy to deal with. So they all knew who had come. The young female Shio of Spring Dew Garden's illumination cottage called Ching Ching steadied her mind. Unwilling to make things difficult for the man she admired, she was about to rise and open the door. Wei Bai sighed. He was the first to rise, motioning for the young woman to not be impulsive. He personally went to open the door and bowed with a scholar. Wei Bai of Iron Shell Manor greets the sword immortal. The white-clothed scholar held a folding fan and smiled as he crossed the threshold. Young Master Wei doesn't need to be so courteous. No discord, no concord. These words caused the eyelids of the people in the room to tremble. Previously, when Wei Bai rose to greet him, they had all stood up. Other than the old nanny of Iron Shell Manor and the young female Shio of Spring Dew Garden, they all intentionally or unintentionally took a few steps away from the table. They all held their breaths and focused as though they were facing a great enemy. Wei Bai wanted to close the door softly. But when the white-clothed scholar crossed the threshold, the door closed by itself. Wei Bai withdrew his hand and followed that person to the table. In the end, he sighed in relief. The feeling of having a knife pressed against one's heart was the most unbearable. After the white-clothed scholar sat down, he picked up a teacup that was still facing down and poured himself a cup of tea. The tea from the second floor's house does taste better. After Wei Bai sat down, the old nanny stood behind him. Only the young female Shio of Spring Dew Garden sat down with Wei Bai. The white-clothed scholar casually pointed at someone. I'll have to trouble you to call the person in charge of the ferry over. The person hurriedly bowed and said that he did not dare. He immediately went out to call for the person. The door closed softly. There was an unbearable silence in the room. Moments later, the white-clothed scholar said with a smile, "On my trip back, I happened to see Senior walking in the wilderness after leaving the ferry." Wei Bai understood and heaved a sigh of relief. Master Liao was able to spar with Senior Sword Immortal to his heart's content. Perhaps after returning to Iron Shell Manor and recuperating, he will be able to break through the bottleneck and improve further. That young female Shio of Night Illumination Cottage was perhaps the last person in the room to understand the crux of the matter. The others only understood the subtleties of this conversation a little later than Wei Bai. They were even more impressed with Wei Bai. For some reason, that sword immortal had given Iron Shell Manor's Weisher a way out. But at the same time, it was an invisible deterrent. It was another way of being overbearing. I killed your Golden Body Realm Warrior Consecrator with one punch. I still want to come to your room to drink tea. Wei Bai and Iron Shell Manor, do you want to settle the score with me? But at the same time, if Iron Shell Manor was willing to settle the matter peacefully, Wei Bai chose to walk down the path. Not only did he swallow the loss of teeth and blood, he also completely accepted the other's roundabout way of reaching for a yard after taking an inch. Then there was a light knock on the door. That person brought the ferry steward into the room. The old nanny raised an eyebrow. Good fellow. This young sword immortal had calculated it. It turned out that those words were meant for the young master as well as for the people on the ferry. As long as the young master was willing to settle the matter peacefully, then the young sword immortal's ear-piercing words from before would become somewhat sincere. After all, if Iron Shell Manor had not been beaten to death by the Golden Body Realm Warrior of Liao Clan, it would only be a joke. But if the fairy steward took the initiative to help explain, Iron Shell Manor's reputation would be better. Of course, the young master could also take the initiative to look for the fairy steward and hint to him. The steward would definitely be willing to do Iron Shell Manor a favor. But in that case, the young master would be even more worried. A small matter was a small matter. But if the young master could see the bigger picture and see the bigger picture, then he would be able to understand the third layer of meaning. In a fight, the Golden Body Realm warrior of your clan can be dealt with one punch from me. And I'm also familiar with the ways of the Imperial Court. Even if I give you face way by, you can't take it. Do you really have the right to fall out with me, a foreign sword immortal? Iron Shell Manor might not be afraid of a sword cultivator who only knew how to fight and kill. In the North Continent, as long as one had money, one could invite a golden core sword immortal down the mountain to practice the sword. With enough money, one could even invite a nascent soul sword immortal. But this young sword immortal who liked to wear 2 robes was very smart. The old lady was a demonic cultivator. In her eyes, there was no difference between good and bad. In the world, there was only the difference between the strong and the weak. And the strong were divided into 2 types. One type was destined not to be provoked. The other type was one that could be provoked but was best not to. The former was naturally stronger, but the latter could become the former at any time. Sometimes it could even be harder to deal with. In the end, Iron Shell Manor was still a faction at the foot of the mountain of a secular dynasty. They were abnormally familiar with the rules of the Imperial Court. The more so, it was actually not difficult to deal with those straightforward cultivators on the mountain, especially those who were straightforward. The difficult ones were those immortal genealogists who were even more scheming than the officials. Among the 3 great clans of the Great Guan dynasty, the Wei clan had precisely because of their prestigious family background. Were there any lack of potential scholars and generals? There were also quite a few. Many of the descendants of the great clans who were not acclimatized to the environment were fine as officials in the capital. But once they were sent out to become officials, such as county magistrates or county magistrates, those old foxes in the imperial court would use all kinds of obscure and disgusting ways to manipulate them. They would play around in circles and cut their flesh with blunt knives. Therefore, Iron Shell Manor spared no effort in protecting Wei by all these years. They were even a little apprehensive, afraid that the little young master would suddenly die one day and not even be able to find an enemy after that. But every time the little young master went out in the past, it was actually the safest. The route was fixed, the retainers followed, and the immortals provided support. For this reason, they had also lured out many deeply hidden enemy factions. Following the clues, Iron Shell Manor took the opportunity to clean up many hidden dangers. There were those in the imperial court, the mountains, and the Jianghu. But this time it was really a huge accident. Currently, the fairy was still in the territory of a vassal state of the Great Guan dynasty, but the other party did not even give face to Iron Shell Manor and Spring Dew Garden. Before that person acted, there were so many whispers. Even if they did not know the noble identity of the little young master, they should have understood by now. The white-robed scholar pointed at the table with his folding fan. Chief steward of the fairy, we are people who have done 2 business deals before. Why are you so polite? Sit, drink tea. The white-robed scholar casually swiped with his folding fan, and the teacup slid to the side of the table in front of the steward. Half of the teacup was outside the table. It shook slightly but did not fall. Then he raised the teapot. The steward hurriedly took 2 steps forward and grabbed the teacup with both hands. He bent down and handed over the teacup with both hands. He waited for the white-robed sword immortal to pour the tea before sitting down. From beginning to end, he did not say a single extra word of flattery. Summer had not yet arrived, but his fairy was already in troubled times. The so-called 2 business deals, one was to pay to ride the fairy, and the other was naturally to buy and sell the court newspaper. The white-robed scholar raised the teacup and took a leisurely sip. He gently placed it on the table and leaned back on the chair. He opened his folding fan and gently fanned it. Only then did Wei Bai raise his cup and drink it quickly. Do you need this reputation? Can't we be a bit more open-minded? Please, Sword Immortal Master, give us a straightforward answer and stop tormenting us like this. The white-robed scholar turned his head. Old woman, you seem to think that I am not qualified to drink tea with Sword Immortal Lu? The old woman said with a fake smile. I wouldn't dare. 2 sword immortals sitting by a spring in the forest drinking tea. It is a beautiful story. That little book from the Spring Dew Garden can be reprinted this year. The white-robed scholar maintained his smiling posture. The old woman's face became more and more stiff. The white-robed scholar suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, "I heard that in the Yamashita dynasty, there is a saying that the servant dies when the master is humiliated." The old woman's face was tense. The white-robed scholar said again, "As for the beautiful story, I also heard that there is one in the Great Guan dynasty." Back then, young Master Wei was admiring the snow lake and saw a handsome young man walking across an arch bridge. Young Master Wei asked her if she was willing to become an immortal couple with that young man, saying that a gentleman has the beauty to fulfill his wish. The servant was speechless. A moment later, an old woman swept across the lake with a box and presented it to the young man. "Old woman, may I ask what is in the box? I come from a poor place, so I am very curious. I wonder what valuable item could make a young man so moved." The old woman was already prepared for the worst. She would fight to the death and drag down the young master of the Iron Wall Manor and Tang Qingqing of the Spring Dew Garden with her. When the time came, she wanted to see how this young sword immortal would drink tea with Lu Jiqing. But the white-robed scholar had already turned his head. No wonder this temple is filled with incense. Wei Bai's body was tense. He squeezed out a smile and said, "I have embarrassed myself in front of Senior Sword Immortal." The white-robed scholar slowly stood up. In the end, he only patted the shoulder of the ferry manager with his folding fan. Then, when he brushed past him, "Don't have a third transaction. It is easy to see people when you walk at night." Tang Qingqing was stunned. Wasn't it easy to see ghosts? The white-robed scholar walked straight to the door. He raised his arm and waved the folded fan in his hand. "There is no need to send me off." The door opened and closed by itself. Wei Bai smiled bitterly. Would ghosts see people when they walk at night? After a long silence, Wei Bai roughly confirmed that the person could make a round trip on the ferry. He smiled and said to the old woman, "Don't mind. The experts on the mountain have no taboos. We can't be envious." The old woman smiled and nodded. Wei Bai sneered in his heart. "If you don't mind, I don't care if it's true or not. But I mind it very much. Just now, that faint killing intent that you, old woman, revealed might have been targeted at that young sword immortal, but I, Wei Bai, am not stupid. Whether a dog bites a person or a person beats a dog, how could it compare to the fierceness of a dog biting another dog to death?" The white-robed scholar returned to his room. He began the 6-step stump walk. He suddenly stopped and came to the window. As night fell, he lightly leapt onto the railing of the boat and slowly walked. He walked like this for an entire night. When the sun rose out of the sea, Qin Pingan stopped at the railing of the boat. He raised his eyes and gazed into the distance. Dressed in a snow-white robe, he bathed in the morning glow. He was like a golden deity of the world. At dusk, at the entrance of a shop in Dragon Rider Alley of Long Spring County, a charcoal-black girl sat at the entrance with a small stool in her hands. Shi Ro, who was inside the shop, would occasionally glance at the activity outside. Pei Qian would often sit at the entrance and eat melon seeds. Shi Ro knew that it was because he missed her master. After Qin Pingan went to the North Continent from the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain, Zhu Lian had been keeping an eye on the school for about 10 years. Pei Qian had finally gotten used to his life as a student there and no longer thought of skipping classes. But even so, he did not stop. Zhu Lian once went to the school to ask the teacher about the recent situation. He was both happy and worried. He was happy because Pei Qian did not fight with anyone in the school, not even scolding them. He was worried because the old teachers were also helpless against Pei Qian. The little girl did not have the slightest respect for the books of the saints. During class, she would meticulously sit by the window and silently draw little figures on the corners of every page of the book. After class, she would flip through the books. One of the old teachers had gotten the news from somewhere and flipped through all of Pei Qian's books. In the end, he did not miss a single page. The little figures were crudely drawn. A circle was the head and the 5 little branches should be the body and 4 limbs. After closing the book, when he looked at the corner of the book, it was either the little figure practicing boxing or the little figure drawing an extra line. It should be considered sword practice. The old teacher did not know whether to laugh or cry at that time, but he did not immediately get angry. He began to ask Pei Qian about her homework and asked her to recite passages from the books. He did not expect the little girl to be able to recite them word for word. The old teacher did not ask further, but only reminded her not to draw nonsense on the books of the saints. Later on, the little girl bought some books from somewhere outside the school. Her homework was neither good nor bad, and she was still diligent in drawing. After class, she would occasionally go to the bottom of the tree alone to catch an ant and place it on a small piece of snow-white rice paper. With one arm blocking the front of the table and the other holding a brush, She would draw horizontal and vertical lines on the paper, blocking the escape route of the ant. She was able to draw a full piece of rice paper just like a maze. The pitiful ant was just going around in circles inside the maze. Because the young master of the Chen family of Dragontail Creek had instructed all the teachers and teachers that they only needed to treat Pei Qian as an ordinary child of Longquan County, all the young and old students in the school only knew of this little charcoal. She lived at the Sway Sway shop in the Riding Dragon Alley. She would only speak if she had a question or answer with a teacher. Every day in the school she almost never spoke to anyone. She would go to and from school twice in the morning and evening, and she liked to walk on the stairs above the Riding Dragon Alley. She also liked to walk sideways. In short, she was an especially strange fellow. Her schoolmates were not too close to her. As they spent more time together in the school, some news spread that this little charcoal girl was a money grubber. She would do business with people at the Sway Sway shop every day, helping the shop earn money. There were also some young and old students who swore that they had seen this little charcoal with their own eyes. She liked to compete with the big white goose in the alley. There were also some young and old students from the neighboring Riding Dragon Alley who said that Pei Qian would purposely imitate the crow of a rooster every morning when they went to school. She was very noisy and very bad. There were also people who said that after Pei Qian bullied the big white goose, she would fight with the big rooster in the northernmost part of the town. She would even shout something like, "Eat my ground whirlwind kick," or squat on the ground and punch the big rooster. Was she crazy? After Julien went to the school once, he came back to the shop and had a chat with Pei Qian. Pei Qian finally stopped drawing little people in her books, and also stopped building houses for ants on rice paper. She just went to a secluded corner near the Riding Dragon Alley after school and dipped some mud in water. She would make little mud men by herself, arrange the troops and command both sides to fight each other. She made 30 to 40 little mud men, and after every fight she would beat the gong to retreat and hide those little people nearby. When Shiro saw this, she told Julien in private. Julien told her not to worry about it. However, there were two things that happened later. The first thing was that after Pei Qian finished copying books one day, she excitedly ran off to become the great general of the autumn troops on the battlefield. In the end she came back very quickly. When Shiro asked, Pei Qian was unhappy. She stood on the stool behind the counter and put her head on the counter. She said that because of the heavy rain a few days ago, the soldiers of both armies died in battle. This made Shiro a little worried. With Pei Qian's shrewdness, how could she let her family's belongings be damaged by the rain? However, in the end Julien still said to let her be. However, the second thing made Julien frown. After receiving news from Shiro, he specially made a trip from Luopa Mountain to Riding Dragon Alley. Shiro told him that one day after school, Pei Qian dragged a dead big white goose by its neck and carried it back to the shop in Riding Dragon Alley. She then buried the big white goose in an unknown place. At that time, Pei Qian was in her room copying books by herself. Julien stood at the entrance of the shop. Shiro said that Pei Qian wasn't willing to say anything. She was the one who found out the news herself. On the way back from school, Pei Qian was stopped by a commoner woman. She said that Pei Qian must have killed the white goose at home and scolded him. At first, Pei Qian said that it wasn't her. The woman even attacked him. After Pei Qian dodged, he only said that it wasn't her. In the end, Pei Qian took out a bag of his private money and gave the woman the 2 pieces of silver and all the copper coins that he had painstakingly saved up. He said that she could buy the dead white goose, but the goose wasn't killed by her. Shiro was very worried and asked Julien if she should have a heart-to-heart talk with Pei Qian. At that time, Julien's back was facing the counter and he was facing the road of Riding Dragon Alley. He said that it wasn't that they couldn't talk, but it was useless. With Pei Qian's personality, he would only listen to someone. It wasn't like Shiro didn't know. Shiro came up with an idea. She said that she would talk to the woman and use some methods to find out the mischievous child at the school and make both parties apologize to Pei Qian. In the end, Julien, who was always smiling, actually cursed. What was the use? Was it just a simple matter? Shiro was so scared that her face turned pale. However, in the end, Julien stood at the door for a long time and quietly returned to Luopa Mountain without doing anything. After that, Pei Qian didn't have anything to worry about. He obediently went to the school and listened to the teacher's lectures. He left early and returned late, punctual. Then, when he was free, he would help with the shop's business, copying books, practicing her crazy demon sword technique. However, this kind of peace made Shiro even more worried. Shiro would rather that Pei Qian had slapped that commoner woman or quarreled with some old teacher at the school. But Pei Qian didn't have any. At that moment, Shiro realized that it wasn't just that Qin Pingan wasn't at Luopa Mountain. There were two Luopa Mountains. And whether he was by Pei Qian's side or not, there were two Pei Qians. Fortunately, Pei Qian would still be like today, sitting alone at the door of the shop with a wooden stool and eating melon seeds. He would ramble on and on, looking up at the end of the alley from time to time. At this time, Shiro would find Pei Qian more familiar. On this day, Pei Qian had just walked back to the backyard of the shop with a wooden stool, intending to practice the crazy demon sword technique that was almost perfect. In the end, he heard old chef shouting from the shop in front of him, "Money loser! Money loser, come out quickly!" Pei Qian held the mountain traveling staff and ran out angrily. "Old chef, are you looking for a beating?" When Pei Qian walked to the front of the shop, he saw a little girl standing next to old chef with her arms crossed. She stood on the threshold with a sullen face and looked at Pei Qian. Pei Qian was stunned and said in all seriousness, "Who is this? Old chef, that illegitimate daughter of yours who had wandered about outside? I finally found her for you?" Julien scolded him and patted the head of the little girl standing on the threshold. "Her name is Zhou Mili. Your master sent her here from the North Continent." Pei Qian clapped his hands, his eyes shining. "Master is really amazing. Now, not only can he pick up money but he can also pick up girls." The little girl in black frowned and tilted her head, squinting her eyes as she looked at the little charcoal that wasn't too tall. Pei Qian widened his eyes, then smiled and said, "I'll treat you to spicy boiled fish tonight, okay?" After saying that, Pei Qian used one hand as a knife and the other as a chopping board. He raised and lowered his hand back and forth so fast that it was dazzling. Then he made a da-da-da sound from his mouth. After he finished, he took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "My knife technique is the second best in the world, only slightly inferior to my master." Then she spread her hands. Spring Dew Garden Fairy. After Song Lanxiao, who was in charge of the sect's fairy, received Tang Qingqing's message from the Ancestral Master Hall, the nascent Soul Realm Patriarchs and the Ancestral Master Hall unanimously decided that he did not need to take care of the fairy for the time being. He was to stay in the Spring Dew Garden and personally receive the young sword immortal from the Skeleton Beach until the end of the farewell spring banquet. If the young sword immortal surnamed Chen was still willing to stay in the Spring Dew Garden to enjoy the scenery, it would naturally be better. Song Lanxiao had been waiting at the ferry for nearly 2 hours, but he was still in a good mood. He greeted familiar faces with a more sincere smile. The fairy stewards in the world were all pitiful people on the path of cultivation. They were not abandoned by their sect, and Song Lanxiao was no exception. Other than his master, the other elders and guests in the Ancestral Master Hall, even though most of them were at the same level as Song Lanxiao, and some of them were only one generation higher than him and had changed the word Lan to Zhu in their names, they really did not like him. Firstly, they were from different sections. Secondly, the annual income from the ferry, as well as the rare flowers and precious wood from the Jimu mountain range, had never been in his hands. On the ferry, there would be direct disciples of the Ancestral Master Hall in charge of dealing with the various immortal forces. He only received a small share of the leftovers as the owner of the ferry. If there were any accidents, the Ancestral Master Hall would hold him accountable. He would not be miserable, but he would not have many days of peace. A ferry slowly docked at the unusually bustling Spring Dew Gardens Talisman water crossing. Ferries of all sizes from all over the North Continent discovered something strange. None of the passengers on the ferry disembarked with the wind, and none of them leaped down. Without exception, all of them walked down the ferry with their legs. Not only that, after disembarking, they all looked as if they had just escaped death. Qin Pingan walked down the ferry. Wei Bai and Tang Qingqing from the Iron Wall Manor followed behind, but they were dozens of steps away. Seeing the increasingly friendly Song Lanxiao, Qin Pingan smiled as he was led by the Spring Dew Garden's golden elixir cultivator to a beautiful place in the Jimu mountain range. There was a mansion there that was specially built to entertain distinguished guests. Rows of quaint mansions were situated in a sea of bamboo. The two of them sat on a small talisman boat and headed to their residence. The sea of bamboo stretched on and on. It was emerald green and filled with spiritual energy. It made one feel relaxed and happy. The boat's wormwood boatman was a young woman. On the boat there was a complete tea set. Then I'll have to trouble Sword Immortal Lu to give me another cup of tea. Let's have a nice chat over tea. When doing business we have to first determine the character of both parties. Then everything can be discussed. Lu Jiqing smiled knowingly. After that, one of them spoke with the ripples of the Heart Lake while the other used the martial arts method of condensing sound to form a line. They began to do business. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, that person stretched out his hand and asked for another cup of tea. Lu Jiqing said with a straight face, "Brother, can you show some sincerity?" Qin Pingan said seriously, "Every word is true. Every word is sincere." Lu Jiqing waved his sleeve. "Forgive me for not seeing you off." Qin Pingan thought for a while and waved his fan with one hand while the other hand swept across the table. He grabbed some spring water from the boiling spring water on the table and poured 2 drops of spring water in front of himself. Then he drew a straight line with these 2 points. He gently touched one end with his fingertip and slowly wiped the line to the right until he reached the other end. Let's not look at the big picture. Let's assume that this line is the small world where Sword Immortal Lu lives. Then, Sword Immortal Lu is a cultivator born and raised in the Jinwu Palace. His temperament is here. While the Jinwu Palace has the temperament of sword cultivators, the temperament of sword cultivators is here. Here and here they are constantly drifting away from your temperament. More sword cultivators, such as the tyrannical wife of the palace master and the domineering sword cultivator Jin Lu, are gathered at the other end. But Sword Immortal Lu, who cultivates in the Jinwu Palace, will feel that everything is an eyesore. Although your realm and seniority are high enough and you can protect your own temperament, you will still stop here. Because Sword Immortal Lu wholeheartedly cultivates the sword and ascends to the top, he wants to sharpen and clean his sword with Earth Immortal cultivators. He is too lazy to care about the trivial matters under his nose. He feels that it is a waste of time and sloppiness, right? Lu Jiqing nodded slightly and sat upright. That's right. Qin Pingan raised his finger again and pointed at the end that symbolized Lu Jiqing's temperament. He suddenly asked, "When it comes to sword drawing, why do you give up what is near and seek what is far away? Between those who can defeat others and those who win by themselves, the foot of the mountain admires the former, but the mountain admires the latter more, right? Sword cultivators have great killing power and are known as the best in the world. Then do we still need to examine the heart and cultivate the heart? Do the sword cultivators flying sword and saber, as well as the master who controls them, have to be pure and untainted in both physical and mental aspects?" Qin Pingan withdrew his hand and gently moved the folding fan from the left end to the right end. "Can you, Lu Jiqing, draw your sword along this path until your sword heart is illuminated?" Lu Jiqing fell into deep thought. Qin Pingan suddenly asked, "Sword Immortal Lu, have you been living on the mountain since you were a child, or did you cultivate on the mountain when you were young?" Lu Jiqing stared at the line and said softly, "Ever since I can remember, I have been living on the mountain of the Golden Crow Palace, following my master to cultivate. I have never cared about the mortal world." Qin Pingan sighed and stood up. "Then pretend that I didn't say anything. I can only suggest that Sword Immortal Lu go down the mountain more often and travel farther." Lu Jiqing raised his hand and gestured twice. "Although I don't know much about common affairs, I can't say that I can see through people's hearts, but I still have some understanding. So, don't try to trick me with those Jianghu tricks. This spring dew garden is a gift to me, Lu Jiqing. You are obviously determined to get the Jade Lustrous Cliff. If you sell it, you can easily double the remaining 300 years, let alone 3 grains. If you do it well, you can even get 10 grains." Sure enough, that person quickly sat back down and said with a smile, "Doing business with a smart person is so straightforward." Lu Jiqing raised his head and asked curiously, "Do you care so much about money? Why do you have to be like this?" The white-robed scholar sighed. "Poor mountain cultivators, it's not easy to make money." Lu Jiqing shook his head and didn't want to bother with this person's nonsense. Lu Jiqing was silent for a moment and said, "You mean to say that you want to use the Golden Crow Palace as a place to cultivate your sword?" The white-robed scholar said with a smile, "Like me, one sentence has 1,000 meanings. Sword Immortal Lu is talented and intelligent, you can figure it out yourself." Lu Jiqing looked at the straight line and muttered to himself, "No matter what the result is, whether I go there to cultivate my sword or not, just this idea alone is very beneficial." Lu Jiqing raised his head and said, "According to the agreement, this Jade Lustrous Cliff is yours. Take the land deed, I will go to the Spring Dew Garden and speak with the Patriarch later." A priceless piece of golden jade paper floated down in front of Qin Pingan. Both of them signed their signatures. Spring Dew Garden's signature was an ancient seal of the ancestral Master Hall's jade seal. Lu Jiqing's signature was a sword-like character. 200 years later, the character still contained sword intent. Chen Pingan didn't immediately put away the land deed that was worth at least 6 grains of grain rain money. He asked with a smile, "Sword Immortal Lu is so generous, I don't think that idea will be beneficial at all. Might even be a bad thing. When I do business, I have always been fair and honest. I wouldn't dare to harm a Sword Immortal with boundless killing power. Sword Immortal Lu, please take back the land deed and allow me to come here for tea without paying." Lu Jiqing's thoughts were clear. He smiled and said, "After leaving the Jade Lustrous Cliff, if I really do return to the Golden Crow Palace and cleanse my sword with people's hearts, I naturally won't use such methods. So just take the land deed." Chen Pingan thought for a moment, then used his folding fan to draw vertical lines from top to bottom on the horizontal line on the table. The master of the Golden Crow Palace, the wife of the Mountain Lord Diyu's daughter, Jin Lu, the female cultivator who persuaded Jin Lu not to attack me. Their backgrounds, their masters, their cultivation nodes, their experiences outside the mountain, their allies, their close friends, their beliefs, love and hatred. Lu Jiqing, are you really interested in knowing? Once you choose to cleanse your sword, you need to go straight to your heart. As a sword immortal cultivator at the bottleneck of the Aurus Core realm, your natal flying sword, your cultivation base, and your master's seniority are your greatest enemies. Can you really cast them aside temporarily? If you give up halfway and can't reach the other end in one go, it will only damage your heart, causing your sword heart to be covered in dust and your sword intent to be flawed. Lu Jiqing smiled and said, "I can be sure that you are not a sword immortal cultivator. You shouldn't be too clear about the hardships of cultivation and the tribulations that wear down one's will. Cleansing the sword at the Golden Crow Palace is difficult because of the numerous trivial matters and the unfathomable details of the human heart. However, at the end of the day, it's as difficult as refining the sword embryo in the earliest days. It has to be exactly the same. I'm just going through the earliest cultivation path again. If I could do it back then, what's so difficult about becoming a Aurus Core Sword Immortal now?" The white-robed scholar shook his head and smiled. "The same thing can change with the passage of time, but it's difficult in 2 ways. Lu Jiqing thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "I've learned something." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Sword Immortal Lu, do you really believe that I'm pretending to be profound? Are you not afraid that I'll take you from the immortal mansion to the ditch at the foot of the mountain?" Lu Jiqing stood up. "I won't impose on you any longer. I hope that I can come here to drink tea as a guest in the future. Master is still the same." In Lu Jiqing's eyes, he was already a guest at Jade Cliff. Chen Pingan looked at the title deed on the table, then raised his head and looked at the white-robed youth. "Why does the Golden Crow Palace have a sword immortal like you? Did your ancestors accumulate good karma?" Lu Jiqing smiled and said, "Your words are unpleasant, but I'll take them as good words. To be honest, I'm not boasting, but the reputation of the senior cultivators of the Golden Crow Palace is indeed much better than it is now. It's a pity that reputation can't be exchanged for cultivation experience and family property. There's nothing better in this world. Therefore, I often think that my apprentice nephew is just doing things against his will, and not really doing anything wrong." Chen Pingan stood up. "How about I make another deal with you?" Lu Jiqing asked. "What do you mean?" Chen Pingan first asked a question. "Will the cultivators of the Spring Dew Garden spy on this place?" Lu Jiqing pointed at the thatched cottage outside the pavilion. "Do you think my sword is just a decoration? There are some rules that need to be mentioned. For example, when I drink tea here, I always follow the rules of the Spring Dew Garden. Once in the Jemu mountain range, when I saw an enemy of the Golden Crow Palace who also wanted to attack me, I turned a blind eye. If Spring Dew Garden doesn't follow this little rule, I feel that they are asking me to draw my sword and seek death. That's best." Chen Pingan pointed at himself. "Aren't you worried about not being able to find a whetstone?" Lu Jiqing looked around. "Aren't you afraid that Jade Cliff will be destroyed? Now the cliff spring is yours." Chen Pingan said, "Pick a place and draw a circle. You attack with your sword and I'll attack with my fist. How about that?" Lu Jiqing smiled. "I'm afraid you'll die." "That's exactly what I want." Chen Pingan closed his folding fan and repeated, "That's exactly what I want." There were 2 meanings in that one sentence. At the farewell spring banquet, the Golden Crow Palace's sword immortal, Lu Jiqing, did not appear. As for the young sword immortal who lived in hibernation awakening manor, he did not appear either. This caused everyone in the Spring Dew Garden, where rumors were flying everywhere, to feel regretful. Ignoring Lu Jiqing, he was one of the top cultivators of the North Continent's southeastern coast. Although he was only at the Golden Core realm, he was young and a sword immortal. The golden signboard of the Golden Crow Palace's sword immortals was supported by Lu Jiqing alone after the death of the nascent soul sword immortal, palatial Lord Bingjie. However, Lu Jiqing was no stranger to anyone. Both the Spring Dew Garden natives and foreign cultivators were more interested in the young sword immortal who had many stories to tell. Firstly, he had cleaved apart Golden Crow Palace's protective thunderclouds with a single strike. Rumor had it that Lu Jiqing had said it himself and it could not be faked. He had even invited the person to Jade Cliff for tea. Secondly, according to the rumors on the ferry, he had tempered his body to an extremely powerful state with his Khanate sword embryo. He was in no way inferior to a Golden Body Realm warrior. He had struck the Iron Shell Manor's Grandmaster Consecrator down the ferry with a single punch. It was said that the Iron Shell Manor's young master, Wei Bai, did not deny it. He did not hide anything. Illumination Cottage's Tang Qingqing even admitted that the young sword immortal had deep ties with the Spring Dew Garden. He was old acquaintances with his father and the fairy Song Lanxiao. Thirdly, the sword immortal surnamed Qin, who stayed at the Bamboo Sea's waking hibernation residence, would travel between the Bamboo Sea and Jade Cliff daily. As for his relationship with Lu Jiqing, the outside world could only speculate. During this period, the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall held a secret meeting. After the discussion, they did not restrict the rumors and allowed them to spread. However, they began to intentionally or unintentionally conceal the young sword immortal surnamed Chen's whereabouts at the Spring Dew Garden, his true appearance, as well as the details of the ferry incident. They began to create misunderstandings. Rumors spread throughout the Jimu mountain range. One day, it was said that he had stayed at Guyu's residence. The next day, it was said that he had moved to Lichuan residence. The day after, it was said that he had gone to Illumination Cottage for tea. After the farewell spring feast ended, even more ferries left Talisman Water Crossing. The cultivators returned home. Spring Dew Garden's Golden Core cultivator, Song Lanxiao, also boarded the ferry that had already made a round trip to Skeleton Beach. However, on the Jimu mountain range's Laohuai Street, there was a small shop. The shopkeeper had changed and it quietly reopened for business. The shopkeeper was a young man in a green robe. A vermilion wine pot hung from his waist and he held a folding fan in his hand. He sat on a small bamboo chair by the door. He did not advertise his business but rather basked in the sun. Those who were willing to take the bait were hooked. On the bustling Laohuai Street, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Cultivators bustled to and fro. The palm-sized shop paid a large sum of money to the Spring Dew Garden every year. This small shop hung with a signboard that read, "Buy an." Inside, there were all sorts of miscellaneous items from the mountain and the foot of the mountain. However, each item was placed neatly on the shelves. On the counter of the shop, there was a note cut from Xian paper with the words, "No bargaining" written on it. The top and bottom of the note were held down by two seals as paperweights. Apart from this, each shelf had a piece of paper posted on it. The paper was filled with the names and prices of the goods being sold. The shop was divided into the inner and outer parts. However, the shop at the back had its doors tightly shut. There was also a piece of paper posted on it, "The treasure of the shop, the fated will obtain it." The words were as large as fists. If one was willing to look carefully, they would discover that next to the words, "The fated will obtain it," there were also 4 tiny characters that seemed to be side notes. "The highest bidder will obtain it." After all, it was a shop that could be opened on Laohuai Street. The price was hard to say, but the quality of the goods was guaranteed. What's more, it was a newly opened shop. According to common sense, it was bound to take out some good things to attract people's attention. On Laohuai Street, there were several long-established shops with powerful mountain gates. They all had 1 or 2 magic treasures as the treasure of the shop for people to visit. There was no need to buy them. After all, there were easily more than 10 grain rain coins. How many people would be able to fork out such a thing? In fact, it was just to help the shop gain popularity. On the other hand, this buy-in shop was comparatively shabby. Apart from those pieces of sparkling white jade bones that were labeled as having come from the Skeleton Beach, which could be considered somewhat rare, and those entire sets of hard yellow paintings of the goddess from the City of Murals, which were also not bad, it always felt that they lacked a genuine treasure of the immortals that would make people remember at a glance. Most of them could only be considered as some fragmentary antiques that could be considered cheap. In addition, the smell of cosmetics was a bit too heavy. There were no less than 2 shelves of treasures, both of which were filled with what seemed to be the boudoirs of women from wealthy clans. Therefore, after 10 days, almost all of the shop's customers had become women who had heard the news and hurried over. There were young female cultivators from various mountain peaks, as well as many women from influential families within the Great Guan dynasty. They formed groups and arrived together. When they came across an item that caught their eye, they only needed to shout at the shop's entrance. If they asked the young shopkeeper if he could give them a discount, the guy on the bamboo chair would wave his hand. No matter how delicate and soft the women's tone was, it was all useless. That young shopkeeper would not budge even if thunder struck him, and he would never give them a discount. Many of the women who didn't lack gold and silver but hated the fact that they couldn't bargain with 1 or 2 copper coins were especially disappointed and annoyed. They would leave in a fit of pique. However, that young shopkeeper would at most smile and say that they were welcome to come again. He would never ask them to stay or change their minds. Over time, this small shop gained a bad reputation for being a ripoff. Unexpectedly, one day at dusk, Tang Qingqing brought a group of female cultivators from the Spring Dew Garden who had a good relationship with the Jiaya cottage to the shop noisily. Every one of them picked an item that only caught their eye. Without bargaining, they put down the immortal coins and left. Moreover, they only shopped in this small shop on Laohui Street and stopped shopping after that. After that, the shop's business improved. What really made the shop overcrowded was that sword immortal Lu, who was even prettier than the beauties of the Golden Crow Palace, actually entered this shop and spent money. For some reason, she walked all the way with a pile of bones before leaving Laohui Street. On this day, the shop put up a closed sign. The young shopkeeper, who had neither an accountant nor a worker to help him, leaned on the counter alone and counted the immortal coins. The snow coins piled up like a mountain, and there were also a few small summer coins. A young man in white with a golden hairpin on his head stepped over the threshold and walked into the shop. He looked at the money-grubbing shopkeeper and said helplessly, "I don't understand. Do you have to be so smart to make money?" Qin Pingan didn't even raise his head. "I've already told you, Great Sword Immortal Lu. We're just wild cultivators with no roots. Our heads are tied to our belts to make money. Immortal masters like you won't understand." Lu Jiqing shook his head. "I have to go. I've already told Patriarch Tan about the Jade Cliff, but I still hope you won't sell it. It's best if you don't rent it to others. Otherwise, I won't come to the Spring Dew Garden to fetch water and make tea." Qin Pingan raised his head and said with a smile, "That's 6 grains of grain rain money. I can't stay in the Spring Dew Garden for long. When the time comes, I can still find a Spring Dew Garden cultivator to help me take care of the shop. I can still make money by dividing the profits. But if I don't sell or rent the Jade Cliff, what's the point of keeping the title deed? Let it eat dust and mold and then it'll become invalid after 300 years? Lu Jiqing sighed. Qin Pingan smiled. "Actually, it's easy to come to the Spring Dew Garden to make tea. You just have to give me 3 grains of grain rain money. For the next 300 years you can come as you wish. Before I leave, I'll talk to the Spring Dew Garden in advance. At that time no one will stop you." Lu Jiqing asked, "Do you think my grain rain money fell from the sky?" Qin Pingan waved his hand. "I'm just joking with you. In the future you can make tea whenever you want." Lu Jiqing stood still. Qin Pingan was puzzled. "What's wrong? Do I have to spend money to invite you to tea? Isn't that too much?" Lu Jiqing was annoyed. "Where are the hundreds of pebbles at the bottom of the clear pond? Why aren't there any left? It's only worth 200 to 300 grains of snow money. Are you greedy?" Qin Pingan slammed the table. "I have the title deed. The entire Jade Cliff is my property. I just picked up a few pebbles and put them in my pocket. What can you do about it?" Lu Jiqing said helplessly. "Then I'll buy those pebbles from you and put them back at the bottom of the Jade Cliff. How about that?" Qin Pingan stretched out a palm. 5 grains of snow money. This shop doesn't give discounts." Lu Jiqing slammed his palm on the counter. After he raised his hand, 5 more grains of snow money appeared on the table. Lu Jiqing turned around and left. "The next time I come to the Spring Dew Garden, if there's one less pebble in the water, I'll chop you to death." Qin Pingan gently pressed a finger on the counter. Otherwise, with so many grains of snow money arranged in an orderly manner, the formation would be disrupted. Another 5 grains of snow money. It was a little annoying. It was not good to be too good at doing business. Qin Pingan felt that today was a good day to do business. He put away all the immortal coins, walked out of the counter and took down the closed sign. He continued to sit on the small bamboo chair at the entrance of the shop, but instead of basking in the sun, he was enjoying the cool air. Of course, he didn't want to fight to the death with Lu Jiqing. It was to measure how fast the flying sword of a sword cultivator at the Golden Core realm was. In the 3 rounds, Lu Jiqing contributed 5 points, 7 points and finally 9 points. Qin Pingan had a rough idea. However, the young Grandmaster of the Golden Crow Palace was so angry now. It was not his fault. After all, Lu Jiqing had probably never eaten so much soil in his life. Of course, Qin Pingan and Lu Jiqing's 3 sparring sessions were not easy for Lu Jiqing either. There wouldn't be a 4th round. Otherwise they could only fight to the death. There was no need for that. As for why Qin Pingan still stayed in the Spring Dew Garden after the 3 rounds of fighting, other than making some money as a burden to make room for things close to him, he still had to wait for a reply. Previously, he had sent a secret letter to Mount Mui Shan of the Linen sect through the sword room of the Spring Dew Garden. The so-called secret letter, even if the messenger flying sword was intercepted, was just some ordinary matter for the Linen sect youth, Pang Lanshi, to send to Longquan County. Therefore, when the letter would be sent from Longquan County to the Bone Beach and then to the Spring Dew Garden, he only needed to see when that Grandmaster Tan appeared. This nascent soul Grandmaster who was in charge of the records of thousands of people in the Spring Dew Garden and the servant disciples never appeared in front of Qin Pingan. However, as long as Mount Mui Shan of the Linen sect really replied, no matter how calm she was, no matter how many things she had to do, she would definitely not be able to sit still. She would make a trip to the shop or the house of hibernation. In the night, Laohui Street was brightly lit. The Spring Dew Garden had some income again. Qin Pingan stood up and planned to close the door. After that, he only needed to take out a talisman boat that he temporarily borrowed, and he could ride the wind back to the house of hibernation in the bamboo sea. As soon as Qin Pingan picked up the bamboo chair, he put it down and looked towards the shop. A slender young woman appeared out of thin air and stood there with a smile. Qin Pingan stepped over the threshold and cupped his fists with a smile. "Greetings, Mrs. Tan." This Spring Dew Garden owner's surname was Tan, and her first name was Ling. Other than her, the Grandmaster Hall's direct lineage masters in the Spring Dew Garden all had 3 names. For example, Jindan Song Lanqiao was of the Lan generation. Tan Ling did not stay for long. After some polite greetings, she handed over the sword box of the Linen sect's Grandmaster Hall to Qin Pingan, and she left with a smile. The business of the Spring Dew Garden no longer needed to take risks. The Spring Dew Garden gave out a small shop on Laohui Street and a talisman boat that was the icing on the cake. The timing was just right. Qin Pingan closed the shop and took a talisman boat to the house of hibernation in a secluded place. In the room he opened the sword box and there were 2 flying swords. Tan Ling's Spring Dew Garden also received a flying sword message from the Linen sect, saying that it was a gift from the Mui sect's Grandmaster Hall in return for Child Qin. The 2 flying swords contained in the sword box could travel 100,000 miles, and it was difficult for nascent soul cultivators to intercept them. Qin Pingan was no stranger to the sword box. He had one himself, and the one at the Book Lake was not far away, and its quality was far inferior to this one. Sitting in the room, he opened a letter and looked at the handwriting. Qin Pingan smiled knowingly. His first disciple had rambled on for a few thousand words in the letter. She had told her master about her studies in the school, rain or shine. She had studied diligently and meticulously. The old masters were almost moved to tears. Cui Dongshan should be the one personally handling some of the truly confidential matters. For example, regarding Zhou Mili's matter, the letter vaguely said, "Your student has already understood and it's fine now." Qin Pingan read it a few times. Yes, Pei Qin's handwriting was getting more and more neat. He really did not copy books and slack off. As for the words, "Master, my crazy demon sword art has been perfected. It's a pity that Master did not go home to take a look. I earned a small mountain of silver for the shop, Master. You should go home and take a look. If the silver grew legs and ran away, I won't be able to stop it. Although, Master, I have lost dozens of soldiers, but I have taken in 2 protectors. Every household in the Dragon Riding Alley does not pick up lost things. Master, you can rest assured. Short Winter Melon is very obedient in the shop, but he is a rice bucket. He is not good at earning money, so I have to take out my private savings to pay for his food expenses. Now that I have mastered the peerless sword art, saber art, and fist art, even if someone bullies me, I will not argue with them. However, I will definitely protect Short Winter Melon well because he is the weakling that Master mentioned. I am no longer one of them." Qin Pingan smiled as he put away the letter. He gently folded it and slowly stored it in his square Cun object. Chen Pingon had already taken off his golden wine and snowflake robes. He was only wearing a green robe and a wine pot. He got up and went to the corridor. He looked at the distance high above the courtyard wall. The sea of bamboo was dense and the world was verdant. After Cui Dongshan rushed back to Longquan County, he ate in the dragon riding alley. The main seat at the dining table was always empty. Cui Dongshan wanted to sit there, but after arguing with Pei Qian for a long time, he could only sit opposite Pei Qian. The little water monster Zhou Mili sat beside Pei Qian. As long as Shi Ro sat down, she would always sit on the bench with her back facing the door. Moreover, she did not need to eat at all. In the past she would accompany Pei Qian to chat, but today she did not dare to not come. During the meal, Shi Ro just made up the number and symbolically ate a few times. The other three wolfed down the food like a whirlwind. Especially Zhou Mili, her chopsticks were flying. After that, Cui Dongshan left the dragon riding alley shop, saying that he was going to Luopa Mountain to drink some wine. Pei Qian did not care about him. He practiced a set of crazy demon sword technique in the courtyard. Zhou Mili clapped vigorously at the side. Cui Dongshan did not directly go to Luopa Mountain Bamboo House. Instead, he appeared at the foot of the mountain. Now he had a decent mansion. In the courtyard, Wei Pai, Zhu Lian, and the stooped man guarding the door were playing chess. Wei Pai and Zhu Lian were playing chess. Zheng Dafeng was eating melon seeds at the side and pointing out the rivers and mountains. Cui Dongshan sat on the wall and watched for a long time. He could not help but curse. 3 stinky chess pieces in a pile. It's so spicy that it blinds my eyes. Cui Dongshan floated over. However, when he sat down, Wei Pai and Zhu Lian picked up the chess pieces and put them back into the chess pot. Cui Dongshan stretched out his hands. Don't. It's not funny when children play chess. Zheng Dafeng began to chase them away. Wei Pai directly returned to Cloud-Splitting Mountain. Zhu Lian and Cui Dongshan climbed the mountain together. Cui Dongshan waved his sleeves like an old hen flapping its wings. He flapped his wings and flew up 3 steps at a time. Cui Dongshan asked casually, "Did Jiang Shang really come to Luopa Mountain?" Zhu Lian smiled, "You're talking about Brother Zhou Fei? He came and said he wanted to be our Luopa Mountain's consecrator as a nascent soul realm cultivator." Cui Dongshan sneered, "You agreed?" Zhu Lian put his hands behind his back and turned his head with a smile. "Guess?" Cui Dongshan waved his sleeves. "Yo Zhu Lian, you've improved, haven't you?" Zhu Lian smiled, "Don't hit my face. The rest is up to you." Cui Dongshan hovered in the air, less than a foot off the ground. He glanced at Zhu Lian. "Jiang Shang is not simple. Sun Yuan is not simple either." Zhu Lian smiled, "That's why I rejected him. This guy's flattery skills are not good. He needs to cultivate properly. He can't enter Luopa Mountain for the time being." Brother Zhou Fei also felt that this was reasonable. He said he would study it when he returned and ask me for advice next time. Only then did Cui Dongshan land. He continued to flap his 2 snow-white wings, and slowly flew up. "That unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator Li Kai?" Zhu Lian nodded. "Brother Zhou Fei is very talented. It's just that I feel that everything is a bit off. This is probably the only flaw. It's the same when it comes to flattery and dealing with women. That Li Kai couldn't stand Brother De Feng's gaze and wanted to attack. I couldn't stop him, so that person from Bamboo House gave him half a punch. With Brother Zhou Fei's persuasion, he finally stopped." Cui Dongshan's face was gloomy. Now that he was in charge of the south, he really didn't know much about the north. Zhu Lian smiled. "When one's family grows big, it's common for people from all walks of life to have different temperaments." Cui Dongshan sneered, "Isn't it because you're not skilled enough and your fist technique is not good enough?" Zhu Lian said helplessly, "I'm holding back my fist intent even when I'm peeing and shitting. What else do you want me to do?" Cui Dongshan landed on the ground and began to climb up the mountain. He said casually, "Lu Baixiang has already begun to fight for territory." Zhu Lian put his hands behind his back and bent over to climb up the mountain. He said with a mischievous smile, "He's the same as Wei Xian. A wolf travels 1,000 miles to eat meat, a dog travels 10,000 miles to eat shit." Cui Dongshan suddenly stopped. "I won't go up the mountain. Tell Wei Pai to send a flying sword message to that linen sect's Muishan. Ask him about that Gao Cheng's birth characters, hometown, genealogy, ancestral grave, anything. Just tell him whatever he knows. The more the better. If the entire linen sect is useless, then it's fine. But let Wei Pai tell the linen sect one last thing from the bottom of his heart. There's no such thing as making money while doing nothing." Zhu Lian asked, Wei Pai was right in front of you before. Why didn't you say anything? Cui Dongshan smiled. If you say it, you'll owe him a favor. Julien nodded. Makes sense. Cui Dongshan no longer climbed the mountain. He turned into a rainbow and returned to the small town. Now that Blacksmith Ruan was not in Longquan County, he could come and go freely. Under the dim light of night, Cui Dongshan went to the heavily guarded old porcelain mountain, and left with a large sack on his back. Then he stayed for a few days at the ancestral house where he had stayed before. Nobody knew what he was doing every day. Even when Pei Qian went, Cui Dongshan did not open the door. Pei Qian took Zhou Mili to climb up the house. After climbing up, they found that there was a courtyard. Unfortunately, when they looked down, it was foggy and they could not see anything. Pei Qian had to take Zhou Mili back to the dragon riding alley. That day, Cui Dongshan swaggered to the shop and happened to meet Pei Qian and Zhou Mili, who were running down the stairs. When they reached the yard, Pei Qian contacted the crazy demon swordsmanship and asked, "Today, someone wants to bully the short man again. What should we do?" Cui Dongshan smiled. "If we can hide, we can hide. What else can we do? It's not like we can beat them to death with a stick." Pei Qian stopped the walking stick in his hand. Zhou Mili quickly moved a small stool over. After Pei Qian sat down, Zhou Mili squatted at the side and her teeth chattered. Pei Qian let go of the walking stick and frowned. "What's wrong with the old teachers? Do they only teach the principles of words in books? Who doesn't know how to recite books?" Speaking of this, Pei Qian raised his chin. "Right, guardian? It's time for you to take action." Zhou Mili had a tacit understanding and helped her senior sister to say the rest of the words. "What's the use?" Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "When you see someone you don't like, it's only natural that you don't like everything in your life. When you don't like everything in your life, it's natural that you don't like people." Pei Qian was furious. "Are you talking about me?" Cui Dongshan held the back of his head with both hands and leaned back. He raised his feet and swayed gently, but he did not fall down. "How could I be talking about you? I'm explaining why I asked you to avoid these people. Don't get close to them. They are like water ghosts. They will drag you down." Cui Dongshan, who was swinging there, raised one hand and pretended to be holding a folding fan. He gently shook his wrist. Pei Qian asked, "Why did you give your favorite fan to my master?" Cui Dongshan did not stop moving. "I have a lot of fans. I just gave my favorite one to you." Pei Qian whispered, "What are you doing in that house? Don't tell me they're stealing or moving things." Cui Dongshan closed his eyes and slept. Pei Qian made a gesture and took Zhou Mili to the left and right side of Cui Dongshan. He was lying horizontally but did not fall down. Zhou Mili stretched out a hand to cover her mouth. "Senior sister, he is really asleep." Pei Qian rolled her eyes. After thinking for a while, she waved her hand and motioned to go back to the house with her to copy books. After that, Cui Dongshan quietly left the Riding Dragon Alley in Longquan Commandery. However, Pei Qian felt a bit strange. In the school in Longquan Commandery opened by the Qin family in Longwei Creek, the old masters who had always lived in seclusion actually began to visit the children's homes. They were not allowed to leave the houses and the streets and alleys. For example, the shop in the Riding Dragon Alley where she worked also had an old master who talked with Shiro for a long time. In the end, they even had a meal together. Not only that, the teachers who originally only imparted moral knowledge and explained the sages' books in the school also helped out in the fields, went up the mountain to chop firewood, and took the students to tour the dragon kiln and so on. In private, there seemed to be teachers who complained that these were vulgar acts that disgraced the refined culture. However, they only complained about it verbally and did what they should do. Not long after, this school quietly dismissed several teachers and several new teachers came. A young man in white who walked all the way south had long been away from Dali. One day he held the moon in his hand by a stream in the forest. He looked down at the moon in his hand and drank some water. He smiled and said, "I can't keep the moon, but I can drink water." Then he shook his sleeve and a small porcelain doll more than a foot high fell out from his snow-white sleeve. There were countless cracks on the doll's limbs, and its face had not been opened. Compared to the porcelain doll that appeared in the old house that year, it was just a lot worse, but its technique was actually more skillful. Cui Dongshan turned his head and looked. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the porcelain doll's small head. He smiled and said, "Am I right, Brother Gao?" (5:15). Qin Pingan walked out of the house of waking hibernation. Holding the green mountain walking stick that complemented the bamboo forest, he walked to the top of the bamboo forest alone. After hesitating for a while, he took out the talisman boat and rode the wind towards the Jade Cliff. Actually, when he was at the Spring Dew Garden, other than borrowing the talisman boat temporarily, the maidservant in the mansion laughed and said that the House of Waking Hibernation had a bag of celestial money prepared for the talisman boat to and from the mansion in Laohui Street. However, Qin Pingan never opened it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Following the rules was one thing, but he also had his own rules. As long as the two did not oppose each other, the cage of rules would become a talisman boat that could help people explore the mountains and rivers. When Qin Pingan rode the talisman boat made by the Taizhen Palace of the Taoist talisman branch to the Jade Cliff, he saw Lu Jiqing taking off his boots and rolling up his sleeves and pants. He stood in the stream below the clear pond and was bending down to pick up pebbles. When he saw one that he liked, he did not even raise his head and accurately threw it into the clear pond at the edge of the cliff. After Qin Pingan landed and kept the talisman boat in his sleeve, Lu Jiqing still did not raise his head. He walked barefoot all the way downstream and said in an unfriendly tone, "Shut up. I don't want to hear you talk." It was most likely that this grand martial uncle of the Jinwu Palace did not believe that the money grubber would put a few hundred pebbles back into the clear pond. As for the bigger reason, Lu Jiqing was a little strict when it came to matters. He wanted everything to be perfect. He should have returned to the Jinwu Palace long ago, but halfway there, he felt that the clear pond was empty. He was upset and decided to return to the Jade Cliff. He had already said goodbye to the man surnamed Chen at the shop on Laohui Street. Since he could not force the money grubber to put the pebbles back, Lu Jiqing had to do it himself and pick up as many pebbles as he could. Qin Pingan also took off his boots and walked into the stream. He had just picked up a sparkling and cute pebble and wanted to help throw it into the clear pond. Unexpectedly, Lu Jiqing said, "That one won't do. It's too beautiful." Qin Pingan still threw it into the clear pond at the bottom of the cliff, but Lu Jiqing waved his sleeve and threw the pebble into the stream. Lu Jiqing said angrily, "Chen. Fine. My good intentions are treated as ill liver and lungs." Qin grabbed the pebble and rubbed his hands to wipe the water stain. He exhaled, smiled and kept the pebble. "It's all real gold and silver. Pressure, it's really pressure." The clear pool at the bottom of the Jade Cliff was the source of the spring water. It was the intersection of the mountain roots and the river veins. It was blessed by nature and full of spiritual aura. The stones at the bottom of the clear pool were of the best quality. They had been soaked in the spiritual aura of the clear spring water for thousands of years. The stones in the stream were slightly inferior. However, if they were used to carve seals or handpieces similar to mutton fat jade, they could be used to decorate and caress. As a high-ranking official and dignitary's study, they were still of the best quality. If there was such a thing in the study room, it would be very pleasing to the eyes. Although it might not be able to prolong one's life, it was enough to make one feel relaxed and happy. Lu Jiqing was very meticulous in his selection. He threw dozens of pebbles into the clear pond from the stream. It felt like he was more meticulous than choosing a wife or a Taoist companion. Qin Pingan followed behind Lu Jiqing and picked up the pebbles. Lu Jiqing picked up most of the pebbles and put them down after a while. As a result, another 40 to 50 pebbles came into his account. Qin Pingan had already made up his mind. There was an old shop on Laohui Street that specialized in selling stationery. He could forget about the old shopkeeper because he could not afford to hire him. Moreover, the shopkeeper might not be interested in these pebbles. Qin Pingan only needed to find 1 or 2 apprentices in the shop. Even if they only had half of the old shopkeeper's skills, it would be more than enough to deal with these pebbles. He would ask them to carve the pebbles or handpieces or small ink stones. When the time came, he would put them in his shop and say that they were from the old pit on the Jade Cliff. He would then tell a story about how Lu Jianxian of the Jinwu Palace comprehended the sword by looking at the pebbles. The price would then rise. As for the pebbles at the bottom of the clear pond, he still had to put them all back. If he wanted to do business for a long time, the word shrewdness would always come after honesty. After all, he who had obtained a shop in the Spring Dew Garden could no longer be considered a real bag shop. As for why the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall would give him a shop, it was very simple. The old nanny from the Iron Cliff Manor who looked like she could ward off evil had already pointed out the secret. The small book, Spring Dew in Winter, did indeed need to be written with sword immortal Qin Pingan. However, when Song Lanxiao mentioned this matter, he clearly said that the Spring Dew Garden's penman would first publish the new edition of Spring Dew in Winter before Qin Pingan left the Spring Dew Garden. He would first hand over the contents of the new edition of Spring Dew in Winter to Qin Pingan so that he could review what could be written and what could not be written. In fact, the Spring Dew Garden already had a well-thought-out plan. After doing business on the mountain for so many years, they were very clear about the taboos of immortals. Qin Pingan enjoyed these methods of making money and did not feel bored in the slightest. At that time he chatted with Song Lanxiao very enthusiastically. After all, in the future he could also apply what he had learned in Luapa Mountain. Lu Jiqing went ashore and walked towards the Jade Cliff. He saw that the fellow had no intention of going ashore. It seemed that he planned to search the stream again to avoid missing anything. Lu Jiqing was so angry that he laughed and said, "Good man, you're thinking about money, aren't you?" Qin Pingan bent down and picked up a cobblestone that was as fine as black jade. He gently turned it over to see if there were any pleasing natural lines. He laughed and said, "When I was young I was afraid of being poor. What can I do?" The reason why Lu Jiqing did not leave the Spring Dew Garden on his sword was naturally that he wanted to see with his own eyes that the fellow put the stones back to their original places. Only then would he feel at ease. However, Lu Jiqing now suspected that the fellow would immediately put the stones back after he left. He always felt that the fellow with the surname Chen would really do such a crazy thing. Qin Pingan kept the stones that looked like black jade close to him. His gaze wandered. Picking up money from the ground was much easier than taking money from other people's pockets and putting it into his own money pouch. If he did not bend down and stretch out his hand, Qin Pingan was afraid that he would be struck by lightning. Because of Qin Pingan, it took Lu Jiqing a full hour to walk back to the Jade Cliff. The two of them arrived at the thatched pavilion. Qin Pingan stood still while Lu Jiqing stared at him. Qin Pingan patted his head and said, "Look at my memory." He waved his sleeve and hundreds of cobblestones fell into the clear pool like rain. Lu Jiqing stared at the stones attentively. The number was about the same. The key was that none of the cobblestones that he liked the most were missing. Only then did Lu Jiqing's expression improve. If one of them was missing, he felt that he would not need to come here to drink tea anymore. Whether he was a money grubber or not, that was his own business. It was his ability to earn money from him. However, if he did not keep his promise, it would be a world of difference. Since the Jade Cliff had fallen into the hands of this kind of person, Lu Jiqing would treat it as if the Jade Cliff had been destroyed. Qin Pingan patted his sleeve and said, "Have you ever thought that picking up stones in the stream is also cultivating the mind? I have a general understanding of your temperament. You like to pursue perfection. This kind of state of mind and temperament may be a good thing to practice the sword, but on the path of cultivating the mind, using the people of the Golden Crow Temple to wash the sword, you will most likely be very upset. Therefore, I am actually regretting telling you about the meridians." Lu Jiqing shook his head and said, "The more troublesome it is, the more it means that once the sword is washed successfully, the harvest will be greater than I imagined." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I just found a random reason to give you a reminder." Lu Jiqing hesitated for a moment, then sat down and began to draw seals with his fingers. However, this time, his movements were slow and he did not deliberately conceal his ripples of spiritual energy. Soon, two scarlet fire dragons circled around him. He raised his head and asked, "Have you learned it?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "I have memorized the method. I can also roughly see the path of spiritual energy circulation, but I can't do it now." Lu Jiqing frowned and said, "If you were willing to spend half of your mind on business on cultivation, would you be in such a miserable state?" Qin Pingan smiled bitterly and said, "Lu Jiqing, don't just sit here and talk. I am a person who has broken the bridge of longevity. It is already very good for me to be in such a state today." Qin Pingan knew about Lu Jiqing's character in the previous 3 rounds. He had agreed that Lu Jiqing, a sword practitioner at the bottleneck of the Oris Elixir realm, would only use half of his strength. He would only use his fist. Qin Pingan drew a circle with a radius of 100 feet and used the cultivation level he had when he was in Old Dragon City to deal with Lu Jiqing's flying sword. This was Lu Jiqing's first time using a flying sword. Because he had underestimated Qin Pingan's toughness and was not used to his opponent's style of exchanging injuries for injuries and punching him twice, the flying sword, which was originally named Waterfall, was only used to determine victory and defeat, not life and death. Therefore, when Lu Jiqing's flying sword first appeared, although it was as fast as a waterfall pouring down from the heavens, it still only pierced an inch above Qin Pingan's heart. As a result, Lu Jiqing's flying sword pierced through his shoulder and arrived in front of Lu Jiqing in the blink of an eye. The extremely fast flying sword once again rotated back and pierced that person's ankle. Lu Jiqing had just moved a few feet away when that person followed him like a shadow and punched him out of the circle. Fortunately, that person had deliberately held back his strength after punching him. However, Lu Jiqing still fell to the ground and slid back several feet, covered in dust. Lu Jiqing was just a little embarrassed. After floating up, he looked at the guy whose shoulder and ankle were indeed pierced by the flying sword and asked, "Doesn't it hurt?" Sword practitioners were difficult to deal with. Once they pierced through the opponent's body in Qi residence, the most difficult thing to deal with was that it was extremely difficult to heal quickly. Moreover, it had a terrifying effect similar to the conflict of the Great Tao. Other offensive magic weapons in the world could also inflict lasting damage and even cause endless consequences. However, they were not as difficult to deal with as the residual sword aura. It was rapid and fierce, like an instant flood breaking through a dam. It was like a dragon entering the small world of the human body, overturning the rivers and seas, and greatly affecting the circulation of the Qi residence's spiritual Qi. When cultivators fought with their lives on the line, a disturbance of the spiritual Qi would often be fatal. Moreover, ordinary Qi cultivators who tempered their bodies were ultimately not as good as military cultivators and pure martial artists. If one sword was already like this, what would happen if there were more sword practitioners? At that time the opponent laughed and said, "It doesn't affect my punches." After the second round, Lu Jiqing began to be careful of the distance between them. It should be known that sword practitioners, especially Earth Immortal sword practitioners, were very good at both long-range and close combat. Chen Pinggan began to fight with the cultivation level he had when he first arrived at the Skeleton Beach, in order to avoid the elusive Lu Jiqing's natal flying sword. After that round, the two of them sat cross-legged outside the circle. Chen Pinggan's body was covered with small wounds, and Lu Jiqing was also covered in dust. At that time, Chen Pinggan could not help but ask, "I once fought with the flying sword of an old Jindan sword practitioner. How could you be so fast when you only use 70% of your strength?" Lu Jiqing was in a bad mood at that time. "It's only 70%. It's up to you to believe it or not." On the third day, Lu Jiqing looked at the guy who seemed to be completely fine. "You're not pretending? Today I used 90% of my strength. Although you and I agreed not to fight to the death, but..." Before Lu Jiqing could finish, the guy laughed and said, "Just use your sword." Chen Pinggan used the cultivation level he had after withstanding the heavenly tribulation of the Cloud Sea, but he did not use some of his trump cards to fight with the enemy again. In the end, Lu Jiqing stood outside the circle and had to rub his red and swollen cheeks with his hands, using his spirit Qi to slowly disperse the bruises. Chen Pinggan stood in the line of the circle, smiling brightly. There were a few more bloody holes on his body, but they were not fatal anyway. He just needed to recuperate for a while. Lu Jiqing had to ask the same question again, "Is it really not painful?" Chen Pinggan blinked. "516. Wearing a green gown, he passed through the Lanfang Kingdom and traveled north. The Lanfang Kingdom was rich in rare orchids. It was a country that did not care about money. Their family was rich and they only cared about how many orchids they had. Other than that, there was nothing special. However, there were some customs that left a deep impression on people. For example, women liked to throw money into the river to predict good or bad luck. The people in the kingdom, regardless of wealth or poverty, liked to set animals free. It was a popular practice. However, there were many scenes of people setting animals free in the upper reaches and catching turtles in the lower reaches. There were also boatmen, regardless of whether they were young or old, who were topless and allowed the sun to scorch their backs. The marks on their backs were like ravines in dry fields. When there were droughts and floods, people liked to make paper dragon kings and parade through the streets. However, they did not pray for rain or take shelter from the rain. Instead, they kept whipping the paper dragon kings until they were broken. To the north of the Lanfang Kingdom was the Qingxi Kingdom. The king and ministers worshipped Taoism. Taoist temples were as common as clouds and they wantonly suppressed Buddhism. Further north was the southern vassal of the Dezhuan Kingdom, the Jinfei Kingdom. It was a country that worshipped martial arts. Street fights could be seen everywhere and blood was often spilled. There were many young masters from rich families who liked to wield their bows and swords. They traveled in groups and rode their horses. They hunted everywhere as if there was no one around them. The king of the Jinfei Kingdom was born in the battlefield. He sat on the dragon throne because he had usurped the throne. He worshipped martial arts and suppressed literature. In the court, there were often civil and high-ranking officials who returned home to recuperate with bruises all over their faces. In the eyes of the people of the Jinfei Kingdom, things that were unimaginable in other places were normal. Things like a scholar being sprayed with spittle and a minister of the Board of Rights saying that he could not win against a general's big fist were just things to talk about after a meal. Along the way there was a drizzle on the cliff. The curtain of rain was like a curtain and the sound of rain was like the sound of wind chimes. There was a woodcutter who saw an orchid deep in the mountains. He danced with joy as if he had gone mad. Insects chirped in the middle of the night. The moonlight was like water washing the green gown. Beside the bonfire in the mountains, the flames swayed. It was about to enter the rainy season. On this day, Qin Pingan was walking slowly in the mountains outside the county of Jinfu country. This place was plagued by tigers, so the nobles of Jinfu country often came here to hunt. Along the way, Qin Pingan had already seen several groups of hunters with sabers and bows. Most of them were young and most of them were young men. Among them, there was no lack of young women who looked valiant and were familiar with bows and horses. The older entourage seemed to have come from the battlefield. A few days ago, Qin Pingan saw a group of disciples from the capital city of the Jinfu kingdom drinking and leaving calligraphy on the walls of the temple. One of them, a tall teenager, directly carried the painted wooden statue and walked out of the temple gate. He threw the statue out and shouted that he wanted to compete with the mountain god. Far away from the temple, the mountain god and the earth god were hiding in silence. They looked at each other and sighed. In the evening, Qin Pingan did not walk into the county. Instead, he left the official road and went over the mountains. He walked along a winding mountain path. Occasionally, he could see some figures. Most of them were strong and healthy, and their green gowns were like wisps of smoke in the forest. When night fell, the pedestrians on the path still did not raise their candles. In the middle of the night, Qin Pingan suddenly stopped. He stood on a towering tree and looked into the distance. There was a huge lone peak surrounded by cliffs on all sides. It was brightly lit and houses were densely packed. Only the mountain under Qin Pingan's feet was connected to a metal chain and wooden plank bridge that could lead to the small town at the top of the mountain. At night, when the mountain breeze blew, the entire bridge would sway slightly. It looked like a reputable sect of the pugilistic world. As the spirit energy nearby was thin, it was only slightly better than the borders of the Silver Screen country and Huaihuang country. It was not a good place for Qi refinement warriors to cultivate. Qin Pingan sat on a tree branch and chewed on a dry biscuit. The blade-strengthening gourd was already filled with more than 10 caddies of Lanfang country's wine. He did not drink much along the way, so there was quite a lot left. Qin Pingan closed his eyes and rested. Even if it was a small refinement, the progress of the 2 pieces of dragon-slaying platform was still slow. Along the way he still could not completely refine them. Unknowingly, the lights on the opposite mountain peak gradually extinguished. In the end, there were only specks of light. At daybreak, Qin Pingan opened his eyes and pasted a steel-carrying talisman that he had learned from Duyu of the Ghost Axe Palace. He then continued to cultivate. On the journey to the north, one would stop and walk as they pleased. They only needed to reach the Green Oriole Kingdom in the east of the North Continent before autumn. The Green Oriole Kingdom was the estuary of the Great Blasphemy River. The central part of the North Continent was high. The east and west sides were tilted towards the sea. The north was even higher. The entire North Continent, from the Skeleton Beach to the north, was like a flight of stairs. The source of the Great Blasphemy River was in the north. There were more than 10 huge rivers that flowed into the riverbed of the Great Blasphemy River, creating a rare spectacle of 2 estuaries. After Qin Pingan completely refined the 2 pieces of dragon-slaying platform, he turned them into nothingness and placed them in 2 acupuncture points that used to have an extremely small wisp of sword aura. The flying swords Chu-yi and Chu-yi and Chu-yi entered them respectively. Every time the flying swords collided with the dragon-slaying platform, sparks would fly from the sharpening of the swords. Qin Pingan felt as if his heart was being pierced by a knife. This was also the fundamental reason why he did not travel fast. The speed of Qin Pingan's small refinement was comparable to the speed at which Chu-yi and Chu-yi and Chu-yi ate the dragon-slaying platform. After they ate up the dragon-slaying platform, it would be the foundation. Next, refining Chu-yi and Chu-yi into natal items was the key. The process was destined to be dangerous and unbearable. However, this feeling of returning to the bamboo house of a desolate mountain to be punched made Qin Pingan feel particularly at ease. On the bridge, the sound of dung carts rolling could be heard. A large vegetable garden was opened up in the mountains on the other side of the bridge. Then, a group of people went to the mountain stream in the distance to fetch water. There were young children following them with willow branches. They were jumping and swaying a small bucket in their hands. In the small town on the mountaintop, the shouts of martial artists practicing boxing, sabers and spears could be heard. Living on the mountain and not being a cultivator who abstained from food, it was still somewhat troublesome. The figures that returned to the small town on the mountain in the latter half of the night were mostly wrapped up. During this time, some people were even leading mules and horses that were carrying heavy items and crossing the bridge to return home. Chen Pingan planned to stay here for 2 more days and strive to completely refine 2 pieces of the dragon-slaying platform in one go with the immortal art that was derived from the inscription of the Jade Palace's rain prayer tablet. Then he would continue his journey. More than 10 countries north of the Spring Dew Garden, including the Jinfu country, were led by the Great Zhuan dynasty. The martial arts fate was at its peak and martial artists ran amok in the pugilistic world. It was to the extent that hundreds of martial artists joined forces to besiege the immortal sects on the mountain. In the vast territory, the Golden Scale Palace, which only had one nascent soul cultivator in charge, could barely avoid disaster. However, the disciples of the sect still had to be careful when they left the mountain to train. When Chen Pingan first heard about this in the Spring Dew Garden, he also felt that it was inconceivable. However, when he heard that one of the 4 10th realm martial artists in the North Continent was in the Great Zhuan dynasty, he somewhat understood. The North Continent now had 4 ultimate realm martial artists. The oldest one was a highly respected powerhouse at the foot of the mountain and was best friends with several sword immortals on the mountain. However, for some reason he suffered from chi deviation a few years ago. Several cultivators of the upper 5 realms spent a lot of effort to detain him. After all, they could not let go of their hands and feet and kill him, lest they accidentally hurt the old martial artist's life. That old martial artist had also seriously injured a pure Jade Realm Taoist immortal and was temporarily locked in the residence of the Heavenly Lord, waiting for the Heavenly Lord Xiesher to return from the Aquarius continent and issue a decree. The youngest one was just 100 years old. He was the chief consecrator of a Zong immortal family in the north. His wife was a female sword immortal who had just entered the pure Jade realm. In fact, there was a huge age gap between the 2 of them. There were many stories about the 2 of them being together. Then there was a solitary master from the Great Zhuan dynasty who had disappeared from the world for decades. There were many different opinions. Some said that he had died in a life-and-death battle with an old enemy, the Great Sword Immortal, but the Great Zhuan dynasty covered it up well. There were also some who said that he had gone to the Camellia Cave and tried to do something against the Great Sword Immortal by using spiritual energy to temper his body, just like when he was young. Then he fought with the Great Sword Immortal from the Ape Ka Mountain who had just broken through the realm 60 years ago. The latest one had a strange origin. He had only fought a few times. Every time he fought, there was almost no death under his fist. However, he had destroyed the ancestral halls of 2 mountains, both of which were immortal mansions with nascent soul sword immortals. Therefore, the Northern Continent's Landscape Bulletin dared to say that this person was another rising martial artist. It was said that this person had some relationship with the Lion Peak. His name should be a pseudonym, Lier. There was another martial artist of the 8th realm in the Great Zhuan dynasty who was relatively easy to see. She was a female great guru and a swordsman. Now she was the personal retainer of the emperor of the Great Zhuan dynasty. However, this person's future was not optimistic. She was already an arrow at the end of its flight when she reached the far wandering state. She was destined to never reach the peak state in this life. In short, martial artists of the Jianghu had the loudest voices and the hardest fists here. Chen Pingan now really could not figure out the martial artists of the Golden Body state outside the Luapa mountain. Green Bamboo Sword Immortal Su Lang, who wanted to ask Senior Song for his sword, was the first one. The one who attacked him sneakily in the Dragon Palace of Tsangyun Lake was the second one. On the ferry, the retainer with the surname Liao beside Wei Bai, the young master of the Iron Mantis Manor, was the third one. Chen Pingan actually wanted to find a far-wandering state martial artist to spar with. Unfortunately, Gao Cheng's doppelganger on the ferry should be a martial artist of the 8th realm. However, the old swordsman with an extraordinary aura slit his own throat with his sword. Before his head fell to the ground, his words, "The 3 of you are in the linen sect's unpolished jade realm and are not worthy of this harvest," were actually considered heroic. Previously, on a lake in the Jinfu country, Chen Pingan rented a small boat to fish in the night. He watched a bloody battle from afar. It seemed to be a premeditated encirclement and suppression. First, there was an internal conflict on a ship anchored in the middle of the lake. Dozens of people were divided into 2 factions with different weapons. Among them, there were more than 10 Jianghu people who could be considered the top experts of the Jinfu country. They were about 5th or 6th realm martial artists. Both sides fought until arms and heads flew everywhere. Then 7 or 8 Jinfu country military warships appeared. They hung bright lanterns high above and the lake was as bright as day. They heavily surrounded the first ship. First, there were more than 10 rounds of concentrated crossbows and strong bow shooting. After the martial artists of both sides dropped more than 10 corpses, the remaining people hid in the cabin to hide. The military warships heavily hit the first ship. During this time, there were injured Jianghu experts who tried to break out of the encirclement. They were unwilling to wait for death. However, just as they swept out of the ship, they were either forced back by the rain of crossbows and arrows, killed on the spot by an old eunuch wearing a python robe, or cut in half by a young female swordsman with sword aura. There was also a burly general wearing sweet dew armor who stood at the bottom of the ship with an iron spear in his hand. Some of the Jianghu experts who pretended to be injured and fell into the lake, then tried to hold their breath and dive into the water to escape, but they could not escape. There should have been demons under the water waiting for an opportunity. Several of the Jianghu experts were forced out of the water, and then the burly general took out a strong bow and shot them one by one. Without exception, their heads were shot through. When the warship of the Jinfu military approached, Qin Pingan had already steered a small boat into the distance. The last scene was deeply engraved in Qin Pingan's mind. That female swordsman stood on the bow of the ship, constantly attacking with her sword. Whether it was the floating corpses on the water or the injured people who fell into the lake, they were all stabbed by her sword and supplemented with a strand of sharp sword chi. In the end, not many people on the ship survived. Those who survived were most likely spies of the imperial court. In the end, Qin Pingan saw 3 people walk up to the top of the warship. They cupped their fists and saluted the tall and sturdy military general wearing the dew armor. Qin Pingan closed his eyes and continued to practice the dragon beheading platform. When it came to cultivation, one would realize that the most worthless and the most valuable thing was time. As for that Jianghu matter, Qin Pingan had no intention of doing anything from the beginning to the end. On this night, Qin Pingan gently exhaled a murky breath and looked up. A young man and woman appeared on the bridge. The woman was a pure martial artist with a decent foundation, about the 3rd realm. The man had a scholarly appearance, more like a scholar with a full stomach, and could not be considered a pure martial artist. The woman stood on the swaying iron chain and walked slowly. The man, who was young but slightly older, was very worried. When they reached the end of the bridge, the woman gently jumped down and the man held her hand. The two walked hand in hand along the mountain path, whispering and talking about everything. It happened to be in the direction of Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan heard some inside stories of the imperial court and Jianghu of the Jinfu kingdom. It turned out that Jianghu had not been peaceful these years. After the current emperor usurped the throne, according to the unofficial history of the Jinfu kingdom, it was said that the first thing the emperor did when he sat on the dragon throne was to hold the sword on his knees and then order people to call the few relatives who were in charge of the royal family register and jade archives to the main hall. According to the records on the archives, the emperor opened the pages one by one and called out a name other than the former emperor's empress who had hanged herself. Outside the main hall, blood flowed like a river overnight. But in the end there was still a fish that escaped the net. It was the youngest son of the former emperor who was taken away by a palace maid and then luckily left the capital under the escort of loyal officials. Since then he had been exiled in Jianghu and there was no news of him. So for so many years, there were often some inexplicable massacres in Jianghu, and most of them were from big sections. Even if some of them were killed in revenge, the local government did not dare to investigate, for fear that they would accidentally cross the line and touch the reverse scale of the person in the capital. The local government's hands and feet were tied. While walking, she punched out with one hand and brandished her sword a few times with the other. Qin Pingan sighed softly. This towering sex master should be one of the last 3 Jianghu masters to survive on the lake. That person's punches were somewhat similar to the woman under the tree. There was a flexible sword wrapped around his waist, and when he attacked, it would wrap around the neck and cut off the head. His swordsmanship was very feminine and treacherous. The man and woman were leaning against each other, and the movements of their hands were somewhat charming and gentle. If that was all, it would be fine. Qin Pingan could just close his eyes and cultivate. However, he was afraid that in a moment of passion, the man and woman would stir up the heavenly thunder and earth fire. The man and woman circled behind the tree. The woman said that she wanted to go to a place with dense shade, which would be more concealed. Otherwise he would not be allowed to be careless. The man agreed with a smile. The young woman grabbed her lover's shoulder and wanted to jump up. Chen Pingon, who had a steel-carrying talisman on him, looked around. He flicked his finger, and a stone in the grass under the tree softly shattered. The man and woman jumped in fright and hurriedly turned their heads to look. Chen Pingon stood up and swept away. Fine. I'll give you the territory. Chen Pingon went to a higher part of the mountain to continue refining the beheading dragon platform. However, after the man and woman were frightened, they were affectionate for a moment, and then quickly rushed back to the suspension bridge. This was because the entire towering sect was lit up with snow-white lights. Then they rushed to the gate as if to welcome an important guest. Chen Pingon looked into the distance. On the mountain path, a slender fire dragon appeared. It slowly moved forward. In his eyes, it was no different from the talisman's fire dragon that Lu Jiqing had drawn on the table. There should be a large group of people climbing the mountain tonight to visit Towering Mountain. In fact, Chen Pingon had noticed some clues last night. He saw a few Jianghu martial artists who looked like scouts. They were sneaking around and seemed to be investigating the terrain. Chen Pingon thought for a moment and stood up. He took a detour to the cliff and tried to stay as far away from the lights as possible. He took a few steps back and swept away. He grabbed the cliff of Towering Mountain's lone peak with one hand and then climbed horizontally. Finally, he quietly hid under the suspension bridge. His 5 fingers nailed into the cliff and his body swayed with the wind. His other hand took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank wine. On the other side of the suspension bridge, the leader of Towering Sect, Lin Shu, was slightly pale. He had been badly injured in the battle on the lake and had not recovered yet. However, he had won big in the gamble and obtained great wealth. He was in high spirits. The 3 distinguished guests visiting the Towering Sect along the way were the Defender General of the state, Du Ying, who was also the adopted son of the current emperor. Apart from him, there was also the eunuch from the Imperial Horse Directorate who possessed unfathomable skills, as well as a distinguished guest from the Great Zhuan dynasty, Zheng Shuizhu. Her swordsmanship was exceptional, and her master was the gatekeeper of the imperial palace. Zheng Shuizhu was one of the 5 proud disciples of the Great Zhuan dynasty's martial god. She was also the last disciple. She had the best aptitude and was favored the most. She participated in the siege on the lake in Jinfu Kingdom only to relieve her boredom. She had another important task for her master. Lin Shu was the first Jianghu Grandmaster to choose to surrender to the new emperor. After that, he hid in Jianghu for more than 10 years and was well informed. It was rumored that there was a ferocious black flood dragon entrenched in the river outside the capital of Great Zhuan dynasty. It had a high cultivation and had lived in peace with the human world for thousands of years. For some unknown reason, there had been many floods recently and the capital was about to be flooded. Therefore, Lin Shu vaguely guessed that Zheng Shuizhu's trip to the south might have something to do with the saber enshrined in the martial temple in the capital of Jinfu Kingdom. After all, although Zheng Shuizhu's master was a great grandmaster who could ride the wind and travel far away, and his sword was also a divine weapon, when faced with a water flood dragon that was stirring up trouble, he was indeed short of an immortal weapon that could defeat a flood dragon. The treasured saber in Jinfu Kingdom was stained with the blood of more than 100 descendants of the previous dynasty. Not only that, it had also chopped off the head of the previous Defender General of the state. The Defender General, who had made outstanding contributions and was well known in the imperial court, was the biggest obstacle for the current emperor to reach the dragon throne. It could be said that it was this saber that had completely cut off the previous dynasty's imperial throne. At the other end of the cable bridge, the Defender General Du Ying was still wearing the snow-white military armor. He supported himself with his saber and did not walk on the bridge. The female swordsman, who was about 25 or 26 years old, carried the long sword, Evading Moon, on her back. This sword was her master's beloved item. It accompanied her master through the long years of the body refining and chi refining realms. It was only when she reached the spirit refining realm that her master gave it to her last disciple, Zheng Shuizhu. None of her 4 senior brothers and sisters before her had this honor. When she gave the sword to her master, Zheng Shuizhu was only 6 years old. She held the sword with both hands and the sword was taller than her. When her master, who was serious in speech and manner, saw this scene, he laughed heartily. However, the precocious Zheng Shuizhu noticed that the gazes of her 4 senior brothers and sisters were all different. At this moment, Zheng Shuizhu was looking around. The mountain wind was blowing. The small town built on a lonely peak was brightly lit. In the curtain of night, it was like a large lantern floating in the air. As for the old eunuch in the imperial horse supervisor's uniform, he was rubbing his hands gently. Although his hair was white, his skin was fair and delicate, and his face was radiant. After all, he was a warrior in the Golden Body realm and was known as the god of night in the capital of the Jinfei country. In terms of realms and combat power, the old eunuch was actually much stronger than Jing Shuizhu. However, during their long journey from the south to the north, the old eunuch had always been respectful to this young woman. Her physique and cultivation were only at the 5th realm, but she could use sword aura and killing power that were equivalent to the 6th realm. This was the benefit of being passed down from a prestigious family. It was a protective talisman in Jianghu. Moreover, her master's name was a life-saving talisman. It was also an imperial sword that could be used to arbitrarily kill vassals in neighboring countries. As long as Jing Shuizhu did not kill people from other countries, no one would care. However, it was Jing Shuizhu's first time leaving the capital of the Great Xuan. Moreover, she was on a secret mission, so she was not as famous as her 4 senior brothers and sisters. Since the 3 distinguished guests stopped, Lin Shu could only stay where he was. Doing suddenly said, "I've been in charge of searching for the remnants of the previous dynasty for more than 10 years. I've personally looked through more than 100 Jianghu sects of different sizes and those of the same age. In addition, I've also looked through the officials, the neighboring Jianghu sects, and even many immortal sects on the mountain. From a 4-year-old child year after year, I found a man who is now in his 20s. I'm a warrior on the battlefield with the title of the Defender General of the state, but I've been reduced to walking such a long journey in Jianghu. It's so hard to find a home. Even the father of a lost child is not as hard as I am. What do you think, Master Lin?" Lin Shu clasped his fists and said, "Great General, you've done a great job. This time, you've even managed to completely wipe out the forces of Jianghu. I believe that when you return to the capital this time." Doing waved his hand and interrupted Lin Shu. "It's just that this time, when I'm working together with Master Lin, I suddenly realized that I've been in the dark. Master Lin, it's been so many years, but I've never personally searched this lofty mountain." Lin Shu's forehead was instantly covered in sweat. Doing smiled and said, "Of course, the spies from the imperial court that I placed beside Master Lin had carefully investigated them in the early years. The 2 elite spies who had no contact with each other both said that there was no such thing." Lin Shu felt relieved. He raised his arms high and clasped his fists in the direction of the capital. He said in a deep voice, "Great General, I Lin Shu and Lofty Mountain are loyal and devoted to His Majesty. The heavens can bear witness to this." Doing slowly drew out his saber and pointed at the small town on the mountain peak. "Now there's a safe way. It depends on whether Master Lin is loyal and courageous enough to carry it out. The age on Lofty Mountain's genealogy certificate and the household register recorded in the county's archives can be faked. Therefore, it's better to kill all the men between the ages of 18 to 20 and those who look like they're in their 20s among the 1,200 people in the small town. Then everything will be fine." Doing smiled and said, "Of course they can't die in vain. I Doing can't treat my meritorious subordinates unfairly. Therefore, when I return to the capital and have an audience with His Majesty, I'll personally ask His Majesty for a reward. Tonight, Lofty Mountain will roll on the ground and I'll compensate you with 1,000 taels of silver. How about it? For every 10 heads gathered, I'll allocate a piece of the territory of the sects that died on the lake and give it to Lofty Mountain to manage." Lin Shu smiled bitterly and said, "Is there a villain in Lofty Mountain who lied to you? Did he purposely put me in a position of disloyalty and injustice?" Doing nodded and said, "It's indeed a villain and there's more than one. One of them is your useless disciple." He felt that under normal circumstances, he had no hope of inheriting the position of master. Moreover, he was almost expelled from the sect by you in his early years, so it's inevitable that he would harbor resentment. He wanted to use this opportunity to turn things around and obtain the position of master. I agreed to it verbally. Later on, Lin's sect will control him. This kind of person can't even control a single Lofty Mountain, let alone half of Jianghu. What's the use of me recruiting him?" Doing pointed the tip of his sword at the gate across the bridge and said slowly, "There's another one. He's a young man who has been relying on a spy from the imperial court for survival. That spy used to be a teacher in your small town. The young man can be considered a scholar. He and your only daughter had feelings for each other, but you felt that he didn't have the talent to practice martial arts and wasn't good enough for your daughter. Later on, the old spy who dragged him in felt that the young man had the potential to be an official. Therefore, under the old spy's manipulation, The young man was able to inherit his teacher's identity and was able to communicate secretly with the imperial court. In fact, it was his idea to kill all the disciples of Lofty Mountain who matched his age. I also agreed to it. Not only did I promise to keep the secret for him, but I also promised to arrange for him to enter the imperial examination. He'll definitely pass the imperial examination. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years, he'll become a feudal official somewhere in Jinfei country. Lin Shu was so angry that his face turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and said, "This ungrateful wolf cub. Back then his parents died early and he was a lowly manure picker. If Lofty Mountain didn't give him a monthly pension, he'd be eating sh*t. The old eunuch from the Imperial Horse Directorate twirled a strand of white hair hanging down from his temples with 2 fingers and said in a sharp voice, "These are all trivial matters. It's a secret report from another spy that Lofty Mountain still has an expert in charge. It's been many years but he's been hiding his head and tail very well. Until now he hasn't been exposed. It's a little tricky." Lin Shu was stunned. Zheng Shuizhu frowned and said, "General Du, are we just going to waste our time here? We'll know if that remnant of the previous dynasty is on the mountain peak after we take out the saber. If there's really a chi cultivator from Golden Scale Palace hiding here, he's most likely the prince's guardian. We'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We'll kill the remnant and find out the cultivator from Golden Scale Palace at the same time." Among the troops there was a dull man holding a long box. Duing smiled and said, "What if that Golden Scale Palace's divine immortal is of an extremely high level? Our 100 or so armored soldiers won't be able to withstand a few immortal spells from him. Even if he can't defeat the 3 of us, once he brings someone with him to ride the wind, the 3 of us can only watch him leave. We can't possibly jump off the cliff, right?" Zheng Shuizhu turned to look at the man holding the box and sneered. "Even the eldest disciple of our perfected state protector is here. Why would we be afraid of a chi cultivator who has been hiding in Lofty Mountain for more than 10 years? In the Great Zhuan dynasty, there were also officials who were in charge of protecting the emperor. Zheng Shuizhu's lineage was purely a martial artist. She and the perfected state protector, Liang Hongyin's lineage of Taoist cultivators had always been on bad terms. They hated each other and had many conflicts in the dark. The Great Zhuan dynasty had vast land and abundant resources. Other than the territory of the Golden Scale Palace deep in the mountains at the northern border, the Great Zhuan dynasty's emperor allowed both sides to rely on their own abilities to take what they wanted. Naturally, they would not get along with each other. One of Zheng Shuizhu's senior brothers who had excellent aptitude was once besieged by 3 chi cultivators of the Guanhai and Longmen realms who hid their identities. Both of his legs were broken and he could only sit in a wheelchair, becoming half a cripple. Later on, one of the direct disciples of the perfected state protector, Liang Hongyin, also mysteriously disappeared during his training. His body was not found until now. The man with the mask had a cold expression. He glanced at Zheng Shuizhu's back view. This little girl had always been arrogant. She did not know her place in the capital and relied on that old woman's pampering. A few years ago she even hooked up with a prince of the Great Zhuan dynasty. Did she really think that she was the next empress? Duing asked, "Leader Lin, what do you mean?" Lin Shu's face was contorted. "Kill all the young men on the mountain who are of suitable age. However, I have 2 requests. That disciple who betrayed his master must die. And that bastard who repaid kindness with enmity must die. I dare not say that my towering sect's method of dealing with traitors is unique in Jinfu country, but it is not difficult to make people wish they were dead." Duing shook his head and said, "The former is a good-for-nothing, so there is no harm in killing him. However, the latter is ambitious and intelligent. In the secret letters he sent to the imperial court over the years, other than scheming in Jianghu, there are also many suggestions for the imperial court. I have carefully read them all. If I'm not mistaken, His Majesty the Emperor has seen his secret memorials. A scholar who does not go out but knows everything in the world." Lin Shu suppressed his anger and said with a gloomy expression, "Grand General, this person is about 24 or 25 years old this year. He is close to 20 years old." Duing laughed involuntarily. After a moment of silence he shook his head and said, "I came here tonight as a precaution to help Leader Lin clean up the sect and clear the path to the top of Jianghu. I am not someone who kills indiscriminately." The old eunuch from the Imperial Horse Directorate said with a smile, "We act according to the circumstances and are not in a hurry. There will be a show to watch tonight." Duing glanced at the cable bridge. "I am afraid that there are cultivators from the Golden Scale Palace waiting for an opportunity to make a move. What if the bridge breaks halfway? The old eunuch nodded. It will be a big problem. The dull man holding the box said indifferently, "Don't worry, General Du, as long as the other party has the guts to make a move, the bridge will not break, but that person will definitely die." Doing smiled. "Immortal Master, are you sure?" The man nodded. "Our Imperial Tutor's residence will not fool General Du." The death of a secondary Grade 1 Defender General of the state and the adopted son of the Jinfu country's emperor would be troublesome. After all, the ascension of the Jinfu country's new emperor was part of the Great Zhuan dynasty's plan. A rebellious general who held a large number of troops and a vassal state monarch who wore a dragon robe were two completely different identities. The former could be killed by the state preceptor's mansion at will, but the latter could not be touched by any of them. Du Ying sheathed his saber and waved his hand. Cross the bridge. At this moment, in the small town at the top of Towering Peak, an old man grabbed a young man's shoulder and flew away with the wind. The old man's body was shimmering like golden fish scales. He was extremely eye-catching in the night. Du Ying looked up and said, "It is indeed the Golden Scale Palace's cultivators. It seems like they can't sit still." The man holding the box behind Du Ying had already flown away and turned into a beam of rainbow light. He was a golden core cultivator from the Imperial Tutor's residence of the Great Zhuan dynasty who was known for his killing. He was also the first disciple of the state protector. The Golden Scale Palace's cultivator should be a Dragon Gate realm cultivator. He brought his people and fled. The man with the saber was one realm higher than him, and the saber in his hand was a national treasure that carried the incense of thousands of people. He slashed his saber from afar, and the Golden Scale Palace's cultivator quickly formed a seal. The golden robe on his body fell off and hovered in the air. It suddenly expanded like a golden fishing net and blocked the saber light. The old man continued to bring the young man away from Towering Peak. The golden core cultivator from the Imperial Tutor's residence of the Great Zhuan Imperial Tutor's saber directly split the robe. Yu Feng's figure suddenly accelerated and he arrived behind the old cultivator from the Golden Scale Palace in an instant. He slashed again at close range. The old cultivator wanted to throw the young man away with all his might. There were a few Golden Scale Palace's floating talisman on the latter's body which could allow an ordinary teacher to temporarily fly like a chi cultivator. However, the old cultivator knew that this was just a last-ditch effort. Who would have thought that Jean Fagua would not only find Towering Peak but also a golden core cultivator from the Great Zhuan Imperial Tutor's residence of the Great Zhuan dynasty? With a slight twist of his wrist, the national treasure saber that had been enshrined in the martial temple for many years changed its trajectory slightly. With a slash, the heads of the old cultivator and the young man were chopped off. Before the old cultivator died, he exploded all the spiritual chi in his residence of chi in an attempt to drag the golden core cultivator down with him. The man with the saber flew backward and hovered in the air. The old cultivator from the Golden Scale Palace who had just been decapitated turned into fine powder together with the young man. The chi within a radius of hundreds of feet became chaotic and then formed a fierce wind which caused the chain bridge between the cliffs far behind to shake violently. A few armored elite soldiers fell off the bridge directly. Only after Du Ying and Zheng Shuizhu used the 1,000-pound fall did the bridge slightly stabilize. The dull man lowered his head and stared at the sharp edge of the treasure saber. He nodded and then frowned slightly. Yu Feng returned to the chain bridge and gently floated down. Du Ying lowered his voice and asked, "How is it? Is it really that evil remnant?" The man nodded and said, "The bloodstains are not fake, but the dragon chi is insufficient. It's a bit of a fly in the ointment. To a certain extent, it will reduce the effect of this saber. However, this is normal. Once the throne is broken, even if you are the emperor of the previous dynasty, the dragon chi in your body will fade away year by year." Du Ying took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to hold the iron chain tightly. He said in high spirits, "I can finally straighten my back and return to the capital city to be a true defender general of the state." The man carefully put the treasure saber into the long wooden box. He had a rare smile on his face and said, "General Du, you have not only made a great contribution to your emperor." The man directly threw the wooden box to Zheng Shuizhu and stopped smiling. "Our heroine Zheng has quite a lot of incense on her side." Zheng Shuizhu looked suspicious and frowned. "Feng Yi, why don't you directly bring him back to the Imperial Tutor's residence?" Obviously, she was worried that this golden core cultivator would take the treasure saber to the Great Seal Dynasty's emperor to claim credit. The man was too lazy to talk nonsense with this woman. The extremely troublesome Black Flood Dragon tried to flood the Great Seal Dynasty's capital city and turn the entire capital city into its underwater dragon palace. His master was only a nascent soul cultivator who was proficient in water spells. How could he compete with a flood dragon that was innately fond of water? In the end, he still needed this woman's master. With this treasure saber of the Golden Leaf National Treasure, he had a chance to kill the flood dragon in one blow. The cultivators of the Imperial Tutor's residence were at most trying their best to prevent the capital city from being flooded during the war between the two sides. This was an extremely important matter. If they were not careful, they would lose everything. The fate of the entire Great Seal dynasty would be affected. Why would the Imperial Tutor's residence compete with a little girl at such a critical moment? Moreover, after the war began, the person who really contributed and saved the country would definitely be Zheng Shuizhu's master. Even if Feng Yi was the first disciple of the state protector, he could not snatch the treasure saber from this little girl, then run to the old woman, hand it to her with both hands, flatter her with a smile, and beg her to accept the treasure saber so that she could go out of the city to kill the flood dragon. Lin Shu's legs were weak. He held the iron chain with one hand. That bastard was really hiding under his nose. Du Ying smiled and said, "All right, Lin Shu, you've been conscientious for so many years. You've served His Majesty and delivered secret messages to the capital city. This time on the lake, you've helped me eliminate the masters of both the righteous and evil sections. Tonight you've resolved an old grudge." Lin Shu smiled awkwardly. Hearing Du Ying's words, he was relieved. However, he did not dare to be truly relieved. He was afraid that the imperial court would punish him in the future. Du Ying did not want to say anything more. He just let Lin Shu be on tenterhooks. Lin Shu and Towering Mountain were Jianghu forces, but they were necessary. If it were someone else who worked for the imperial court, they would definitely work hard. However, they might not be as useful as Lin Shu. Moreover, Du Ying and the imperial court had such a big handle on Towering Mountain. In the future, Towering Mountain would only be more obedient and unscrupulous in doing things. When Jianghu people killed Jianghu people, the imperial court only needed to sit back and reap the benefits. Du Ying hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's stay at Towering Mountain tonight." Lin Shu asked softly, "What about the young people who are of suitable age?" Du Ying was slightly hesitant. The Golden Core man from the Great Seal Imperial Tutor's residence twitched the corner of his mouth and said casually, "It's better to be safe than sorry. Sect Master Lin, do as you deem fit." Lin Shu's eyes turned vicious. The group of people walked across the cable bridge and entered the brightly lit town. On the cliff, Qin Pingan remained motionless. In the town at the top of Towering Mountain, the hall of Towering Mountain was covered in blood. Lin Shu sat expressionlessly on the main seat. The dull man from the Great Seal Dynasty's Imperial Tutor's residence, Zheng Shuizhu, the Defender General of the Jinfu Nation, Du Ying, and the old eunuch from the Imperial Horse Directorate took their seats. Opposite them were several elders of the Lin family from Towering Mountain sect, followed by Lin Shu's only daughter and all of Lin Shu's personal disciples. They did not dare to look at the opposite side. Sect Master Lin Shu was unwilling to sit on the main seat. It was only after the female swordsman opposite him was displeased that Lin Shu hurriedly sat down. In the hall, more than half of the men in their 20s were dead. Zheng Shuizhu's face was frosty. She turned and looked. "Is it fun to kill these good-for-nothings?" Feng Yi from the Imperial Tutor's residence smiled and said, "Maybe we can even catch a big fish from the Golden Scale Palace." There was still a distance away from the hall of Towering Mountain sect. A young man who had replaced the old scholar as the teacher of the school sneered. He stood up and stomped his feet. A long sword shot out from the ground. Holding the sword, he walked through the school gate and walked on the street, heading straight for the troublesome place. The relationship between the Golden Scale Palace and the Great Seal Dynasty was bad. They were just short of falling out with each other. Since this matter was over, he did not mind killing a Golden Core Chi refinement warrior from the Great Seal Dynasty. If he was not wrong, the young female swordsman was the beloved disciple of the Realm 8 woman. The death of these two people, especially the treasured saber that defeated the water dragon, was enough to make the emperor of the Jinfu nation battered and bruised. It's your turn to live. You're as handsome and slippery as I was when I was young. You're half a kindred spirit. If I really kill that old man in the end, come to the ape-crying mountain to find me. If anyone stops you, tell them you know an old man with the surname Ji. Oh right, since you're so smart, don't think about informing the Great Seal Zhou's emperor. The loss outweighs the gain. Qin Pingan sighed. It was indeed the legendary immortal sword cultivator of the ape-crying mountain Jiyu. Chen Pingon turned to look at the small town at the peak of the lone mountain. He suddenly asked, "Old sir, I heard that the great sword immortal sword can sever karma quickly?" The short old man thought for a moment. "I can't." The two were speechless. The old man suddenly shook his head and said, "You brat, your luck is too bad. You met me twice and almost died 3 times. The more I look at you, the more I can't help but think about the past." Chen Pingon laughed. "You'll get used to it." The old man waved his hand. "Go, sword cultivators, don't be too resigned to your fate." The green-robed ranger really left with large strides. The short old man rubbed his head and looked at the jade hairpin on the young man's head. His expression was complicated and he sighed softly. What he had said before was really a pity. He was referring to the scholar who dared to do things against the heavens. He could not help but create a small world with a wave of his sleeve. He then asked, "You're the disciple of that person from the Aquarius continent?" The young man turned and was speechless. Jiyu's expression was indifferent. He put his hands behind his back and said in a low voice, "Don't embarrass your teacher." The man wanted to say something but stopped. He only nodded. Jiyu still did not remove the restriction. He suddenly laughed and said, "If you have the chance, tell your uncle Master Zhou that his swordsmanship is actually not that high. I was careless back then and my cultivation level was not high, so I could not withstand his sword." The young man's expression was strange. Jiyu waved his hand and said, "Let me remind you, it's best that you keep that hairpin and hide it well. Although I was close to the water back then and saw some clues about the incident in the south, which was why I found it familiar. Even so, if I did not look closely, even I would not have noticed anything strange. But what if? Not all sword cultivators are like me who disdains to bully juniors. Now, if the bullshit sword immortals in the North Continent recognize your identity, most of them will not be able to hold themselves back and attack you. As for whether killing you will provoke your uncle Master Zhou to come to the North Continent, to these nascent soul and jade raw realm cultivators who do not know the immensity of heaven and earth, killing you is just a matter of life. They are not afraid of death at all. This is the culture of the North Continent, good and bad." The young man turned and asked, "The sword cultivator from the North Continent who first went out to sea to attack was old Mr.? Why is it that after reading so many newspapers, there are only guesses and no clear records?" Jiyu laughed angrily. "Those rats are like spies. Even if they knew it was me, Jiyu, would they dare to mention my name? Look at the 3 sword immortals behind me who would know. That's right, when you go out to train in the future you have to be more careful, just like tonight. You would never know who was pulling the strings behind a bunch of ant puppets. To put it bluntly, Duing and the others look at Lin Shu, you look at Duing and I look at you. Who knows if anyone is looking at me, Jiyu?" Many cultivators on the mountain had died without knowing why, let alone those at the foot of the mountain. Difficult and complicated diseases can be cured, but stupidity is incurable. The young man cupped his fists and said, "I will remember old Mr.'s teachings." Jiyu waved his hand and disappeared in a flash. Chen Pingon left the towering peak and continued to travel alone. The Jianghu was like this, no one knew what kind of storms he would encounter. It was now the rainy season. Chen Pingon decided to bypass the Great Zhuan dynasty and went to a vassal state near the sea. On the cliff plank road the rain was pouring. Chen Pingon lit a bonfire and looked at the rain outside in a daze. When it rained, the heat in the world decreased significantly. The rain was heavy and slow. Lui He Yuan Yuan. The mountains were green and the road was long. His thoughts wandered and wandered. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.